Hoping on Chance, Hope Lake Book 5 by Danae Little. Prologue. Bennet Caldwell didn't know why he was at the wedding. Yet he lingered, leaning against the corral's railing, away from the crowd. Sure, he had worked with Shane off and on for the last 6 months, but it made little sense why the guy wanted him there for his wedding. Weren't weddings for family? Since Josie had asked Jordan to take Bennet on, Shane had only come to the job a few times. According to the gossip mill, there was a good reason the guy hadn't been working much, and now seeing his ranch and his new wife, he understood a little more. This small town of Hope Lake confused Bennet. Everyone seemed to know everyone, greeting people in town like family. Well, how Bennet would assume family greeted each other. He wouldn't know, but the idea sounded nice. "Hey," a sweet voice called to him, and he pulled his eyes off the wedding party, taking photos to focus on a country girl dream coming toward him. Lyla O'Neil. He sighed as he straightened, pulling down on his dress shirt and tipping his cowboy hat to the gal. She wore her long strawberry blonde hair down tonight, and it flowed in the glow of the setting sun. Her dress was simple and cute, modest and girly, but it was the pink cowboy boots she wore with it that made his heart skip a beat. "Hey." His voice choked slightly, and he cleared it. "I didn't know you'd be here." He motioned to the fence next to him, as if it were a seat. Lyla smiled and settled against it, looking every inch like she belonged there on the ranch in the light of a beautiful sunset. It was quite a difference from how he usually saw her, hair pulled up, dirt-smudged face in jeans and an oversized flannel, while helping him load up the supplies that Jordan had sent him to the hardware store for. Lyla watched him from the corner of her eye, though she also watched the wedding photo drama. Small-town obligations when you're a store owner. He turned completely toward her, wondering at the listlessness in her voice. "You don't approve?" "Well, my mom always tells me this town will swallow me whole and never let me go." She lifted a slim shoulder, shivering slightly as a light breeze blew, bringing the scent of horse, a calming fragrance for Bennet. He shrugged out of his jacket and draped it over her. "Are you afraid of being swallowed whole?" She glanced up, her eyes wide and then crinkling at the edges. Her laughter filled the air with the perfect sound of spring, like the music he pictured blue bonnets making in the wind. At this moment, he knew why he had come to the wedding. "I'd like to see it try," Lyla said, turning to him, the freckles across her cheeks flickering in the orange of the sunset. Her smile was contagious, and he couldn't wipe the silly grin off his face. How could one gal seem so innocent and sweet, while being so ready to take on the world? "So you're not planning on sticking around?" Bennet shifted his weight, towing the dirt at his feet, feeling unable to look at her, afraid she'd see the longing in his eyes. "I have the store to think about now, but let's just say staying is not in my plans." She hesitated as she gazed into the distance. "Though I've learned that plans shift as much as the colors in a sunset." He followed her gaze across the valley, as the oranges and pinks darkened into purples and reds. This ranch surely had the best views he'd seen. A loud cheer came from the wedding party, as the DJ turned on the music. The wedding party made their way to the temporary dance floor Bennet had helped to construct. The soft glow from the strung looping lights lent the perfect touch, just like Jordan had said. "Guess the party's about to start." She nudged him. "You don't like to party?" He shrugged, feeling his brow furrow as he watched Shane lead his new wife onto the platform, twirling her in his arms. "Do you think that's real?" Lyla turned to him, the playful smile gone, her eyes searching his. "What? You mean their love? Forever?" "Yeah, I guess. I don't know." He shrugged and looked away, not sure what he was saying or why he had asked the girl he'd been crushing on since the first time he set foot in the hardware store about love being real. "I knew them before, you know. I was just a kid. In fact, Addie and Caitlin babysat me." She giggled. "It's funny to think about that now. I didn't realize you were that much younger." Bennet spun back to her. "Oh, calling me old now, huh?" She thrust her hand on her hip in mock upset, then laughed. 5 years makes a lot of difference when someone is 16, and you are only 11. "Yeah, a lot changes in those years." Bennet swallowed, pushing memories away, letting them fade with the sunset. Anyway, Lyla motioned with her head for him to walk with her toward the others, who were gathering on the dance floor. Even then, when I knew nothing of love, I saw the way Addie was with Shane. So yeah, she knocked into him slightly and didn't completely draw away. I think it's real. I don't even know what it'd be like to know someone that long, he murmured, his cheeks warming when she stopped to stare at him. She opened her mouth and then closed it, her lips thinning slightly as if her thoughts had her concentrating hard. Well, there's one thing you can count on in life, Benny boy, and that's change. The song shifted to a fast-paced, newer pop song he'd heard on the radio. I love this song. Come on. Lyla waved him to follow as she skipped the last few feet to the platform, joining a group of ladies, including the bride, dancing in a circle and singing the song. Bennet shook his head. There was no way he was joining that. What she made him want to do, though, was hope for a change in the right direction. A chance at love, like he saw in Shane and Addie, Jordan and Caitlin, Josie and Cody. Maybe, just maybe, Lyla was right. He'd hope on that chance. 1. Even when nothing in life goes right, you can always rely on your horse to do what it does best. Bennet had trained his horse to be the one thing in life he could rely on, and Eli hadn't let him down yet. The horse shifted under him, his barrel chest expanding beneath Bennet's legs and releasing as he blew out, and shook his massive head. Easy does it, boy, Bennet said, sliding a hand down the strong neck before grasping the reins again. The rope in his other hand was a comfortable weight, one of safety and expectation. Ropes behaved in the same way each time, changing only depending on the hand that threw them. Roping was the one thing that gave Bennet the feeling of stability. He had Josie and her camp to thank for that. If it hadn't been for the time he spent at Camp Hope the summer after that horrific event, he would never have found an escape from fear. With the bellow of the steer in the adjacent chute, Bennet shook his head to clear it, and focused on the present. His heart thundered in expectation, his senses narrowed, blocking out the scent of popcorn and dust, tuning out the sound of the crowd, his vision tunneling to only the horse under him, the rope in his hand and the steer. He met eyes with the chute boss, gave a brief nod and sat forward, toes pressing in the stirrups, knees gripping Eli. The gate on the adjacent chute clanked open, releasing the steer, eager to run. As it shot past, the line in front of Bennet dropped, and Eli launched from his haunches after his prey. Everything slowed down during the event. Most competitions took him under 15 seconds, well, if he didn't mess up. Time seemed to have its own rules during those seconds. Each pounding hoof resonated in him, taking him closer, matching his rhythm as his wrist spun. Once. Twice. 3 times. Eli stretched his neck as he came abreast of the steer, who squealed and launched forward faster with a burst of fear. Bennet released the rope, letting it slide from his grasp, feeling the friction and watching it fly, until the loop landed solidly, vibrating through the line as Bennet squeezed his fingers into a fist again. Eli, trained as he was, immediately responded to the tightening of the reins, squatting his haunches and coming to a sliding stop. Bennet wrapped the rope on the pommel, holding Eli steady, keeping the rope taut as the steer, now hooked, spun. The steer bellowed, his body twisting, unable to stop as fast as the hold on his head. For a moment a trace of guilt shot through Bennet, but he knew what the steer did not. It would only be trapped for a matter of seconds before Bennet freed it from the rope's constraint. The buzzer sounded. Bennet flipped the lasso, looping it off the steer, who pranced away indignantly, turning his head to blow through his nose toward Bennet. Slowly his senses returned as he drew in his rope, coiling it in practiced fashion. The dust filled his nose as the scent of horse sweat soothed his adrenaline-pounding heart. The crowd's roar returned last. He cocked a smile, tipped his hat at the judges and the crowd, then held Eli to a saunter out of the arena. The urge to race out pulsed through him, but he wouldn't let the crowd see his fear nor his urgency. Crowds made him itch, like someone watching too closely. He didn't know why. Or maybe he did, and didn't want to remember. Rodeoing was more than just a skill, it was a performance. The crowd knew him for his quiet stoicism, and he had to play that part up. His time was announced, and a shuddering warmth went through him. It might not be the best of the rodeo, but it was his personal best. Something that meant more to him than the roaring of the crowd. He sat back in the saddle when he saw the fans gathering at the cool-down arena. Eli obediently stopped, knowing Bennet's cues. This was something Bennet never understood, the crowds of strangers wanting to congratulate him, asking for autographs, watching him with a mixture of awe and envy. There was no avoiding it though, so he tapped Eli gently on the sides with his heels and continued toward the throng. He made them wait while he cooled down Eli. His horse's health was more important than the fans' impatience. Plus, it would thin the crowd. He kept glancing back at the group of boys, eagerly waiting for him. One of them looked up at him with a calm seriousness, just like little Micah, the boy he'd been mentoring at Camp Hope. "You ever feel like you're being watched, Bennet?" Micah had asked him last week, eyes darting to the woods behind the cabins. Bennet had laughed it off, but that hollow feeling in his gut hadn't left him since. He knew all too well what it felt like to sense the boogeyman around every corner. Once Eli's breath came slow and deep, Bennet stopped him in front of the boys, who eagerly reached for the chance to touch Eli. His horse nudged them, blowing puffs onto their small dirty hands, and acting like a spoiled prince, allowing them to scratch him behind the ears and rub his sweaty neck. "How'd he get so fast?" one boy asked. "Consistent training and good care." He tipped his hat up to see the boy better. "You always take care of your horse, even before you take care of yourself." The boy nodded gravely, reaching out to scratch Eli behind his ears again. "Where'd you learn to rope?" another boy asked, bravely reaching out to touch the rope coiled around the horn. "At a camp up in the mountains," Bennet answered. The questions were almost always the same, and he found the practiced answers that would appease them and not get too deep into his personal life. "Are you married?" An older girl, probably late teens, twirled her hair around her finger, her brazenness stopping him short. It wasn't the first time he'd been asked that, but usually the girls were shy and younger. This one wasn't either. He swallowed. "You've embarrassed him." Her friend nudged the girl who never took her eyes off him. Bennet's cheeks burned. He tugged on his hat, lowering it to hide his flaming cheeks, and adjusted his rope. Girls like this one were ones to watch out for, he had learned that much. He cleared his throat. "I've got to get Eli settled." He tipped his hat to the group, clicked his tongue as he nudged Eli forward and adjusted the reins to turn him toward the stables. It was best to leave that question hanging. He hadn't lived a long time but had enough experience to know people in general couldn't be trusted, with brazen, flirting girls being even less so. The stables were busy as contestants cared for their horses, either saddling them up or pulling tack off. Rodeos were always busy, always easy to slip through the throng and find peace amidst the chaos. He swung out of the saddle, giving Eli a good rub on the neck and behind his ears. "You did great today, as always." He led his horse through the crowd to his stall for the event. The routine of unsaddling and brushing him out lent the calm that Bennet craved. Routine did that. It made him feel safe. As he dumped a bucket of grain into Eli's feeder, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Bennet's brow furrowed while pulling it out to see who texted. He didn't have friends. Didn't need them. Probably didn't even need a phone, but there was always some reason. Jordan knew he was out of town this weekend, so it wouldn't be him. He didn't expect Bennet at work until Monday morning. The number wasn't in his contacts, and it wasn't local to Hope Lake. He clicked on the message, a flicker of warning tightening in his chest. Jordan wouldn't just hand out his number, would he? He glanced around the stables, backing until Eli was at his back, then turned to his phone to read the text. "Hey Bennet. Hope you don't mind, I got your number from Jordan. I had something I wanted to talk to you about. Could you stop by the hardware store when you get back to town?" Bennet read through it a few times, trying to place the message. Then the phone vibrated in his hand again, a new message instantly popping onto the screen. "This is Lyla, by the way." "Hardware store. Lyla." Images flitted through his mind, spurting between the pony-tailed redhead in overalls, to the essence of a cowgirl in a dress and boots, as if his mind couldn't decide which way he preferred to envision the girl. His heart thundered. She had something to talk to him about. He licked his lips, resting against Eli as he happily ate, utterly ignorant of the whirlwind going on inside of his owner's mind. His body flooded with jittery sensations, and he pushed off his horse, gave him an absent-minded pat, and set off down the long aisle. The need to move overwhelmed everything else, as questions flooded him. Why would Lyla want to talk to him? If she'd wanted to go out, surely she would have just asked that in a text, easier that way. Most people did things that way, less risk. He had learned to seize opportunities as they arose. It's what led to his current situation, rodeo and Hope Lake. Why stop now? He'd already lost his heart and ability to trust years ago. There was nothing else to lose. Why did her ticket out of Hope Lake have to be so cute? Lyla swiped a loose strand behind her ear, pressing her lips together while watching Bennet from the large front window in her hardware store. Her store. Grandpa had always teased that one day it would be hers, but she never paid it too much attention. Yet, when he was diagnosed with emphysema and could no longer run the store he'd spent his entire life building, he called. How could she have told him that returning to Hope Lake was the last thing she wanted to do? So she came, and now the hardware store was hers. Her hands still shook at the memory of signing the papers, as Grandpa proudly handed over O'Neil's hardware to her. She'd be lying if she denied that a part of her thrummed in excitement. She had recently graduated with her business degree, and now she had a business of her very own, a family legacy to continue. On the other hand, signing those papers trapped her to a small-town life she didn't want. She craved the vibrance of a city, going out dancing with friends, staring up at tall buildings, and getting lost in a crowd. Plus, her mom was there and her best friend. This battle of desires warred within her, until Bennet Caldwell gave her the idea of an alternative she had never before pondered. The best of both worlds, owning a business, giving life to her grandpa's dream, and living her exciting life in the city. All she needed was a competent person to take over the daily management of O'Neil's hardware. Josie had convinced Bennet to stay in town to work with Jordan. Over the last several months, Lyla had gotten to know him, felt him out. He was young, trainable, and personable, yet not so overly talkative that it made a person uncomfortable. Hope Lake had a lot of those. Some things just didn't need to be shared. Bennet wasn't like that. He wouldn't detain customers with stories. Yet she had a feeling he would make them feel welcome and content as they left. He was strong, but not intimidating, looking like Jordan, with soft brown eyes that made a person feel like they were right where they belonged. Plus, he was a cowboy. Cowboys knew their way around construction and hard work. He seemed perfect enough that she waited until she thought the timing was just as perfect. She begged Caitlin to get his number for her, ignoring the innuendos. Now he was here and it was time to be transparent, well, at least plant the seeds. At this moment, before he entered the store, he had been stopped by Mrs. Fields. He helped the older lady into her car, carefully setting her groceries in the back seat. Lyla's hand froze as she went to set another can of spray paint on the shelf, unable to take her eyes off the scene. Bennet had a quiet smile, the kind that made people feel comfortable and talkative. Mrs. Fields certainly felt talkative. A couple of times, his eyes flicked towards her store as if he could feel her watching. She knew the window reflected, hiding her spying. Still, her cheeks heated, and she glanced away, busying herself with stocking the shelves. She didn't look up until the bell over the door rang. Even then, she made herself stay focused as she placed the last 2 cans of WD-40 on the shelf, wiped her hands on her overalls. Only then did she chance looking up. By that time he was there, standing at the end of the aisle, his lips quirked with that mysterious smile of his, not the quiet one, but the one that pulled his lips slightly higher on the left side. That smile always made her heart race, feeling like there was some secret he had but wouldn't share. "Hey," she said as nonchalantly as possible. "Thanks for coming. Do people normally ignore your requests?" He took a step back to lean against the counter, looking as relaxed as if he stood on his own porch. If she looked closer, though, she saw his eye twitch just slightly, and his knuckles were white where he gripped the counter. Her own lips quirked at the sight of his telltale signs. So he's not as confident as he seems. Well, she said, trying to remember his question, and as she did, her quirk turned into a genuine smile. Not often. I didn't think so, he said, the chuckle sincere and unrestrained. So? So? She repeated as she pushed the cart back to the rear of the store where her stockroom was. He waited for her at the entrance to the back, as if not wanting to tread on uncertain territory. Come on back. She waved him in while she took a few more supplies from her inventory, noting what she was low on, and filled the cart with items needed from the shelf. It's big back here, he said, glancing around the large storage room. He glanced at the back door, and her gaze followed. It was locked, but the deadbolt looked like it hadn't quite caught. Bennet didn't say anything. He simply walked over to the door and slid the bolt all the way in place before returning to her. Got to have everything on hand for the town, you know? She motioned for him to follow her back out to the front. Without asking what he could do, he began taking items from the cart and placing them behind the ones already on the shelves. You wanted to talk to me about something, or just wanted to hang out? She noticed he kept his eyes averted while asking, and for a moment she wished she wasn't asking him what she was, that it was just time spent with him that she wanted. Can't a girl have it all? She teased. He looked at her then, his brown eyes slightly widening with a gleam of innocence that made her heart clutch. She tore her gaze away before she lost her nerve. I know you might not be able to. She hesitated, pressed her lips together, then looked straight at him. I need help in the store, and you seem to know your way around. He watched her, his eyes flicking from her eyes to her mouth to her hand which still gripped a roll of duct tape and back to her eyes. Whatever you need. Do you have a project you need finished? Broken shelves? He glanced around the store. Something needs fixing? Oh, she said. No. I mean, sure, things are always breaking, but I meant, running the store. Bennet froze. In fact, he went so still she watched his chest closely to make sure he continued to breathe. I see. I know you're working with Jordan, but I mean, that's not always steady work, and well? She set the can down and wrung her hands. I need a break. Bennet turned back to her, his eyes seeming to search hers. He pushed back the brim of his hat, as if to see her better. This is a lot for one person to do on her own. It is, she said, turning away as her eyes smarted and filled. What was wrong with her? Sure, she was tired. She hadn't had a full day off since she started. Even on the days the store was closed, she was busy with running inventory, making orders, catching up on bookkeeping. Did your grandfather run it all on his own? Bennet asked, setting the last items in their places on the shelf. Well, my grandma always did the behind-the-scenes stuff, and I would help some summers. Every once in a while, he had a high school kid in here. She sighed. My grandma is busy taking care of my grandpa. I don't want to ask anything of her. Of course, Bennet said. When she didn't look up at him, he touched her shoulder gently. Of course I will help you. Relief washed through her so fast and strong that she threw herself at him, wrapping her arms around him. Thank you. His hand touched her shoulder tentatively, before his fingers spread across her ribs, and he held her back. Happy to help. She let go of him, letting her hands trail to his arms, surprised at the strength and solidness of the muscle he had hidden under his shirt. He wasn't a large guy like Jordan or Shane, but somehow that made him less intimidating, more safe. Heat bloomed in her cheeks, and she turned away again, fidgeting with the duct tape and zip ties, straightening them so they all faced the same direction. She shifted the conversation until she could regain her composure. You still mentoring that kid up at Camp Hope? Micah, right? Bennet stiffened slightly, eyeing her with wariness. Yeah. He's a good kid. Little hyper-vigilant, but he's good. How did you know? The distraction had calmed her, and she met his eyes. You told me about him a while back, when I asked if you had plans for the weekend. Oh, Bennet nodded, and the wariness faded. That's right. Do you work with him every Saturday? She chewed her lip, caught herself, and forced a smile instead. Just when I have time. It's not a routine yet. Lyla cocked her head, wondering at that, as if he expected or needed the routine. She tucked that information away for later. Will Jordan be able to let you go? Are you willing to? Bennet shrugged. Why don't you start by telling me what you need, and I'll talk to Jordan to see how we can make it work. And you're sure? I mean, I'm sure this is the last thing you expected. She searched Bennet's eyes, looking for any signs that he didn't really want to do this. Well, he chuckled, you're right about that, but I like the feel of the place, and if it will help you, he shrugged, why not? It's not like I have much of a life beyond work. She said, grasping the handle of the cart and eyeing him from the corners of her eyes. You seem pretty busy to me, working for Jordan, volunteering at Camp Hope, and didn't you just get back from a rodeo? Bennet tugged on his hat and scuffed his boot along the worn linoleum floor. Yeah, well, I guess there's all that too. He looked up and met her eyes. If I can fit it in, and I'm sure I can, I'd love to help. Lyla allowed the smile she'd been too fearful to show. I really would appreciate it. Let me put this away, then we can look at the calendar? Sure, he said, going back to straightening bottles of superglue, and she warmed, watching him turn all the labels forward and lining them up in the same meticulous way she did. The bell over the door rang sharply, while she was in the back putting the cart away. Her first thought was fear that she had scared Bennet away, but the soft murmur of his welcome to the customer instantly put that at ease. When she came back into the store, though, she paused. Something about Bennet's posture stole that ease. He stood against the counter, watching the man browsing the aisles with narrowed eyes, his hands gripping the edge of the counter. Lyla swept her gaze from Bennet to the guy, pulling things off the shelf only to put them back and move down the aisle a bit more. She didn't recognize him, but Hope Lake was a vacation town. It wasn't unusual to get people from the Airbnbs coming in for supplies. She made her way to Bennet, meeting his eye briefly before he refocused his attention on the customer. You okay? His shoulders shook as if a shiver passed through him, but he turned toward her, pushing a smile to his lips. Sure. You? Of course. She smiled, stood next to him, and addressed the customer. Is there anything I can help you find, sir? It might have been her imagination, but it sure felt like Bennet scooted closer to her, close enough that his body heat warmed her skin. Nah, the customer said, plastering a rather large fake smile on his face. Just browsing. Bennet stayed by her side until the man approached the counter, and she went behind it to ring him up. He put down a package of zip ties, a roll of duct tape, and some fire starters. Will that do you? For now, thanks, the man said, glancing from her to Bennet to out the window to the town. Quite a small town you guys got here. Yes, it is, Lyla said politely before giving him his total. The man gave a low whistle. Steep prices too. Takes more to keep a store open in such a small town. She met his eyes with an innocent smile. Hope Town is about 45 minutes down the highway, if you'd rather something with a little more convenient pricing. No, the man said, shaking his head. Just stating is all. Bennet remained quiet, but stiff and coiled as if he was ready to spring into action if needed. The man paid, his arm stretching out, showing a tattoo of a snake on the inside of his upper arm. Do you have any recommendations for where to take kids? You've got little ones? What ages? Lyla asked, not quite successfully keeping the surprise from her voice. She looked out the window, as if she would see them waiting. He's meeting me here, he's about 7. The man's brow furrowed before he pushed on another fake smile. Most people like taking the kids out on the lake, kayaking, or swimming. We also have a local park just behind us here. There are hiking trails. Bennet's intensity distracted Lyla, but she tried to give the guy her attention as he took his items. Thanks, I'm sure I'll need more things before we leave the area. He dipped his head as he made his way out the door, smiling with a nod at Bennet. We're open every day from 7 to 5 except Sunday and Mondays, Lyla said automatically, watching Bennet's eyes narrow. The moment the guy left the store, she turned toward Bennet. What in the world was that? What? Bennet said, but he didn't turn toward her until the man had left sight of the window. The way you acted with that customer. She shook her head. You gonna glare at every out-of-towner that comes into the store while you're working here? A half-smile lifted the left side of his lips. Only the ones that appear suspicious. He leaned over the counter, closing the distance between them. Didn't that guy seem off? Lyla shrugged. Maybe she was too used to the city. Just not a local, that's it. Bennet said, standing straight and looking out the window again. When he turned back to her, he had on his amiable smile again. You don't have to worry. I won't harass or scare away your customers. Even guys that seem up to no good. Lyla shook her head, unable to hide the smile turning up her lips. Well, I'll text you a tentative schedule. Talk with Jordan, think about it, and let me know. Sure thing, he said, pushing off the counter and giving her one of those smiles that made her belly flip. Talk to you tomorrow? Sounds good. She lifted her hand in farewell, watching him walk out, his wranglers fitting him almost too well. She realized then it was the first time she saw him cleaned up, not covered in sawdust and filth, well, except at Addie's wedding. Was this justice for wanting to leave the responsibility that Grandpa had placed on her? That her escape back to the city could be within reach, but at the cost of a potential relationship she might want in her future? 2. Bennet didn't know how he was going to pull it off, but he'd do anything to make Lyla smile the way she did when he said yes. He focused so much on Lyla, and wondered how he was going to tell Jordan, that he didn't realize how fast the time had gone while eating breakfast. Glancing at the clock, he almost choked on his cereal. He dumped the nearly empty bowl into the sink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, grabbed his hat and keys, and ran out the door. He had never been late for work before, and the anxiety of wondering how Jordan would react pushed Lyla to the recesses of his mind, for now. The tires of his truck barely skidded to a stop before he was hopping out, tool belt in hand, and running up to Jordan, who pulled lumber from his truck. Bennet immediately started helping with the lumber. The smell of pine and sawdust coated his tongue as he lifted the lumber with practiced ease. It was work that made sense, heavy in the hand, useful in the end, not like emotions which shifted like sawdust in the wind. Sorry I'm late, boss, he panted. Took you 3 months. I think that's a record. Jordan laughed. Bennet paused, a stack of 2x4s in his hand. What? He slammed the boards into the pile a little harder than he intended, his jaw tense. Lyla's smile had done something to him, loosened something. And now he was here, trying not to imagine what it'd feel like to show up every morning and see that smile aimed at him across the counter. Jordan waved, as if his confusion only made him laugh harder. You've got to take life less seriously, kid. He slapped him on the back. Bennet pushed forth an unsure smile, thinking this meant Jordan wasn't too angry that he was late. He would work twice as hard, and yet Lyla came instantly back to mind. How could he work for Lyla and Jordan? He enjoyed his time working with Jordan. The physical strain of the job was beneficial for him, keeping his mind off the torment of his past and making him feel like he had accomplished something. Once the lumber was unloaded, Bennet returned to framing the walls he had left before the weekend. He lifted the nail gun and fell into the rhythm of the work, the steady beat almost meditative. He wiped his forehead with the crook of his arm, unable to do anything about the sweat pouring down his spine, clinging to the back of his shirt. He liked this kind of labor, didn't need to talk, didn't need to think. But today, his thoughts refused to stay buried. Lyla's smile. Jordan's trust. The weight of being caught between them. He lined up the beam, checked the measurements twice, then sank a nail with a sharp retort from the nail gun. His thoughts didn't settle, though. He hated disappointing people. And he hated the uncertainty of what would happen if he didn't go all in with Lyla. What if working for her made things weird? What if it made things too real? At a crossroads, he stood to wipe the sweat from his forehead once again, and realized that Jordan sat on a stack of lumber, watching him as he tore into a hearty sandwich. "So, how was the rodeo?" Jordan asked around a mouthful of food. Bennet slipped his nail gun into his tool belt and stretched. "Was it lunchtime already?" "Good. Place third." "Third? Nice work, man." Jordan's smile seemed genuine, and it left Bennet tugging on his belt. Bennet pulled out his phone, saw that it was indeed lunchtime, and made his way to his truck, Jordan following. This could be a good time to talk to him about Lyla, but the thought felt heavy on his shoulders. Bennet took a long drink of water and leaned on the tailgate beside Jordan. "You ever just wait for things to go wrong?" he asked before he could stop himself. Jordan paused mid-bite, eyebrows raised. "Only when I hire new guys with fast hands and trust issues." Bennet smirked, but his gut twisted. That's the problem with trust. It doesn't announce when it's going to fail you. It just breaks. "So we'll finish framing this week, right?" "Yeah, the electricians and plumber will come next, then sheetrock and finishing." Jordan eyed him. "Want to learn a new trade?" Bennet would have jumped at the chance last week, but now. He rolled his shoulders, then reached in to grab the apple he'd thrown in his truck that morning. "So," Jordan said again after swallowing the last of his sandwich and straightening to peer at him. "What's really going on?" Bennet snapped his head up and narrowed his eyes. Could he know already? "Don't give me that look. I know you well enough to know when you've got your head in the clouds." Jordan folded his arms and raised his eyebrows. "So what's on your mind?" Bennet swallowed, tore his eyes away from Jordan's penetrating stare, wondering if this was what it would have been like to have a big brother. "Well, Lyla." "I knew it." Jordan yipped and pulled at his hat. "I knew it the moment I saw the two of you together for the first time." Bennet scrunched his brow and shook his head. "Not sure what you mean, man." "She wants me to work for her." Jordan froze, and Bennet almost laughed at the comical look of confusion that came over his boss's features. "Work for her?" "Yeah, help at the hardware store, you know." Bennet bit into his apple, watching Jordan as he puzzled the pieces together. "Huh," Jordan said. "Well, that will give you all the more chance to, well, you know." Jordan winked. "So you're saying I can work for you around her schedule?" Bennet held off on taking the next bite, reading Jordan's eyes. "Yeah, man, like I said, framing's done this week. I don't have another new build for a couple of months." Jordan shifted his gaze to the half-built house, then back to Bennet. "I like you. You're a hard worker and you don't talk much. If you want to work with Lyla, go for it. If not, I'll train you in the other trades if you're game." "I would have been, might be at some point, but if Lyla needs me." Bennet shrugged and took another bite to keep him from rambling. "Take the chance, kid. Working that closely together will let you know if there's something, you know, between the two of you." Jordan lifted his gaze to peer down the drive as gravel popped under the tires of the sheriff's truck. Take the chance. Bennet had spent most of his life avoiding chances. That's what survival meant, sticking to what you could control. Like wood grain and nails. Like rope and reins. But Lyla wasn't something he could control. And maybe that's what made her feel like a risk worth taking. Or the kind that would wreck him. He shook the fear from him before it took over his expression, pushing a sardonic smile to his lips instead. "You're telling me to hit on my new boss?" Jordan laughed as he started toward the newcomer. "Bennet, there are no rules in love." Derek, the sheriff, hopped out of the truck just as Jordan's words left his mouth. "You got that right." He smiled and gave Jordan a nod, then Bennet. A deputy slid out from the passenger side, and Bennet paused his step, knowing he'd seen that man before. His heart raced as he filtered the guy through a series of memories. "I'd like you to meet my new deputy, Huxley Hayes." Derek motioned for Hayes to come up. "This is my good friend, Jordan. And another newcomer who seems to belong, Bennet Caldwell." Hayes shook Jordan's hand and then reached for Bennet's. The deputy's grin froze Bennet for half a second. Not because it was dangerous. Because it was familiar. Too familiar. He'd seen it before, but he couldn't remember where, and that unnerved him. He shook the man's hand anyway, the pressure in his chest thick and unwelcome. He wasn't in danger now. No one even knew, but still he had to fight the instinct to take a step back. Hayes' grip was firm but friendly. "I thought I recognized you. Steer Roper, right?" "Yeah," Bennet said, peering at the guy closer, recognizing him the moment he pushed up his hat. "Bronc Rider. I saw you on the circuit back, when was it? 5 years ago now." "Yeah, section finals senior year." Hayes laughed. "Wow, who knew I'd meet you again here?" "Deputy, huh?" Bennet asked. "I love it. Can't believe a place this quiet needs another full-time deputy," Hayes shrugged. "You'd be surprised," Derek replied, not elaborating. "Things aren't always as quiet as they look." Jordan cleared his throat and looked away. Bennet narrowed his eyes, feeling a sneaky sensation crawling up his spine. Hayes shifted his weight and adjusted his hat as if the comment unnerved him too. "So, you're working construction?" Bennet followed Hayes' gaze to the framed house. "For now," he said, glancing at Jordan, still unsure about how everything would play out. "Big shot here just took a job with the lovely Lyla," Jordan elbowed him. Derek's eyes widened. "Did you now?" Bennet shrugged. "She needs help." "Well, that's what Hope Lake's all about, helping each other." Derek smiled. "See, told you he belonged." A warm sensation flooded Bennet, making him squirm. "Thanks, I better." He motioned back to the house, before giving Hayes another acknowledging nod. "Good to run into you, man. I'm sure we'll be running into each other again soon." Hayes lifted a hand. Bennet nodded and turned away, but the hair on the back of his neck stayed raised. Hayes had done nothing wrong, in fact he seemed friendly enough, but something about the easy smile, the sharp eyes, the way he scanned the job site like he was sizing it up, it lit a memory Bennet hadn't touched in years. That same kind of look, long ago, from a man he thought he'd escaped. Just a glance in a crowded store. Just before everything went sideways. Jordan headed off with Derek and Hayes, but Bennet lingered a moment, fishing his phone from his pocket. A new message blinked from Josie. "Micah had another nightmare last night. He won't tell me what it was. If you're around later, he asked for you." Bennet's thumb hovered over the screen. The kid was tough, too tough for his own good. But something in his gut didn't sit right. What would a kid like Micah, barely 6, have nightmares about so often? A chill ran down his spine. He was all too familiar with nightmares. Something about Micah's stoic silence, in the midst of fear, reminded him a little too much of himself. He responded quickly, "Be there after work." Bennet glanced up, meeting Jordan's eyes. The guy had been watching him while chatting with Derek, his brow furrowed. Jordan gave him a knowing wink, then went back to talking with Derek. The options flew through Bennett's mind. Jordan took the news surprisingly well, almost as if he had expected it. Jordan's words echoed as Bennet returned to work, the nail gun falling in rhythmic thuds. Maybe Jordan was right. Maybe there were no rules in love. He wasn't sure what tomorrow held, or even what Lyla really wanted. But he could show up for her. And maybe, just maybe, that was a start. His heart rate kicked up a notch. Could Jordan be right? Should he take the plunge and seek more than a working relationship with Lyla? Would becoming her employee ruin that chance? The idea of working with Lyla sent his heart racing, but for reasons he couldn't quite put his finger on, it also made him nervous. It wasn't her, she was solid. Capable. Real. It was a feeling creeping in beneath the good things, like waiting for the other boot to drop. Like how life had always worked for him. He'd been safe before. Thought he'd found a home once. Turned out monsters didn't knock first. It felt nice to have Bennet working at the store, right, as if he somehow belonged there, almost more than she did. She didn't know if she liked that feeling or not. Her grandfather had always told her the hardware store would be hers one day, even though she didn't quite believe it. When she was young, spending summers helping him stock the shelves, she couldn't wait until the store was hers. It had seemed like a magical dream. She loved all the possibilities at the store. With just a few items, a person could transform their home or create something new. That feeling filled her as she walked into her store, though it felt odd to have it already unlocked, ready, open, and waiting. Bennet paused in wiping down the countertops as the doorbell jingled. His warm smile pushed away the shadow that had been in his eyes. "Morning, boss," he said. Finishing the counter, he settled against it. "You shouldn't call me that." She rolled her shoulders at the thought. Somehow it didn't seem right. "But I am working for you." Bennet's grin widened. "That makes you my boss." "Legalities." She waved the idea away as she set her backpack full of lake gear and her water bottle behind the counter. "I'd prefer if you'd just call me by my name." "Have it your way, Lyla." He folded the cleaning cloth, giving her a slight wink. It must have been her imagination, but it sure seemed like he purposefully made her name sound exotic. It wasn't her fault that the way it rolled off his tongue made her heart thrum. She busied herself rearranging the front counter items. Something that was fine the way it was, but kept her hands busy. "So, I thought you were taking the day off?" Bennet raised an eyebrow, his eyes focused on her hands. Had he just fixed those this morning? She dropped her hands and strode to the nearest shelf, which held rows of propane canisters, looking for things not lined up or lacking. "I am." She touched the canisters, not finding one out of place. "My friend from the city is coming in today. I'm taking her to the lake." "And you're meeting here?" Bennet asked as if it were a strange thing to do. "Well, yeah. It's easier to find than my lake house. I don't want her getting lost." Lyla shrugged and purposefully looked out the window. "She should be here any minute." "I thought city girls knew their way around." Bennet coughed and made himself busy checking the items behind the register. "Ha ha." Lyla picked up a canister of propane to distract her from the heat filling her cheeks. The nerve of the guy. That sounded bad. He cleared his throat. "I just meant, aren't you guys used to driving around in crazy traffic? Wouldn't a small town be easier?" Lyla kept her face averted, focusing on the cold canister of propane rolling in her hands. "It can be scary for some." "Small towns are scary?" Bennet had stopped. She heard the silence of his actions. Finally, she set the canister down, lined it up, and turned toward him. "Sometimes." She didn't bother to mention exactly what kind of fear small towns gave her. His confused expression showed he probably wouldn't understand the feeling of being swallowed by small town or rural life. "Oh, she's here." Lyla ran out the door just as her friend pulled up in her sparkling clean hybrid. "You made it," she squealed the moment her friend opened the car door. "I thought I would never make it." Sophia slammed her door and ran to the sidewalk to give Lyla a hug. "I swear I drove like 10 minutes without seeing another car." Lyla hugged her friend, laughing at the shiver that shook her. "It's a safe town." After she said it, her eyes landed on Derek's truck, and she thought about all the crazy things that had been happening over the last several years, including to Derek's wife. She shook off the foreboding and pushed a bigger smile to her lips. "Come on." She pulled Sophia toward the store. "I just have to grab my backpack." "You're not going to show off your store?" Sophia slipped off her sunglasses as they entered the air-conditioned building. "And the guy you hired? What a cutie." She had lowered her voice, but by the red creeping up Bennet's neck, not enough. Lyla smacked her friend. "Behave. Don't scare him away. I need him." Then she raised her voice, locking arms with Sophia. "Come meet Bennet." Bennet tipped his cowboy hat in greeting when Lyla introduced Sophia, who practically swooned. "I didn't know cowboys actually did that in real life." Sophia pressed a hand against her chest. Bennet cleared his throat. I need to get more," and he disappeared into the back. "I told you not to scare him." Lyla laughed and smacked her friend again. Bennet did look quite swoon-worthy, tipping his hat and playing bashful. She shook the thought from her mind and reached around the counter to grab her backpack. Bennet came out of the back with a handful of bags and arranged them behind the counter. "You gals going kayaking?" He glanced back toward the rear of the store where she kept her boats. Not today, Lyla said. Just sunbathing. I've done enough traveling. That drive is long. Sophia feigned a fainting spell. Her friend had always been more outgoing and dramatic than Lyla, which might be why they got along so well. They balanced each other out. Bennet met her eyes the moment she turned toward him. Do you need anything before I go? He shook his head. I've got this. You enjoy your day off. He looked away for a moment, then back at her. Just be safe. Lyla is quite the swimmer, Sophia said, grabbing her arm. She could rescue me if needed, even you, I bet. You're going to need rescuing if you don't stop this, Lyla muttered through a forced smile. I'm sure she could, Bennet said, his voice deeper than one would expect and his gaze intense as it locked onto hers. I'll see you Tuesday? Yeah. We're closed tomorrow, and you've got your meetup with Micah anyway, right? Yep, Bennet said. We'll probably go for a hike. Well? Lyla pushed her rudely staring friend toward the door. Enjoy your time with Micah, and see you Tuesday morning. Bennet lifted a hand. Wait. He came around the counter to hand her an insulated water bottle that she had forgotten. Don't want to get dehydrated. He winked. No, definitely not. Thank you. She pushed Sophia out the door, laying into her the moment it closed. What in the world was that? Bennet still watched them from beyond the window, waving a hand in farewell before turning back into the store. What? Sophia laughed. He's a cutie. She leaned into her. And you're jealous. I'm not, Lyla said, huffing and slinging her backpack over her shoulder. Well, it wouldn't do me any good to make a move on him anyway. She flipped her hair back, twisting it into a messy bun. Why's that? Lyla asked, motioning for her to follow into the park behind the store. The beach there was the best one in town, and they could walk a ways down to avoid the Saturday crowds. Why's that? Sophia asked incredulously. You've got to be joking. Like you can't see it. See what? Lyla stepped onto the sand, holding onto her friend's arm for balance as she took off her shoes. That cowboy only has eyes for you. Sophia stared hard at her. Whatever. She pushed her friend. I'm not getting swallowed up by this town. I told you. So you say. Sophia laughed as she slipped off her own shoes and took a few running steps into the warm sand. I don't know. It might not be so bad. The sun warmed her skin, and the sand slipped between her toes. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live here. A cute cowboy to help her run the store. Kayaking and enjoying the lake whenever she wanted. It was a much more relaxed life. Reality hit her as her friend sighed. Lyla knew that the relaxation would wear off eventually, and all she'd be left with was boredom. There were no movies, no theater, no dance clubs, no museums, or any culture here. It was stagnant, as if nothing ever changed. How could she be happy in a place without room for growth? They walked along the sandy shore, arms linked, as Sophia filled her in on all the city gossip she'd missed over the last few months. After they passed the few families on the shore, Lyla stopped to pull towels from her pack. Oh, let's go there. Sophia pointed to the crag of rock that always seemed like a separator from the public beach to the private ones. You could walk along the entire shore, but if you set up in someone's backyard, you were sure to hear about it. The rock itself was fair game. Sophia had always been one to explore and push the limits, as if she knew life was short and didn't want to miss out on any of it. On the rocks? Lyla asked. Wouldn't the sand be more comfortable to lie on? Of course, I just want to climb it first. Suit yourself, Lyla said with a laugh. I'll set things up here. While Sophia climbed on the rock, Lyla laid out the towels, pleased that it wasn't a windy day. Only a slight breeze swept the hair from her face. She sat on her towel, knees pulled up, and looked out across the lake. It was pretty and peaceful. There were definitely things she loved about Hope Lake, but staying here forever. She shivered. A dark shape loomed into her view as a canoe came onto the shore. Two men wobbled the boat as they clumsily got out. One muttered a harsh criticism to the other, and shoved the paddle into his hands so he could drag the boat onto the sand. Something about the way the man moved seemed familiar, and a tendril of apprehension wrapped around her. The guy turned then, seeing her, and instantly she recognized him as the guy who made Bennet act weird in the store. "Fancy meeting you here," he said. He took a few steps toward her, blocking the sun that hit her face, and an instant chill came over her. "Glad you found your way to the lake." She resisted the urge to crawl backward, craning her neck to get a good look at him. The guy definitely was not a local. His tattoo snaked under the sleeve of his shirt, but his face was nondescript. He smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes, which held no warmth. Maybe Bennet was right about the guy. She grabbed her bag, pretending to look for her water bottle, but wrapping her hands around the pepper spray she always carried. "You were right about the lake," he said. "I think my nephew will love it." Lyla pushed a smile onto her face as she grasped the pepper spray in her hand and gave him a small nod. "Well, see you around?" The guy waved and turned back to help the other guy carry the boat toward the parking lot. Sophia plopped next to her. "Who was that?" "Customer." Lyla didn't hide the wariness in her voice, and her fingers still gripped the pepper spray hidden in her pack. "Guess even small towns have their creeps, huh?" "Small towns don't have creeps, they have out-of-towners." Lyla forced her fingers to release their grip on her safety device, as the men disappeared from view. Sophia laughed. "Does that mean I'm a creep?" "What?" Lyla blinked and focused back on her friend. "Well, if creep and out-of-towner go hand in hand, where does that leave me?" "You mean us?" "No," Sophia lowered her voice. "Me? You belong here, you just don't want to admit it." While Sophia lowered herself onto the towel, Lyla remained sitting and wondering. She had reacted very territorially about her beach and her town. Could Sophia be right? She did feel protective about Hope Lake, and she enjoyed her visits, but that was it. This was her vacation spot, not her life. If Sophia was right about Bennet, and Lyla didn't think she was, though her heart raced at the thought, she would have to be more careful. Leading Bennet on wouldn't be right. He was her ticket out of there. A relationship with him would only be a chain holding her to the small town life she desperately wanted to escape. 3. Returning to Camp Hope always filled Bennet with a twisted jumble of emotions. A reminder of not being enough and hope that one day he would be. He may not have found his forever family, but Josie had helped get him into the boys' home that had changed his life. That ranch had given him something to live for, rodeo. It also gave him skills for work and for life. The staff there wasn't family, and some were downright awful, but several of them had made an impact on him. Leroy was one of them. After learning how to rope at Camp Hope from one of Josie's rodeo guys, Leroy harnessed that interest, teaching him after evening chores. He was the one who got him onto the high school rodeo team, and ensured he had rides to and from practices and events. Bennet's heart had warmed, and a sliver of trust began only to be shattered again. Memory pushed him back to the day he'd returned with his first medal, eager to show it to Leroy, only to see the cop cars leaving with him in the back seat. Maybe it was wrong to hope. Every time he did, something came to steal it away. "Hey, Bennet." Josie's voice intruded on his thoughts, and he returned to the present, realizing he stood at the railing of the arena just as the sun crested the peaks. "Hi, Josie." Bennet blinked his mind back into focus. "How's he doing?" "Well, honestly, he looks like you just did a moment ago." "Everything okay?" Josie rested a cool hand on his arm, her eyes penetrating as they always were. "Oh yeah, just got lost in memories." He forced a smile. Well, I hope memories that darken your eyes like that have nothing to do with Camp Hope." He cleared his throat and pulled at his shirt. "Never. This place holds the best memories. You remember that cowboy who taught me how to rope?" "Of course I do," she said, leaning against the fence with him. "Gosh, that must have been, 13 years ago now?" "Something like that." He pushed off the fence to stare at the steer dummy, probably not the same one he learned on, but a replica. That moment changed my life. I like to hear that. Josie shaded her eyes, and then motioned with her head. There's another little guy whose life has changed here, but this time that change happened because of you. Bennet glanced up the hill to see Micah running toward them, constantly scanning the cabins and trees on either side of him. I don't see much of a change, actually. I wonder if I'm doing any good at all. The kid is just as scared as he was the day I met him. You're right. He's still scared. Josie pushed off the fence to meet his eyes. But he's talking to you about it, that's huge. He isn't talking to the counselor? Josie shook her head. No. Megan actually wanted to talk with you today, after you're done with Micah. Hoping to get some insight on how to reach him. Bennet stiffened. Him talk to the therapist? I'm sure she won't take too much of your time, Josie said, squeezing his arm. Thanks for everything you do for that kid. He's special, you know. Bennet pushed off his anxiety about the therapist, as his lips tugged into a knowing smile. You say that about all of them. Josie winked. Maybe, but isn't every kid special? Yeah. Bennet scratched at his chin, realizing he hadn't shaved that morning. I guess. The only person who had ever called him special was Josie, and besides her, only Leroy had come close to making him feel special, and Leroy. Bennet. Micah said as he ran up to him, panting. Hey buddy. Bennet squatted to meet the boy. He wasn't doing hugs yet, but getting on his level always made his shoulders relax slightly. I wasn't sure you were coming today. Micah tugged on his shirt. Have I ever missed one of our days? Bennet tipped up his cowboy hat to see the boy better. No. Micah said the word hesitantly, as if he was uncertain if that was the truth or not. So how about a hike today? Bennet started to rise, but Micah's eyes widened in such an expression of fright that he lowered back down. Hey, what's wrong? Not the woods. Micah looked past him toward the forest, wrapping his arms tightly around himself. A shiver of a nightmarish memory snaked down Bennet's spine as he glanced at the forest. Nothing stirred among the dark trunks. In fact, the day was bright, and the birds sang cheerily from the branches. What's wrong with the forest, bud? Micah shook his head to the point of knocking himself off balance. Bennet grasped his arm, gently keeping him upright. The boy immediately squirmed out of the touch. But he leaned forward, whispering. He's out there. I know he's watching me. Who, Micah? Bennet asked, holding his breath and hoping today might be the breakthrough moment. He had been working with Micah for 4 months now. Even when camp wasn't in session, because his foster family was local, Josie arranged his weekly visits. It took 1 month of almost daily visits for Micah to say more than just polite responses and short one-word answers to questions. But still, he was so far from knowing what haunted the poor kid. Micah licked his lips, his eyes flicking from the forest back to Bennet. I saw him. No one believes me, but I saw him. Who? Bennet asked again, but the boy shook his head. He'll take me away. Don't make me go out there. Micah stepped back, looking all around him. Bennet held up his hands, moving them slowly. Hey, buddy. It's okay. We don't have to go for a hike today. Let's just hang out with the horses, huh? The boy nodded, but his shoulders still shook in fear. Bennet gently urged him into the barn, where the scent of hay and horses would calm them both. Josie couldn't tell him confidential matters from Micah's file, but Bennet knew enough from what Micah said and how he acted, his heart dropped to his stomach, and from his own past, to know that Micah had gone through something traumatic. He glanced back at the forest before they went into the barn. The only question was whether that trauma was entirely in the past, or if something or someone was still actually haunting the kid. Doing his best to shake the fear lingering in him, he focused on teaching Micah how to rope. The kid was small and not very adept at the tight movements needed, but almost every kid liked to throw things. Even more than throwing things, they liked one-on-one attention and feeling safe. Obviously, Micah felt safe with him. According to Josie, Bennet was the only one Micah would talk to beyond short responses, and his visits were the only time Micah smiled, much less laughed. So Bennet made it his goal to make Micah laugh as much as he could every visit. This visit was harder. Micah pulled into himself more, was quiet, more serious. Although he seemed to enjoy throwing the rope and cheered when he made it loop around the steer dummy, he immediately glanced toward the woods, as if the small amount of noise he made would make him visible to whatever he feared. After he walked Micah back to his cabin so he could rinse off and get ready for dinner, Bennet took a deep breath and did as Josie requested. He should feel comfortable with Megan. For the last couple of months, he'd been helping her husband Tyler break the new colts. He felt comfortable around her on the ranch, but her office? A therapist's office? A shiver went through him. He rapped his knuckles on the therapist's door as he stepped in. The blonde looked up from her desk, her smile brightening as recognition took over her eyes. "Hi, Bennet." Bennet tipped his hat. "Josie said you wanted to talk, about Micah, that is." "Yes, I would love to. Please." She stood, motioning to the chair in front of her desk. He glanced suspiciously at the couch, and wondered if that's where she usually had her patients sit. He'd seen them sitting there when walking by with Micah from time to time. Luckily, she hadn't asked him to sit there. Therapists and he never got along. "You still working with Jordan?" She smiled at him, warm and welcoming. At times," he said, but his brow furrowed. "I'm good friends with Jordan and his wife." She sat back in her chair. "Oh." That made more sense, and he settled into the chair she had motioned to. "I've been helping out at the hardware store." She nodded. "I'm sure Lyla appreciates that. She's a sweet girl." "Yeah," he said, hating how lilting his voice sounded saying it. Megan pressed her lips together and moved some papers on her desk, and he appreciated her not commenting further on his life. "So Micah." "Yeah, poor kid." Bennet tapped his boot on the floor. "He hasn't opened up to you at all?" "Nope." Megan sighed. "He just sits there, hugging himself, sometimes rocking. He won't even let me comfort him." Bennet understood. He had been the same way. Probably why he never found a forever home. The thought choked him, instantly nauseating him. He won't find his forever home if... Megan's eyes softened and filled. It takes a special family to take on a child with a history like his. Most people aren't qualified for what Micah needs. Bennet blinked. He pulled off his hat and fiddled with it in his lap. "You've reached him, though." Bennet looked up, reading the hope in her eyes. "Somewhat. He won't tell me who he's afraid of, or why." Bennet licked his lips and blew out a breath. "I know you can't share anything because of confidentiality, but is there a reason he should be scared?" A sharp flash of fear pierced her eyes for a moment. So fast, Bennet wasn't sure if he really saw it, but the feeling left him with more of a sense of connection with her, as if she understood what fear was. "Not that I'm aware of, but..." She glanced out the window, and he had the sense of memories flashing through her. Without him sharing what happened, we don't really know for sure, even then. Bennet's boot started tapping faster. He knew what that was like. You never knew, you just had to become accustomed to always looking over your shoulder. Surely in a small town, though. "Micah says he's seen this person, this man." Bennet cleared his throat. He didn't want to betray the boy's trust, but if he could really be in danger. "In the woods." "He's seen him in the woods." Megan's eyes widened slightly before she fully turned toward him, her eyes reading his. "And you believe him?" "I believe he thinks he saw the guy. I don't know if there was someone actually there." Bennet shrugged to hide the shiver that overtook him. There was no doubt the kid was terrified of whoever this man was, but fear made you see all sorts of things, and not all of them were real. "We have pretty good security, but we butt up to a lot of BLM land." Megan bit her lip and tapped her pencil. "I'll talk with Josie. It wouldn't hurt to be more cautious, just in case. If nothing else, it might make Micah feel safer." "Thank you," Bennet said, the constriction in his chest slightly easing. You seem, Megan paused. I don't mean to overstep, but it seems like you might understand Micah's perspective more than just anyone would. Bennet placed his hat back on his head. No offense, ma'am, but I came here for Micah, not to fish out my past. She smiled and nodded. Understood. She stood and held out her hand. I appreciate you coming by, Bennet. Micah means a lot to me, and I appreciate any information that will help him. Bennet grasped her hand, surprised at the solid handshake, and inclined his head. Anything I can do to help Micah, just call. I will. He tipped his hat once more, and escaped from the confines of the room that seemed to want to swallow him. No wonder Micah didn't talk there. He rolled his shoulders to disperse the anxiety of being forced to talk. He hated talking. That gave him a sudden compassion for little Micah. His gaze strayed up to the cabin where the boy was staying. He had felt so alone and terrified as a kid, Micah must feel the same. He glanced at the clock as he left Camp Hope, regret filling him the moment he saw he was late to meet Lyla at the store. He had an ongoing meet-up with Micah on Sundays, but when he was really struggling, Josie would call him to come for emergency visits like this morning. He thought he could make it work, but stopping to talk to Megan threw off his timing. Why hadn't he thought of that? Would Lyla decide he wasn't reliable because he hadn't shown up? He thought about pulling out his phone to text her, but it would take more time to pull over. Better to keep driving and get there. As much as it caused anxiety to think about letting Lyla down, it was a good distraction from all the past that got churned up from talking with Josie, Micah, and Megan. The more he worked with Lyla, the more he wanted to know her. But how could he ever give love a chance coming from the mess he came from? He didn't even know what it meant to be a family. The pull between the life available in the city and the people of her hometown had always torn Lyla in two. This time was no different, except it was. This time she had the store to consider, and Bennet. She glanced out the large front window, fighting against the annoyance that had slowly grown within her. Was she annoyed at catching herself looking for him, or annoyed that he was late? So it's not just a one-way thing, huh? Sophia's eyes twinkled as she sat at the counter watching her. What? Lyla asked, pulling her eyes from the window and straightening a display that didn't need straightening. You're interested too, aren't you? Sophia cocked her head, but Lyla intentionally ignored her. That guy helping you out, Bennet. He's late. Lyla pushed the words out as she strode to grab the large dust mop broom to sweep the aisles. And you're annoyed because being late is inconsiderate, or because you're worried? Sophia kicked her legs, enjoying this a little too much for Lyla's taste. You should have been a shrink, Lyla muttered. Oh, there's a lot of psychology in marketing. Sophia laughed her hearty full laugh that meant she was truly in her realm. Lyla paused her sweeping to look at her friend. I've missed you. I know you have, Sophia said, pretending to stick her nose up in the air. I'm just so lovable. I'm serious, Lyla said, sweeping toward her and sitting next to her. I want to go back to the city. Do you? Sophia asked, her tone turning more serious than usual as she hopped off the counter and sat on the stool. You have it good here. You're putting your business degree to good use with the store, and I mean, the guy is hot, and he's a cowboy. Lyla rolled her eyes, then sighed. But there's no life here. No parties or dancing. No culture. It's the same old people day after day, with a few tourists thrown in. Plus, what about my mom? Your mom will be fine. There's an appeal here. Sophia spun on the stool and stopped to look at her. There's no traffic. Sure there is. Just wait until you get behind a logging truck, Lyla muttered, twirling the broom around aimlessly before sitting on a stool next to her friend. Sophia laughed again. What is really behind this fear? Lyla shrugged. She pushed off the stool and took the broom in hand once again. I'm just going to miss you. Well, how about we make plans for you to come see me, and me to come see you? Sophia smiled. There's no reason we have to wait months between visits. But the store is open 5 days a week, and I have to do paperwork on the days I'm closed, and you have a handsome cowboy working for you, so you can take more time off. Sophia hopped off the stool, her eyes going to the window. Let's make it every other week. Every other week? Lyla followed her friend's gaze to where Bennet jumped out of his truck, stopping his quick gait to help Mrs. Fields put her groceries in the car again. Yeah, every other week I'll either come here or you come to me. We'll take turns. Sophia stood next to her. Deal? Lyla blinked, tearing her eyes off of Bennet. Yeah, I like that. I can get through 2 weeks. It gives me a goal, at least until I can convince Bennet to take over completely. Sophia rolled her eyes. I have a feeling that desire will change. She looped her arm with Lyla's. Now come on. Your knight in shining armor is here, so you can walk me out. I need to get back for my 3 o'clock meeting. Bennet hesitated in front of the door, his eyes meeting hers. His shoulders rolled back as if he were about to face off against a major foe, before he came through the glass door and into the store. Hey boss, Lyla? I'm sorry I'm late. I was at Camp Hope and it won't happen again. Bennet pulled down his hat in greeting to Sophia, but beyond a flick of acknowledgement, his eyes remained on Lyla. You better make sure of that, Lyla muttered, but there was no conviction in her reprimand. He must have sensed it because one corner of his mouth lifted, showing a hint of the dimple in his left cheek. The dimple that always made her tummy feel a bit fluttery. She tore her eyes off his lips and looked to Sophia, whose eyes sparkled with knowing. I'm walking my friend out to say goodbye. Oh, going back to the city? Bennet asked, his eyes flicking to Sophia before landing back on Lyla. Was Sophia right, or was he just being extra cautious since he was late and worried she was upset? Yep, all the big lights, culture, dancing, parties, and traffic. Lucky me. Sophia giggled and nudged into Lyla. Huh? You're only saying that because you get to go back. It would be a different story if you were trapped here. From the corner of her eyes, Lyla saw Bennet stiffen slightly and shift his weight. Well, I'll just get started. Nice to meet you, Sophia, right? Bennet tipped his hat again. Yep, and you'll be seeing a lot more of me, isn't that right, Lyla? Sophia linked arms with her as they walked past Bennet and toward the door. I'll have to figure out the schedule with you. Lyla met his eyes briefly. Sophia's talking about making visits more regular. Yeah, maybe if you visit back in the city you might realize how good you have it here. Sophia laughed and waved to Bennet. See ya, cowboy. Lyla rolled her eyes and tugged her friend out the door. You're a menace. I know, but you love me. Sophia linked their arms again as they walked down the street to her car. Hi, Lyla. Caitlin waved at her from across the street. Lyla smiled as she waved back. Caitlin had been sweet and attentive since she had returned to Hope Lake. See, already making friends. Sophia folded her arms. That's Caitlin. She used to babysit me. Lyla watched as Caitlin waved once more before heading into the grocery store. And she can't be a friend because of that? Sophia raised an eyebrow. She has a group of friends. Lyla shrugged, her heart warming at the thought of dancing with them at Shane and Addie's wedding. They're fun. So why don't you hang out with them? Lyla screwed up her face. They're older than me. Sophia laughed and drew her into a hug. Oh girl, you are a case, you know that. I'm sure going to miss you. Whatever, you'll be voice texting me as soon as you leave the county. Lyla pushed a laugh through the hard lump in her throat as she stepped back. She kicked the tire to check the air pressure and peeked under the car to make sure there weren't any leaks, anything to keep her from crying. I just had it serviced, Sophia said, opening the car door. Don't stress. 2 weeks, remember? Yeah, Lyla sighed. The thought eased the anxiety coursing through her. You're right, that helps. Told ya. Sophia winked as she sat in the driver's seat, closed the door, and rolled down the window. So, what do you think I'll text you about before I leave the county? Where is the county line anyway? I don't want to miss that expectation. After Hope Town, you've got about 35 minutes to come up with something good. Lyla stood back as Sophia started the car, swallowing the lump and blinking. 2 weeks. Bye, boss lady. Sophia called her the nickname she'd given her the first year they met, after she heard Lyla managing her group project. See ya, sass queen. Lyla smiled past the pain and lifted her hand in farewell as Sophia turned onto the main street and drove out of town, her hand waving wildly until the road made a curve. Lyla drew in a deep breath and let it out with a loud exhale. Hard to say goodbye to good friends, huh? Caitlin spoke from next to her. Lyla jumped and spun toward her with a hand on her chest. Man, Caitlin, it's like you came out of nowhere. It's amazing how quiet I can be without my little ones. Thank goodness for grandparents. Knowing they're having fun and getting spoiled while you grocery shop alone is a gift. Caitlin sighed. Was that a friend from college? Yeah, she's the best. Lyla's gaze fell on the road where her friend had disappeared. You wish you were going with her, don't you? Caitlin shifted her weight as if preparing for a long talk. Lyla let out another sigh. I just don't belong here. This town will swallow you up and... Lyla's cheeks filled with heat as Caitlin's features shifted. You know, Caitlin said. I thought I was doing the best thing when I left Hope Lake. Then it sucked you right back in, Lyla muttered. Caitlin laughed. Well, in a way it did. It became my refuge and my saving grace. Now, I couldn't want for a better place to raise my kiddos. I mean, where else could we do all of the adventures we love to do, right in our backyard? Lyla folded her arms over her chest, feeling like a lectured child. So pretty much you're saying once I mature, I'll realize how wonderful this place is? Caitlin shot a hand over her mouth, but the laugh still choked through. It took several moments of Lyla waffling between mortification, anger, and laughing herself before Caitlin drew in a deep breath. I'm sorry, really. Caitlin held up a hand as she calmed herself completely. That wasn't my intention, honey, but it does seem to work that way. Many of us leave, and one day we realize we never should have. I'm not sure if that's maturity, or experience, or a glutton for punishment? Lyla added helpfully, the edge of her lips lifting. Well, there are many perceptions in this world. Caitlin smiled, looking at her with kindness. Since you are here, at least for the time being, you really should come hang out with us. We're not old geezers, you know. We still like to have fun. Lyla nodded, thinking about what Sophia had said. Yeah, 5 years doesn't seem as big a gap once we're in our 20s, does it? Not at all, and I don't think it will change once I hit 30, it's coming on soon. Caitlin reached in to hug her, then nodded toward her shop. How's Bennet working out? Great, he learns fast and is trustworthy. Lyla felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Jordan isn't upset I stole him, is he? Nah. Caitlin waved the thought away. He still works with him on Mondays when you're closed, and picks up extra hours when Jordan needs him on the weekends or after hours. He's a good guy. The way she said it made Lyla's stomach tie up in knots. Did everyone think there was something going on between them? Her heart thrummed with the thought of realizing it wasn't such a bad feeling. It's not like that. Lyla heard how lame her words sounded, and glanced at the shop and back to Caitlin. Caitlin cleared her throat. Anyway, we're all hanging out on Sunday at our spot on the lake. You know where it is. Come by. We're barbecuing. Everyone would love to see you. Thanks, Lyla said, taking a step toward the shop. I'll think about it. We could pick you up, Caitlin said. You've got friends here, chica. Don't forget that. I won't. Thank you. So I'll see you Sunday. Caitlin waved as she turned to walk in the other direction. Lyla stared at Caitlin while backing toward the store, wondering how her old babysitter did that. Caitlin could always get Lyla to do whatever she wanted without even realizing it was happening. When she was a kid, it was brushing her teeth and getting ready for bed. Now it was being social in a small town that was trying its hardest to swallow her whole. She spun as she reached the door, walking right into something solid yet yielding. "Oh there," Bennet said, his arms circling her to keep her from falling. "You okay?" "Yeah, Lyla." Heat filled her almost to the burning point where his hands pressed against her back, and his chest pushed against hers. She didn't want this. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. She stepped back, putting distance between herself and Bennet, needing to remember that he was her escape plan, not another reason to keep her in the small nowhere town. 4. What was it about this town that drew Bennet in, and made him forget that everyone eventually turns their back on him? A longing tugged at him, as he drove away from Camp Hope. Glancing in his rearview mirror, he saw Micah stop at the entrance to his cabin and watch Bennet's truck. Before Bennet took the turn out of the camp, he stuck his hand out in a wave. The boy lifted a small hand and glanced quickly into the woods before running through the door of his cabin. The kid was spooked. The problem was that each time Micah opened up, it was harder for Bennet to convince the boy that he was safe. It seemed as if Micah couldn't shake the feeling of eyes in the forest. This kid pulled every one of Bennet's old skeletons from the closet so they could dance in a mockery before him. He rolled his shoulders back and shook the memories off him. He didn't need to go back there. None of that needed stirring up. Sometimes he thought it would be best for him to stop visiting Micah, so he could return to forgetting his tormented childhood. Yet there was something about the boy that kept Bennet coming back, just like this town. What was it? Hope Lake wasn't the first small town he'd lived in, and sooner or later he was always pushed out of each one, just like all the foster homes, and even the boys' home in the end. The boys' home had given a lot to him, and he understood he had to leave at 18 to make room for new kids who needed it. He had been old enough to make it on his own, and they had given him the skills to do so. Even knowing that, leaving still left a sting as he took his one suitcase of belongings and walked away from the only home he had known. "Ah!" Bennet grunted in frustration. The dang past always sucked him back. He jammed the radio button and turned up the hit country song of the season, something about summer love, which of course made him think of Lyla. His truck bounced over the broken pavement as he skirted town and headed toward Hope Town. The bounce pulled him back to the present, his heart throbbing with turmoil. He wasn't going into the bigger town, rather he turned off on a dirt road after just a few miles. It wasn't the first time he had gone out to Tyler's, a good friend of Jordan's. The guy had an impressive start to a horse ranch, and he'd had him help tame Greenbrooks before. Today Jordan was coming to watch, and then Bennet would help him hoist the beams of his latest project. This town was like the Brady Bunch, always pulling together and helping each other. It was easy to get lost in it, but at night, alone with his thoughts, he wondered when they'd pull the welcome mat from under him. When would they stop calling? When would they realize he was more work than worth? The truck settled onto the long dirt driveway, as if it belonged there. He loved his truck. Sure, it was a hefty investment, but he wasn't afraid of working hard. The feel of independence in his hands. He parked next to Jordan's truck, hopped out and then noticed Derek's truck. It really was the entire crowd here, or a good part of it at least. At the slam of his door, the guys wandered out of the barn, Jordan, Derek, and Hayes. The last one had Bennet slightly pausing his step, before he reminded himself that he was just a rodeo guy. That's why he seemed familiar. Tyler led a prancing, sleek gelding into the corral. The horse was a thing of beauty, like a youthful version of his steadfast steed, Eli. "This one's got lots of spunk," Jordan said, motioning Bennet over. He rolled his shoulders and greeted the group. Hayes' eyes lit up as he shook his hand. "Knew I'd see you again." Bennet gave him a brief nod, before turning his gaze back on the horse. Tyler had him on a lunge, using a whip when needed to keep him moving in a wide circle around him. Bennet flinched at the flick of the whip, his back burning with ghosts of pain. For a heartbeat he was a boy again, braced for the strike. But Tyler never let it touch the horse. He snapped the whip harmlessly through the air, only using the sound to urge the animal on. When he wasn't working the colt forward, he lowered the whip until its tip brushed the dirt, hidden from sight. Tyler really was a horse whisperer. So why did he need Bennet? Think he'll tire him out enough for you to do your magic? Jordan's eyes danced in expectation. I wouldn't call it magic. Bennet leaned against the fence, hiding his face so the others wouldn't see the warmth the compliment gave him. The way Jordan explains it sure sounds like magic. Derek chuckled. That's why we're here. Nice break from the paperwork. Hayes tugged on his hat. If you want, I could give it a go. Break him down for you a bit? Bennet stiffened, feeling the beginnings of being wedged out of the group already. Would this be how it happened? He glanced at Hayes, reading any hidden intentions in his eyes. Instead, he found only pure excitement and hope. How long had it been since you sat on a bronc, Hayes? Bennet asked. Couple of years, I'd say, at least. Hayes shifted his weight and slid his hands down the front of his jeans. Tyler slowed the horse, nostrils flaring and side heaving, and led him to where they all stood on the fence line. He gave Bennet a wink. He's ready for you. Hayes's hands fell, and Bennet knew the disappointment that ran through the guy. Actually, Hayes here wanted the first shot. He briefly inclined his hat toward the newcomer. Oh. Tyler's eyes scanned Bennet before landing on Hayes. That right? Yes, sir. I didn't place as well as Bennet, but I've done my share of rodeoing. You're technically on the clock. Derek cleared his throat and looped his thumbs. If you get hurt. I'll just say it happened off the job, sir. Promise. Hayes didn't wait for Derek's response. He just glanced at Bennet and hopped the fence. The quick movement startled the horse, and it reared slightly. Tyler drew the rope to him, pulling his head down and stroking his nose as he murmured something too soft to distinguish. Bennet secretly loved watching Tyler work. There was something about his calm presence that exuded a peace that went beyond natural. I didn't miss the fun, did I? Faith took forever to fall asleep for her nap. Megan joined the group, smiling at Bennet as she settled at the fence beside him. No, ma'am. Hayes is about to get on now. Bennet motioned to where the young deputy acquainted himself with the horse. Oh, I was looking forward to watching you and your magic. She winked at him. His cheeks warmed, and he fiddled with his hat and glanced away, clearing his throat. Your husband's the one with the magic. I don't know why he doesn't do the first ride. Megan's eyes bored into him until he turned to meet them. Her expression had sobered somewhat, but spoke more of her calm acceptance. He was injured during active duty. Oh. Bennet's throat swelled as he wished he could stuff his hat in his mouth. I didn't know. Physical therapy's done wonders. You can hardly notice his limp anymore, but with all the rods and pins holding his leg together, the doctor told him he'd better watch it. She touched his arm and gently squeezed it. That's why we're grateful for you. Well, Hayes is doing it today. Bennet raised his voice, feeling Jordan's eyes on him. The last thing he wanted was for Jordan to think they were talking in secret. Nah, man, just warming him up for you. Hayes grabbed the saddle horn, placed one foot in the stirrup, and lifted himself gently, easing the other leg over and settling softly in the saddle while the horse shifted uneasily. Steady, steady, Tyler held the gelding's head, keeping it low. Let me know when you got the wheels. Hayes shifted slightly, a familiar posture that thrummed through Bennet, hand loose on the reins and the other braced for balance. With a first ride, you never knew if you were going to get a rocking chair or a rodeo. Hayes gave a curt nod. Got him. Tyler gently unclasped the lead rope and backed away. He's all yours. Hayes licked his lips before setting his jaw. Then, with such a slight movement Bennet thought he'd imagined it, the deputy tapped his heel into the horse's side. As if it were a starting gun, the horse jumped, then bucked, racing around the arena, bent on kicking off the rider daring to sit upon him. The guys cheered and Bennet joined in with a whoop. Rodeo life. He's agile, quick. That he is. Tyler jumped over the fence to the other side of Megan and looked around her to meet Bennet's eyes. The new owner wants him trained as a cutting horse. That's where you come in. So this isn't a one-and-done thing, Bennet asked, running his calendar through his head. Well, the days are long now. Tyler grinned. Music to my ears. Hey now, you trying to steal my guy? Jordan shook his head in mock anger. Everyone's stealing my guy. Who else? Tyler's face fell. I don't want to impose. He's been helping Lyla, Megan said, her voice taking on the tone that women's do when they think there's a budding romance. Bennet hoped she was right. Is that so? Tyler chuckled. Well, that girl needs help. A large load was dumped on her shoulders. That's a lot to deal with by herself. The guys gave affirming grunts. Bennet realized he hadn't even thought of Lyla's predicament. Sure, he knew she had lived in the city and was running the store, but from the way this group acted, it was a lot more than that, or maybe that was a bigger deal than he understood. You're right, Megan said. I think we should step in, help out more. Katie invited her to the barbecue tomorrow. Maybe you could work your own magic. Jordan winked at her, before gazing back out to where Hayes now had the gelding cantering in the arena. Another master. I'm just glad he didn't break his neck, Derek muttered. The insurance would kill me. Hayes pulled up before them, the horse still dancing but calmer now. Your turn, Bennet. I know nothing about teaching a horse how to cut. Bennet tipped his hat to him. Oblige, sir. He eyed the deputy as they exchanged places, looking for hidden agendas, but the guy only exuded bliss and camaraderie. Bennet needed to relax. Not everyone from his past had something against him, or wanted something from him. Once on the horse, all thoughts disappeared. This was his happy place. Nothing mattered here but the moment, just him and the horse. He led the gelding through some introductory moves, determining right away that the horse had what was needed to make a cutter. When the horse had had enough, Bennet hopped off, planning on giving him a good rub-down. Magic. Tyler followed him into the barn. This guy's got it in his blood, I can tell. Bennet lifted off the saddle and picked up the currycomb, giving him a good scrub and rub down. Well, with his blood and your skills, the owner will be ecstatic, and so will my bank account, and yours too, of course. 10%. Same as always? Deal. Bennet didn't tell him he'd do it for free, just because he enjoyed the time so much. The gravel popped. Bennet lifted his head, looking past the gelding toward the trucks taking off. Jordan said you could give me a ride down to the construction site after we got this guy settled. Tyler dumped a can of grain into the feeder. Oh yeah, sure. I didn't realize you'd be coming. Bennet carried the saddle and blanket to the rack. When Jordan needs help, we all pitch in. He does so much for the rest of us. Tyler nodded toward his house. That wouldn't look like it does without him. It was practically falling apart when I got back. Bennet finished storing the tack, and then waited while Tyler added a flake of hay and checked the water. You couldn't tell now? Nope. I might have gotten it done, but years later and I needed it done fast, my niece's well-being required it. Bennet flicked his eyes toward the house. He'd seen his niece once, who he'd heard would start college in the fall. She's done well. Tyler shook his head and started toward Bennet's truck. Bennet watched closely, barely catching a slight nuance in his gait. He wasn't the only one with a painful past, but he wouldn't be the one to dig it up for Tyler, no matter how curious he was. Enlisting had been one of the many options talked about at the boys' home, but Bennet knew it wasn't for him. The mere thought of having to shoot someone else threw him into full-blown panic. Nope. Horses. Construction. Those were the places he belonged. They jumped into his truck and headed toward the large build Jordan had been working on. The beams in this place were massive. Even with the crane, he needed extra hands to get them into place. It's cool you guys always pull together, you know? Bennet clamped his lips shut and turned away, internally chastising himself for letting the words out. That's what we do, what we've always done, even when you wish they'd just leave you alone. Tyler chuckled, then looked out the window, lost in thought. Several miles down the road, he turned back to Bennet. It's not lost on us what you're doing. Bennet's mouth went dry. The ball dropped. Well, what do you mean? I mean, we notice you step up. Working 2 jobs, no, make that 3, including me. Tyler patted the truck. It's obvious you don't need the extra funds. You do it because that's who you are. Bennet swallowed, releasing his death grip on the steering wheel. The guy's eyes still landed on him, waiting. You do what needs to be done. Exactly, Tyler smiled and sat forward as Bennet parked in the large empty lot that would one day become a nice paved driveway. Jordan walked towards them as they hopped out. So, we'll see you tomorrow, right? Tyler asked Bennet. Huh? Bennet asked, his mind still reeling with the earlier conversation. The barbecue? Tyler looped his thumbs and looked at him with expectancy. Of course he is, that's a given. He's one of us. Jordan slapped his back as he joined them. He was one of them. Warmth filled Bennet as he followed the guys to where the beams waited for hoisting, but as they worked, something nagged at him, eating away at the warmth and leaving a cold, slick rock in his gut. He was brooding for a heartache. The deeper he invested himself in this town, the more it would hurt when they pushed him away. Lyla let the cool water lap over her toes, enjoying the feeling, trying to focus on it, rather than the laughing group that had invited her to come be a part of this town. Why had she let Caitlin convince her to come? It wasn't that she didn't enjoy them, they were a great group. She had fun dancing at Shane and Addie's wedding. It wasn't even that they were all at different stages in life than her, married, kids, all that domestic stuff. She liked kids. As if brought by her thoughts, little Marshall toddled over, pointing at the water moving across the sand. Water. The word came out more like wah-ah, and it instantly sent Lila's heart melting. She crouched down next to him and splashed the next wave that came up the shore. Do you like the water, Marshall? Marshall bent down and mimicked her splashing, erupting into a string of giggles. He stood up on his tiptoes and clapped his hands. I'll take that as a yes. Lyla remained squatting, eye level with the child, getting lost in the delight that sparkled in his eyes. I would too. The deep voice pulled her from the moment with little Marshall. Lyla shaded her eyes, looking up just as Bennet crouched beside her, his eyes holding almost the same light as the little one next to her. Hey, he said, dipping the hat he never seemed to be without. Hi. She turned away as heat crawled up her neck and into her cheeks. I was just thinking, it would be nice to be like a kid again, you know. They get excited about the smallest things, and they know exactly what they want. Mama, Marshall ran back toward Chastity, confirming her point. I see what you mean. Bennet chuckled, a deep, thrumming sound as he stood. She stood with him, glanced at his chocolate eyes staring right at her, and then quickly away to the horizon over the lake. Inwardly she cursed Sophia. If she hadn't put the thought in her mind about Bennet's interest in her, she wouldn't be looking for it every time their eyes met. But man, what if Sophia was right? He leaned in close, his breath warming her neck below her ear. Careful, you keep staring like that, it might just swallow you. Swallow me. She spun back toward him, their lips frustratingly close. What? He stood back slowly, painfully slow, the light in his eyes now dancing. I wouldn't want you to get stuck somewhere you didn't feel at home. His offhanded shrug both put her at ease and irritated her. He was teasing her, and yes, Sophia was right, he was flirting. But was it innocent, flirting? Like Jordan? Jordan was just a flirty guy. It didn't mean anything. Did Bennet pick up on his boss's tendency? Her heart hammered, and she pushed a tendril of hair out of her face. The breeze caressed her skin with a slight coolness on the warm day. That was something she missed. Any wind in the city felt hot, stagnant, and filled with fumes. The thought hit her like a semi, she had never thought of that before. And you? She asked, not wanting to get sucked into that train of thought. She loved the city, the fast-paced life, the clubs, the dancing, and the social life. Me? Bennet tugged at his shirt, a tank top she noticed, his arms slender but sculpted. Yeah, where's home to you? If she hadn't been watching his eyes that moment, she would have missed the instantaneous shift, like a dark cloud descending on a sunny day. He blinked, and his focus landed back on her, along with a twitching half-smile. I'm not even sure I would know what that feels like. He searched her eyes, and she realized he had just opened up, albeit slightly, to her. Had he ever admitted that to anyone before? Her chest tightened, and she longed to take him into her arms to comfort him. That was it, just to comfort him. He looked so much like a lost boy in that one unguarded moment. Isn't that the creepy guy? Bennet squinted across the lake, watching two men who looked like they were trying to train seriously in a canoe but were not making it look graceful. Lyla shaded her eyes and shivered. Maybe. Sophia and I saw him with that same buddy the other day too. It's kind of strange we keep seeing them. It is. Bennet's tone was the same deep monotone he had used the day that guy had entered the store. A tendril of apprehension tingled down her spine as she turned to look at Bennet, his lips thinned and eyes sparking intensely. Was there something more to this than she understood? Meat's off the grill. Come and get it. Jordan hollered from further up the beach, where he'd been grilling sausages and dogs. Well, Bennet said, touching her arm slightly. Shall we? Lila's tummy betrayed her by growling loudly. I forgot to eat breakfast. Bennet raised an eyebrow. Then I guess you need it. Lyla felt his warmth behind her, as they stood in line for Jordan to plop sausages on their plates, and Caitlin to usher them to where everyone had contributed a side to the lunch. The table was filled with salads, pastas, cookies, and condiments. There was only one store-bought item, hers. She tried to pretend she hadn't brought it, as embarrassment crawled up her spine. Who brought the donuts? Derek asked. I love these things, and Chastity won't ever buy them for me. That was Lyla, right? Caitlin said. Yeah, I didn't have time to. Well, you brought something. I just showed up empty-handed. Bennet glared at Jordan for a moment. Caitlin laughed. Men, they never communicate no matter how well you train them. Hey, Jordan said, but then his lips spread into a smile. Well, that's why we need you women, isn't it? Caitlin giggled as he came at her with lips pursed for a kiss. And they never grow up. Chastity rolled her eyes. There's more than enough food, Bennet. No need. Megan smiled at them before taking her plate to sit next to Tyler. Bennet shifted his weight and focused on dishing up his plate. Lyla watched him closely. Something told her that he only said something to ease her discomfort, and that made her, well, she didn't know, but it made her heart flutter. They sat around the picnic table, talking and laughing. A settling came over Lyla, as if she sat here with family. In a way, she guessed they were like family. How's your grandfather holding up? Jordan asked, his brow scrunching, which gave him quite the endearing expression. He's holding up. Grandma is helping him get around, and he hasn't had to go into the in Hope Town for the last month. They're hoping the new medication is going to work. Will he be well enough to take over the shop again? Megan asked, the entire table going silent. What did I say? Lyla smiled softly at her. She liked the outspoken therapist, but she was an import, as they used to call new people to the town. It's okay. Grandpa gave me the shop. It's been his plan ever since we lost my dad. Lyla swallowed past the lump in her throat, trying to ignore Bennett's intense gaze. He was ready to retire, at least that's what he says. Jordan squeezed her arm gently. He was. Been talking about it for years, just waiting till Lila's done with school, was what he always said. Lila's heart ached, and the guilt sat heavy in her stomach. Giving her the shop meant everything to Grandpa, and here she sat trying to figure out a way out of it. Bennet fidgeted until his knee touched hers under the table. She looked up at him, her eyes meeting the soft brown of his as they searched hers. Now you're here, Caitlin said, drawing her from Bennett's gaze. Yeah. She swallowed past the lump in her throat and attempted a smile. Hey, if you ever need help, you know we're all here for you, right? Caitlin squeezed her hand. Always. Thank you. The warmth of her support drew a genuine smile to her lips. What's all this talk about work anyway? It's our day off. Derek lifted his drink in the air. To good friends. To good friends, everyone cheered after him. The conversation moved on to happier things, like changing diapers and homework. It amazed her how comfortable she felt just being part of the group. When the guys started throwing a football on the beach, she settled in to watch as the other women did. "This life isn't too bad, is it, gals?" Chastity asked with a contented sigh. "It's the best," Caitlin said, her eyes darting between the men and the little ones building sandcastles near them. "What do you think?" Megan asked, and it took Lyla a moment to realize she was talking to her. "Oh, it's nice, yeah. You guys have it good." She smiled, realizing that they did have it good. Joy filled their eyes as they watched their children and their husbands. Did she have it all wrong? "I remember how it felt to long for the city," Addie said. Lyla turned to look at Addie. She was shy and mostly quiet, different from how she had been when she and Caitlin babysat her. "That's right. You left after high school," Lyla said, trying to remember way back then. "Yep, thought there was nothing for me here." Her expression soured slightly. Boy, was I wrong. Lyla hadn't talked to her about what happened, but she heard it was bad, that her first husband was awful, abusive. She had returned to Hope Lake to hide, but the guy found her. Luckily, Shane showed up just at the right time. "You're here now and safe." Caitlin wrapped an arm around her friend, and Lyla had a flashback of being 11 when she wished she could be just like them. And now here she was. "Do you miss it?" The words flew out of Lyla's mouth before she could stop them. "The city?" Addie asked. She cocked her head slightly. "Every once in a while. I think about the plays and getting dressed up for parties, and I start to miss it, but then reality crashes again, and all I can think about is how grateful I am to be here with Shane and all of you, and our sweet girl." Their adopted daughter stared up at her with a massive grin, then went right back to digging in the sand. Would Lyla feel like that one day? Addie had a bad experience, which made her flee the city. The only thoughts Lyla had about city life were exciting. "We all have our pasts," Chastity said, looking at each of them. "But it's who we are now that's important, and we're all here. A family made. A family made." Megan lifted her drink and cheered just as Jordan had. The other women followed with quiet laughter. Lyla followed their gazes out to the men, where a pair of brown eyes met hers and held them. Perhaps she shouldn't attend these events anymore. She was attaching to everyone, especially Bennet, increasing her guilt at the fact that she wanted to leave. 5. There were two ways to look at life, fear or hope. He'd seen where fear took him, and didn't think it'd be too much worse if hope didn't work out. As he drove into the hardware store that morning, he decided it was time to take the bull by the horns. The guys seemed to think he had a chance. Even their gals watched him and Lyla as if they saw a budding romance. Could it be that he finally found a home? The thought plunged him back into a state of fear, ripping him from the pleasant memories of being with Lyla at the lake. His hands gripped the steering wheel until his knuckles went white. "No." The single word came soft from his lips. He straightened his shoulders and said it louder. It was past time for him to take charge of his life. Taking a chance on hope wouldn't leave him in any worse a spot than he was already in, but it had the chance to lead to something he never thought possible. That was it. That's what Hope Lake and the people within it did for him. It made him think he could actually find a place he belonged. That constant nagging belief that as soon as he opened his heart, they would tear it out and eat it for breakfast came again. He shook his head. This time he would take that chance. Parking near the hardware store, he waited a moment, talking himself up. Lyla was incredible, cute, spunky, smart, and a free spirit. She had a lot going for herself, and a lot on her plate. She was way out of his league. But Jordan always said that about his wife, and he heard most of the other guys say something along those lines as well. Maybe most men just didn't feel they deserved good women in their lives. Maybe it wasn't just him. He had little to offer, just his two hard-working hands and a listening ear, but he'd been studying Jordan and Derek and even Josie and Cody. He could learn how to have a proper relationship, if she could be patient with him. His hand froze on the door. Was he really already dreaming of being a couple, married even, before he even got the nerve to ask her out? He blinked through the fog his brain fuddled through, but his eyes didn't focus on the hardware store. They focused on a man standing against the side of the store, staring at the sheriff's office, his lips silently moving as if counting. Bennet's stomach tightened as he recognized the man, the same one he kept running into. He followed the guy's line of sight, watching the door of the sheriff's station until Hayes walked out, glanced down the street, his eyes stopping at the corner of the hardware store where the man was standing. Bennet quickly followed Hayes' gaze, but the guy that gave him the creeps was gone. A quick scan showed him striding toward the park and the beach beyond, where his buddy waited with a canoe. He glanced back only once, but long enough for Bennet to grow cold at the sly smile that spread across his lips. Bennet turned back to see if Hayes was still there, only to startle at seeing him right outside his truck's window. Instant irritation flooded him, and he motioned Hayes to step back and open the door. "Do you make a habit of staring in a man's truck, Hayes?" Bennet tried to pass the line off as a joke, but the look on Hayes's face told him he hadn't quite succeeded. "Morning to you too, Jumpy." Hayes stepped to the sidewalk, staring toward the beach where the men were pushing off in their canoe. "Know those two?" "Nah, and don't wish to." Bennet came around the truck in time to see them paddle out of sight. "You seem awfully bent out of shape towards someone you don't know." Hayes glanced at him from under his deputy's hat. "The guy is bad news. Some things you just know." Bennet met Hayes's eyes and sighed. He came into the hardware store a while back, and something felt off. "That's intuition, I'm told." Hayes pushed off the truck. "You know, that's how Derek landed the job as sheriff. He followed that gut instinct." "I'm not looking for a job like yours, man." Bennet shook his head. He had a confusing relationship with the law. Derek was all right, but he'd be fine just staying out of that entire loop. "Not saying that, just," Hayes shook his head and took a step closer. "We've got to watch each other's backs, you know. That guy's been staking out the office for the past week." Bennet nodded, putting his observations together. "He was counting. I think he expected you to come out when you did." Hayes scratched his cheek just like he'd seen Derek do. "Routine?" Bennet stood still as the deputy's eyes faded, and then he walked away. "Best of luck," Bennet called on his way toward the store. He got a sudden stab of fear that the guy had been in the shop before he got there. "Keep your eyes open, man." Hayes gave him a farewell wave before crossing the street back toward the office just as Derek pulled up. The two started talking as Bennet slipped into the store. "Lyla?" His eyes started scanning even before the door swung shut. No response. "Lyla." Lyla stood up quickly from behind the counter, smacking her head on a shelf. She gripped her head, her face pinched in pain. "Geez. I'm sorry. You okay?" Bennet jumped the counter and was at her side in half a second. "Let me look at that." "I'm fine." Lyla pushed his hand away, although gently, meeting his eyes as she rubbed the spot on the back of her head. "What was all that about?" "Nothing." He swiped a hand down his face. "I was just worried." "Worried?" Her lips quirked on one side, giving her an endearing expression that made his heart thump curiously fast. "Yeah, just that guy, you know, that creepy one." He looked out the window, needing to take his eyes off her in order to collect himself. "Oh?" The tiniest shift in her tone had him turning back to her, but the flicker of fear had disappeared by the time he looked at her. "Probably nothing. Just keep your eyes open." He took the moment of confusion to gently grasp her head and feel for the bump. It wasn't too bad. No blood, only a small goose egg. "Ouch," she said, but she didn't move as he slowly settled her beautiful hair back over the bump. "I'm getting you some ice." He didn't turn when she protested, but continued to the office where she kept a small refrigerator for their lunches and cold drinks. He wrapped the small ice pack in a clean rag and went back out to find her squatting down at the shelves behind the counter again. "What are you doing?" He helped her onto the stool, pressing the ice into her hand. "Well, funny, but I was looking for my grandpa's gun that he says he kept here. He told me I needed to know where it was." She winced as she held the ice pack to her head. "You told him about the guy? You crazy?" She shook her head, wincing again. "No, my grandpa needs nothing else to worry about. He's just protective. Said you never know when you might need it." "Huh." Bennet mumbled the word, and again he felt like there was more to this town than he realized. "I forget." Lyla smiled, a dazzling expression that made his own lips twitch in response. "You're an import." "Import?" He squatted to look under the counter, but really he didn't want her to see the pain the word brought to him. "Yeah, someone who moves here from out of town. Technically, I guess I kind of am too. Though I have family here, so maybe it doesn't count." "Thought you grew up here." "For a spell." "Find anything interesting under there?" Bennet was about to give up, but as he rose, he caught a glint of metal. "Yeah." He reached up to find the gun holster attached to the underside of the counter, with a strong swath of Velcro. It came off with a scratchy squirch, and he handed it to Lyla with a satisfied grin. "Your gun, miss?" She held it as if she'd catch something from touching it. "Oh. You found it." "It's right here." He took her hand, the softness surprising him, and leaving his fingertips tingling as he guided her fingers to where the Velcro was. "Makes it easy to grab quickly if needed." "Smart." She stood up as he did, but didn't pull her hand out of his right away. "Guess I should know how this thing works, huh?" She stepped back, looking at him with a peculiar expression, and then focused on the gun, not meeting his eyes again. "I can show you," he said, clearing his throat as he realized how husky his voice had sounded. "You know how to shoot?" She lifted an eyebrow. "Yes." "What else do you know how to do?" "Paddle a kayak." His heart thrummed so loudly, it almost drowned out the sound of her musical laugh. "I know how to do that too." She set the gun down next to her ice pack on the counter. He swallowed and gripped the counter. Now was the time. "Then let's do it." "Do what?" The confusion in her eyes almost made him stop, but he pushed on. "Go kayaking." "What? Now?" She glanced around the store. "No, Sunday. Our next day off." He pushed a smile that he hoped was disarming to his numb lips. "Oh." Her eyes widened slightly. "Oh? What do you mean, oh?" Bennet's fingers dug into the counter harder, trying to keep his knees from buckling. "You mean like you and me, Lyka?" She pressed her lips together, her cheeks blooming into a beautiful pink. "Would that be so bad? I know you're my boss, but..." He shrugged, her pinking cheeks giving him slightly more courage. "It's just I'm leaving Bennet." She bit her lip, the cute look almost distracting him from what she said. "Leaving? Oh, you mean you're going to visit your friend Sophia?" He nodded, working through the logistics in his head. "We can go after work one day. It stays light until almost 9 these days." Lila's mouth dropped open slightly, but she quickly pressed her lips together again. "I mean?" She blew out a breath. "No expectations, just see how it goes," Bennet pressed. He was so close he could almost taste it. "I'm planning on leaving Hope Lake." She rushed the words out, her eyes widening, and he wondered if she mimicked his expression because he felt he was doing the same. "Leaving?" he repeated. All the hints she'd been dropping, not wanting to get swallowed up by the town, not committing to things at the barbecue, and little things when she was training him, about him needing to know in case she wasn't here. It all fell into place. Swoosh, and just like that, the magic carpet of chance was pulled out from under him. "I don't belong here, Bennet. Can't you see that?" Her tone pleaded with him, sounding almost childish. He blinked several times before meeting her eyes once again. "No. I don't actually see that." He had kept his tone calm and casual, for that he was thankful, but the effect his words had on Lyla left him as surprised as she looked. "You don't?" She swallowed and sat back on the stool. He calmed his racing heart, quelled the fear piercing him, urging him to flee before it was too late. As he searched her face, he realized it was already too late. No. You fit in just like everyone else. People love you. They're happy you're here. You have a store and family here. Friends. He pushed his hat back slightly, picking up the gun and sticking it back in place. But what about what I want? He met her eyes again, studying the uncertainty living in them and recognizing a piece of himself lurking in them. What do you want, Lyla? She opened her mouth immediately, but no words escaped, and she closed her lips, pressing them tightly. Come on. Give me a chance. One evening out on the lake. He took her hand, her fingers gripping his as if for life. It's not like you have to decide everything right now. Right? You're right. I don't have to make the decision right now. I have time. He smiled, giving her hand a squeeze before slipping his fingers from hers. You have time. He picked up the melting ice pack to return it to the freezer, using it as an excuse to take a moment. Just the thought of Lyla possibly leaving made him battle the urge to abandon the connection or hold on tighter. He didn't know which one was worse. The peace of the lake and the man beside her made her feel at home, something she never thought to feel in Hope Lake. If Lyla had met Bennet all those years ago, would she have been so eager to leave? This is the life, isn't it? Bennet lay back in his kayak, looking like he belonged there, even with his cowboy hat still on. Do you ever take that thing off? She reached over to flip his hat, making her boat wobble and almost tip over. Her laugh came unbidden, and she sighed as she rested back, mimicking Bennet. Sure. In church? In some people's houses. And of course when I go to bed. He winked, a flirtatious move for the shy guy that made her stomach flutter as if it would fly away. She turned away, feeling the heat fill her cheeks. A fishing boat went by further out in the middle of the lake, the trolling motor making little waves that rocked them. The sun warmed them as it sank closer to the horizon, but the cool evening breeze kept her comfortable. I don't think I've ever kayaked in the evening like this. Fish occasionally jumped, leaving little rings where they disappeared again. That's surprising. Bennet looked at her from under his hat, his eyes slightly shadowed, and she decided there was nothing sexier than a cowboy in a kayak. I think I was more interested in the parties on the beach than actually doing something like this. So you really are a party girl. The corner of his lips lifted, but she heard an underlying question. That has some connotations I'm not so keen on. I like to dance. I like to be social, hang out with friends, laugh and well dance. Bennet chuckled and sat up, leaning a little toward her. Big words, college chick. Oh, she smirked. Does that intimidate you, big bad rodeo star? Rodeo star, huh? He picked up his paddle. Intimidation, huh? How about let's see who can make it to that tiny island first? He took off without waiting for her answer. Hey, not fair, she shouted after him, but her words were so full of laughter they garbled as she sped to catch him. By the time they beached their kayaks, she was laughing so hard she collapsed back into the boat. As a shadow came across her, she sobered, looking up to find Bennet there, holding out a hand. Where'd you learn to kayak like that anyway? Lyla took his hand, enjoying the rush of heat that came with touching him as she stood in the ankle-deep water next to him. The sun was close to the horizon and behind him, his face shadowed, but she could feel him stiffening slightly before leading her out of the water and onto the sandy beach of the small island. Camp Hope, he said, the words so quiet the crunch of their feet on shore almost drowned them out. Oh, I didn't realize you spent that much time there. As a kid. He turned and met her eyes, the angle allowing the orange glow to illuminate the hint of sadness she almost always saw in his eyes. You were a counselor? That makes sense. Must be why you keep going back to help. She trailed off when his lips slightly thinned and his eyes twitched. Oh. I ended up coming back as a counselor too. He lowered himself to the sand, his bare legs extending from his swim shorts, and his cowboy hat was such a fascinating combination. She wanted to know more, but he had clasped his hands around his knees too tightly. She was afraid she might push him away. That's why you're so attached to Micah. He lifted a shoulder. She took the cue, turning away and trying to think of something off-topic to bring the light back to his eyes. His words came softly and tenuously, catching her off guard. Sounds like you also know what it's like to lose a parent. Her heart caught. It was hard enough losing her dad, but not to have either parent. She turned toward the lake, blinking as if the sunlight hurt her eyes, and not speaking until she had her emotions under control. Bennet sat there quiet and calm. He didn't fill the gap in conversation, but let her sit with her emotions, though she was sure he had no idea they were partly for him. He was in the military, she finally said. Bennet slowly turned toward her, leaning forward, listening. His squadron was hit, some made it, most didn't. He was one that didn't. The lump in her throat was back, the one that had settled there from the moment they received the news. What was he like? Bennet broke the silence several moments later. My dad? She looked at him in surprise. No one had ever asked her that. They just uncomfortably told her they were sorry, and changed the subject. Yeah, Bennet said, his deep voice caught captive as his eyes swept over her. He was fun. Kind of like Jordan. You know, that teasing, fun-loving, always goofing around kind of guy. Most people think that since he was in the military, he was all stern and regimented, but not Dad. She smiled, lost in memories of him tossing her into the lake and swimming after her like a shark. He was from here then? Bennet resituated himself, his full attention on her even though the sun had started setting, filling the sky with an incredible array of color. Yeah, the O'Neills have been here for several generations. That's why it's so important to my grandpa that the store stays in the family. That's why it's hard for you to leave. He nodded, looking away for the first time. A soft smile came to his lips as he stared at the sunset. He looked at peace in that moment, and she wondered what his childhood had been like, and what the sadness was that lived in the shadows of his eyes. That and other things, she said, lingering on that thought. In this moment, I'm happy. It makes me feel torn. He stood, offering her a hand and helping her rise. His fingers, warm and solid, held hers for a moment longer as he turned her toward the sunset. Hard to not love this place when you see that kind of beauty, isn't it? The statement hit her so hard that she stared at him, his face reflecting the oranges and pinks of the sunset. What kind of man was he? Of all the guys she dated in the city, none would have been this solid, this steady in a moment like this. As much as I don't want to leave, we'd better get back before the dark creeps up on us. His gaze flickered to the other boats heading toward shore, his eyes following one canoe in particular. She didn't want to think about the creepy vacationer right now. This moment was too precious. We can still watch the sunset as we paddle. How cool is that? She climbed into her boat. Paddling in the sunset, he finished for her, his eyes sparkling with the same joy she felt. How can you leave this? Her joy diminished slightly as she remembered. My mom? She stayed until I graduated, but she packed us up the day afterward and we left. She didn't even sell the house, well, Dad left it to me, so in reality she couldn't unless she got my permission. So your mom isn't a fan of Hope Lake? The sound of his paddle, lazily pulling through the water, eased her. She laughed. You can say that. She grew up in the city, fell in love with my dad during basic training, and followed him. When he got his last assignment, he begged her to stay here near his parents. It was going to be a long one, and he wanted to make sure she had support. It sounds like he made the right choice. I think so. She doesn't. She loves the city, shopping, going out to eat, all that city stuff. Like dancing? His teasing voice made her look at him, and she splashed him. Yeah, like dancing. She's remarried now, he's okay, I guess. The attention he gave her somehow released the pent-up thoughts she hadn't shared with anyone else. Whenever Grandpa talks about the store, she'd pinch me, and then later tell me to be careful. Hope Lake will swallow you whole, she'd say. Still says so, in fact. She's not happy about my being here. Maybe she's afraid of losing you. Bennet's voice was soft, but it made sense. Maybe he was right. She has Jerry now. Being on the lake in this beautiful moment drowned out her mom's words. They didn't hold as much potency. Was that fear really hers or just her mom's? So what's in the city for you, besides dancing, of course? Bennet shifted his boat so he could see her better. Lots of things: museums, events, my mom and Sophia. Her heart constricted as she thought of Sophia. She missed her. Man, she would have some things to say when she called her tonight and told her about her sunset kayaking trip with Bennet. She could hear her now. I told you so. She seems to like to visit here. What? Lyla said. Lost in her own thoughts, she hadn't fully processed what he had said. Oh yeah. Sophia seems to like it anywhere. What about you? Do you like the cities? Why had she asked such a thing? She was training him to take over the store, so why did she suddenly have a daydream of them together in the city? Even that didn't seem right. A man like Bennet didn't fit in a city. She tried to picture him in his cowboy hat in one of her favorite dance clubs and covered her mouth before the laugh escaped. Bennet lifted an eyebrow, barely discernible in the increasing dark of the sky swallowing the sunset. Guess you have your answer? I'm sorry. No, seriously. Do you like cities? He cocked his head as if he really considered her question. I've enjoyed visiting some, but I much more enjoy leaving them. They're just too many people for me. I always feel like I have to be on guard. He clammed up after that, letting his boat drift a little behind hers, his paddles shorter and jerkier. He had said more than he had intended, and it had obviously unnerved him. I get that. There's definitely more you have to watch out for. She hoped she eased his discomfort. So you're saying you might come visit me if I choose to leave? Have you made your choice? His words were tight, as if he held his breath. She sighed. Everything had seemed so simple before. Train the new kid on the block to take over management of her store. Move back to the city, coming back just to check in once in a while and visit her grandparents. Why did the new kid have to be so cute, such a good listener, protective, and so manly? How could one person make her rethink everything she once thought was important? 6. Bennet never thought he'd get the chance to find out what makes a real family, but as he watched Lyla with Micah, hope built within him. It had taken a little convincing to get Lyla to come visit Micah with him, but here they were on a late Sunday morning. It left Bennet with a craving like never before. For the last 2 weeks after their date on the lake, he had been careful not to push her. She always met him with that smile, a soft, sweet smile full of knowing with a hint of confusion. He understood. She battled with where she saw her life going, and he battled with feeling like he would be the reason she felt trapped in this small town. It didn't stop him though. His desire only grew into something deeper than he ever expected. Who is this Micah? Lyla asked the little boy, as they came to the next stall. Ranger. Micah practically whispered the name. The kid was already quiet, but get him around someone new, and he turned downright skittish. Yet, there was a look in Micah's eyes every time he glanced at Lyla when she wasn't looking at him. The expression both warmed Bennet's heart and constricted his chest. He knew that light of hope, that cautious spark that could sizzle at any given moment. He had felt it himself when Lyla left after work last Friday to spend the weekend with Sophia. The only thing that held him throughout those days was the long glance she gave him as she drove away. Now she was back, and as if nothing changed between them, at least not since they had developed that closeness after their date. She had actually suggested they go kayaking today, but then warily accepted going with him when he said he already had a commitment to Micah. After the barbecue with Jordan and friends, and seeing Lyla with the kids, he was pretty sure she'd warm up to Micah quickly. It was difficult not to. The kid, though quiet, had big brown eyes that watched everything in silent wonder. When he smiled as he did now, his entire face lit up, and Lyla's did as well. The image melted his heart, and his longing grew so intense his body yearned to move. How about a hike? He suggested, hoping the walking would dispel the energy that flooded him. Micah's smile faded. Regret flooded Bennet. He had ruined a treasured moment by suggesting something the kid was afraid of. Sure, Lyla said, then looked from his stricken face to Micah's. Or not. It's okay, buddy, Bennet said, squatting down. If you don't want to go into the woods, we don't have to. Oh, you aren't a fan of the forest? Lyla squatted as well, her brow furrowing in concern. Micah's eyes shifted to look out of the barn and toward the trees, then he turned back toward Bennet. Do you still see him? Bennet lowered his voice to a whisper. Micah turned and pointed toward the woods on the other side, the ones near the cabins. Bennet stood. How about I go check them out? Would that make you feel better? He had been thinking about that for the last couple of weeks, wondering if his going out there to investigate would put Micah more at ease, if he found nothing. But Micah shook his head fervently, took his hand and pulled him away from the door. Okay, buddy. I won't go out there. It worried Bennet that the boy was so afraid of that area, so afraid he didn't even want him out there. I saw some flowers outside of the barn here, and a trail along the edge of the trees. How about a walk there? Lyla asked, standing and reaching out a hand to Micah. Micah looked at Bennet, who nodded, and hesitantly reached for Lyla's hand. Lyla's face blossomed at the contact, and she led them out of the barn. Bennet gave Eli a good nose rub on his way out. He could introduce his horse to Lyla later. It meant the world to him that Josie let him stable Eli here. A place he could visit any time. If he was going to make a go of making Hope Lake his home, he'd have to find a place to rent that had room for Eli. He watched as Lyla pointed out the flowers to Micah, as they walked hand in hand. Maybe he'd have to find a place with room for more than just his horse. His heart raced at the thought, the fluttering making it all the way to his stomach. It was a good, even if uneasy, feeling, like the sensation he got every time he sat on Eli before a steer roping event. Lyla glanced back at him and mouthed, "He's so adorable." Bennet's lips spread until he knew he had that goofy grin that always made him cringe when he saw it. He couldn't help the happiness that filled him. So many hopes were being fulfilled before his eyes. Could dreams really come true? Lyla turned back, looking down at Micah, who tugged on her arm. He handed her a flower with a small, hesitant smile on his lips. Lyla bent down and scooped Micah into her arms for a brief hug as she gushed over his thoughtfulness. Micah, red-faced and eyes downcast, smiled like Bennet had never seen. A very unusual response for a kid who didn't like to be touched. His heart would have exploded, but at that moment from the woods beyond the barn by the cabins, he caught movement. It had only been a shadow, but something about it caused the hair on the back of his neck to rise. Was this an old memory revisited, or had he actually seen something? Look, Bennet. Did you see what Micah gave me? Lyla gushed, though her face fell slightly when she met his eyes. He quickly pushed the nagging fear aside and focused on the two in front of him. Wow, what a little man. You sure know how to treat a woman, don't you? Micah smiled up at him. Bennet bent over to whisper in his ear. Maybe we can share her? Micah nodded excitedly, casting quick glances at Lyla before blushing again and turning away. The kid looked so eager for love that Bennet wanted to scoop him up right then and take him home. It was unrealistic, though. How could a single guy take on a kid? I'm going to wear it all day, and then press it when I get home, and keep it forever, Lyla said as she put the stem through a buttonhole on her shirt. There was a hope that Lyla was making seem even more realistic than a fantasy. A loud bell clanged from the meeting hall, echoing over camp and bringing back memories that made Bennet's stomach growl in response. Lunch? Micah's face fell, and he reached for Bennet. Picking up the kid seemed a little off base, but he did it anyway, and Micah wrapped his arms around him, something that he did only every once in a great while. I don't want you to go, the boy said in a soul-crushing half-sob. I'll be back, buddy. Bennet patted his back and gave him another squeeze. Maybe I can even convince Lyla to come back with me sometime soon. Micah picked up his head, which he had buried in Bennet's neck, to look at Lyla. You kidding? I can't pass up an opportunity to visit such a charmer. She tousled his hair, then sniffed the air. Whatever they made for lunch sure smells good. Micah lifted his nose in the air, the sadness in his eyes lifting slightly. Micah, come on. A little boy stopped near them, waving for Micah to join him. Bennet set Micah on his feet. Go on, buddy. We'll see you again soon. Lyla gave him a small squeeze. It was fun, and thank you for the flower. Micah squeezed Bennet's leg and then walked towards the boy, going backwards. When Bennet and Lyla both waved and said goodbye, he turned and ran toward his friend. Still, as Micah entered the building, he snuck a quick glance back at the woods, and then at Bennet before disappearing into the meeting hall. What a sweet boy. Lyla stared after Micah for a moment longer, before turning toward Bennet. He's so quiet. Bennet lifted a shoulder. Like someone else I know, she teased, nudging him. Some of us have complicated childhoods. He tugged at his shirt, and then took a step toward the barn. There's someone else I want to introduce you to. Aren't all the kids at lunch? Lyla asked as she followed him. He just smiled until they stopped in front of Eli's pen. Eli, this is Lyla. Lyla, meet the best roping horse on the circuit, Eli. Lyla's lips quirked to one side, as she reached out to stroke Eli behind the ears. He's a beauty. He is, and fast too. Aren't you, old boy? Bennet gave Eli his favorite scratches on his chest and around his legs. Eli stretched his head out, a look of pure bliss on his face. Lyla giggled. Guess you know his best spots, huh? I made it my job to know. He stopped, standing up straight and realizing how close he was to Lyla, close enough to breathe in her fresh scent. So that's how you work, huh? Her words were soft, teasing, and there was no borderline to her flirtatiousness. Thank you for coming today. He shifted slightly so that his arm rested against hers, and she didn't pull away. I know how much Micah means to you. Her brow scrunched slightly. You think he'll be okay? The question jolted Bennet out of thoughts of her lips, and made him search her eyes instead. You mean, is he safe? She shrugged, her shoulder rubbing against his. He's just so quiet and serious and scared. I know what that's like. His words were barely audible, but the expression in her eyes as she turned back toward him made it apparent she had heard them. You want to tell me? She bit her lip and stiffened as if it took a lot to ask. He shook his head. No. It's not something I talk about. From the corner of his eye, because he couldn't bear to look at her, he saw her lips thinning, pressing together slightly. This was dangerous ground here. He knew women liked to know, they wanted openness. He had lost many to that, but he didn't want to lose Lyla. Lyla was different. I'll try one day, but for now, let's just say I know what Micah is going through. I see myself in him. Things like what we went through, they mark us. He sighed and took off his hat long enough to run a hand through his hair. So it is slightly curly. Lyla's eyes sparked as they met his. Huh? Your hair. I've never actually seen you without your hat. She reached for his hat as he went to set it back on his head, and he let her, why he didn't quite know. She reached up and mussed up his hair. I like it. Thoughts of his past, of Micah's past, and anything but the feeling of Lyla running her hand through his hair vanished into thin air. He stepped closer. I like you, he said, his tone deeper than normal, heavy with longing of what he didn't have the right to desire, a life, a family, love. Her hand trailed down his head, his cheek, and wrapped around his neck. She drew in a breath, opened her mouth, but as he bent down to her lips, she spoke. I like you too, Bennet, that's why? He stopped forward progress, holding himself mere millimeters from her lips. Why? I have to be honest. I'm still thinking about leaving. Her bottom lip disappeared between her teeth. His blood no longer rushed, it froze. Slowly, muscles stiff, he stood back up, creating distance between them. I see. He couldn't meet her eyes. Instead, he busied himself in caring for Eli and then closed the gate behind him. Bennet? Her voice was small, timid. We should probably go before lunch is over and the kids come back out. Saying goodbye once is hard enough. He started toward the truck, but she gripped his arm. Bennet? Yeah, he said, but still didn't meet her eyes. I don't want to hurt you. The softness in her voice had his throat swelling. Then don't. He stepped away. Let me know when you've made your decision. He dreaded the short ride back into town, alone with her in the truck. How did she expect him to react? Why tease him, flirt with him, come on to him, just to say she's still leaving? He should have known better. Everyone eventually turns their back on him. Everyone. It hurt all the worse for allowing that hope in the first place. He should have known he wasn't capable of having the life he had always wanted. Why couldn't she have the best of both worlds? Lyla scrunched her toes in the sand, releasing her frustration into the wet earth. She'd been going over it since yesterday afternoon when Bennet dropped her off. He had thanked her again, but in a murmured, heartbroken way. She knew she'd hurt him. Would it have been better not to have been honest? Just have kissed him like she wanted to, and broken his heart later? Couldn't they work something out? She dug into her pocket and pulled out her cell phone. Finally. After 5. Sophia would be off work. She quickly tapped her number and impatiently listened to the ring. Hey, sister. Sophia's chipper voice didn't sound defeated, even after a long Monday at work. That girl never seemed to be down. Hey, she said, trying to match her friend's tone and failing miserably. Oh. Is this a I better pull over kind of call? No, I'm okay. Sure. I believe you. Trouble with the cute cowboy? Well? Lyla hesitated. How could she explain it? Do you think it's too much to ask for a long-distance relationship? I knew it. Sophia let out a whoop. Hold on. I'm gonna find a place to park. Lyla held the phone away from her ear as honks blared through. She cringed, hoping her friend was driving safely. The traffic in the city was awful at this time of day. Well, good evening to you too. Even reprimanding rude drivers, Sophia sounded chipper. The sound of traffic died down. Okay. Tell me everything. Lyla let out a sigh and told her, scene by scene, what had happened since they last talked. Sophia refrained from responding until she was finished. So you see, I just wonder, if I asked him to try for a long-distance relationship, do you think he would go for it? Lyla bit her lip. Sophia had always given her straight-up, no-holds-barred advice. The kind that could sting but also came with a soothing balm, and she feared one of those was coming. Do you really think that's fair to him? Sophia finally said softly. It sounds like he wants more, not just a fling or a sometimes thing, but the entire package. Right away, though? I mean, you don't think he wants to jump into the marriage thing right off the bat? We haven't even kissed. Lyla's heart thundered at the thought. Well, it sounds like he tried before Debbie Downer ruined it. Hey. Lyla kicked at the sand, but she knew it was true. So I had bad timing. The worst? Sophia laughed. Lyla sighed. So you think I'm way off base? Let's put it all out there. He's opened up to you, at least a little. He's told you pretty straight up that he's interested in you. He tried to kiss you. And he introduced you to the little foster kid at the camp that he's attached to. That pretty much sums it up. Yeah. Hearing it that way both sent her body into flutters and had her mind spinning with options. Didn't you tell me that a lot of your friends there adopt kids from that camp, including Jordan, the guy that your cowboy works for, or at least did before you asked him to quit in order to work for you? He's working for Jordan at this moment, she said, clipping the words. I'm just saying, everything adds up to this guy wanting the real deal, the whole package, and I don't think he'll settle for less. Lyla let the silence grow between them, as she contemplated what Sophia had said. When it hit, she groaned and plopped to the sand, letting the water lap over her feet. Sorry, my friend. Sophia had that soothing balm tone now. He's a catch, and might be worth rethinking things, but you have to ask yourself if you're ready for that kind of commitment. It wouldn't be fair to either of you if you can't go there. Like stay in Hope Lake forever? Would he consider moving to the city? Lyla's stomach dropped. No, he wouldn't belong there. There's your answer. Sophia started her car back up. Hey Lee, I've got to get back on the road. You know how Mr. Whiskers likes his dinner on time. Lyla forced out a half laugh. Give that stinker a scratch behind the ears for me. I will, and hey, ask for time, then come on out here and help me with the business fair event. The Butts put me in charge of it again. I think those guys love pushing you. Lyla tried to think of her friend, though her mind reeled with everything she had to figure out, everything she thought she already had. Please? Text me the dates, and I'll see if Bennet can cover for me. It might just be the break I need right now. Fleeing was just what she wanted at this moment. They say absence makes the heart grow fonder. Okay, gotta go before this doofus cuts me off again. Love ya. Love ya too, Lyla said, though she was pretty sure the line was already dead. Well, there goes that. There goes what? Lyla jumped at the sound of the young, sweet voice from right next to her. She clutched at her chest, blinking as she recognized Caitlin's little girl. Oh, Isabel, I didn't know you were there. Lyla rose and glanced up the beach where Caitlin waved with the other ladies. It's okay. Daddy says I could sneak up on a mountain lion, but only if I want to. Otherwise, I would talk it to death. She giggled. Come on. The little girl grabbed her hand and tugged her toward the others. Mama, look. I found Auntie Lyla. Auntie? The sweet endearment made Lyla's eyes tear up as she approached the ladies. Hey. Caitlin removed herself from the group and gave her a hug. I graduated into an auntie? Lyla asked, her heart melting as little Isabel stared up at her. Hope you don't mind. All the kids see us as aunts or uncles. That's what happens when friends become family. Caitlin linked arms with her. Come say hi. Lyla's heart warmed with the thought of becoming family, while the others welcomed her. Everyone was there, Addie, Chastity, and Angelica. Even Megan was there. Had she taken the day off from Camp Hope? You guys normally get together like this? She glanced around the picnic table. Well, it's good for the kids to hang out, especially in summer, Chastity said. But it's more of a support group. Addie winked at her. We've all been through some trauma. Oh. Lyla stood back up. I don't want to intrude. You're not intruding. Caitlin pulled her back down. Besides, we often don't even talk about that garbage. Sometimes we just complain about dirty diapers, snotty noses, and stubborn husbands, Chastity added with a laugh. Oh well, even if I don't, I mean. Lyla didn't belong. Not yet, but you will. Listening now will give you an advantage we didn't have. Caitlin nudged her. Besides, we're more than just that, and from the way you looked, you could use a listening ear. I'm okay. Really? Lyla waved it off, but the ladies only stared at her harder. Caitlin touched her shoulder. It's either something going on with the shop, your grandfather, or that cute cowboy Bennet, Addie added. Maybe a combination of all three? Megan asked. It'll be fine, really. Lyla moved to leave the table again. We're your friends, Lyla. Caitlin said softly, resting a staying hand on her arm. Besides, Jordan is close to Bennet. I have an insider perspective. Lyla sat back down. Her cheeks heated with the good-natured laugh that erupted from the 5 other ladies, but she shrugged. They must get it. It wasn't too long ago that they won their men. Is that what she wanted? Did she want to win Bennet? So? Addie asked, raising an eyebrow. We're all correct in seeing there is something between the two of you, right? Lyla pressed her lips together as she fiddled with a loose splinter in the table in front of her. Something you could say that. And what's holding you back? Caitlin asked. He's a good guy, handsome, obviously devoted. Jordan can't say enough good things about him. I don't want to stay in Hope Lake. Her eyes widened, knowing she had just let her secret fly to 5 of Hope Lake's most influential women. Please don't say anything. That's our #1 rule at this table, Megan said, her tone going serious. Nothing said here goes anywhere. Lyla sighed in relief. It would break my grandpa's heart. They nodded and murmured assent, as if they understood how important it was to him for her to take on the hardware store, and grateful for their doing so. She was grateful. Most kids weren't just handed a successful business. Was it wrong that she wanted to start one of her own from the ground up? Why else had she gone to college for all those years? The hardware store didn't need any of her business skills. It ran itself as the long-standing and only hardware store in Hope Lake. Why do you want to leave? Addie looked at her as if she understood, which made Lyla wonder why she had asked. I enjoy my life in the city. I enjoy the dancing, the nightlife, the museums. There's always something fun to do there. Lyla glanced at the others, but it was like a sheet came down over their eyes. There's a lot of interesting things here, too. Chastity looked at the lake and promptly stood up. No, Marshall, put that wrapper down. We don't touch trash. She came around the table and stomped off, muttering about people littering while she took the wrapper from her toddler's hands. Ah, the life of a mom keeps you on your toes. Caitlin elbowed her. I heard you met Micah. Lyla stiffened. Was there anything that these ladies didn't know? Yeah, yesterday. Sweet boy. So is my James. Caitlin smiled and waved at her son, where Isabel stayed with him, watching him like a hawk. I still can't believe Izzy told us about him, and he's here. Children are so intuitive. You can say that again, Megan said. Kyla knew we were expecting long before we told anyone that little Faith was on the way. She smiled down at the sleeping baby in the stroller. They are that, Addie said, smiling at her look-alike, another Camp Hope kid. Then her hands fell to her belly, and her face bloomed. Lyla opened her mouth to ask, but a look in Addie's eyes had her closing it, promising to talk to her privately later. The thought brought on a pang within her, a sensation she had never experienced before and didn't quite understand. What about you, Lyla? Megan asked. Do you want kids? Well? She hesitated, realizing that she hadn't thought about that in a long time. It was always the plan, but I still feel so young. I may be speaking for myself, but I think we all did. Caitlin gave her that understanding, almost maternal smile. The same one she had used on her when she used to babysit her all those years ago. The city will always be there to visit, Megan said. We all came from there, or at least were there and then back or something like that. I can hardly even drive there anymore, Chastity said, shivering as she did. Well, there were some pros, but I'm sure glad I'm back. Caitlin sighed as she watched their passel of kids playing in the sand. Angelica's eyes turned distant and she looked away. Lyla knew little about her, other than she was the niece of Mrs. Manning, the biggest gossip in Hope Lake. She was a quiet gal, almost always smiling but not talking much. We've all had our experiences, Megan said, laying a hand on Angelica's shoulder. But Hope Lake always pulled together, Chastity said as she returned from tossing the trash into the can nearby. The conversation left Lyla even more confused about her desires. There was more to Hope Lake than she had seen before. She'd been busy kayaking, walking on the beach, having BBQs with friends, hiking, and Bennet was here. She ran a hand down her face. She loved these women, but they were at a different stage in life. They didn't understand. Lyla pulled out her phone to look at the time, mostly to seem like she had to go. I've got to get going, but thank you all of you for listening. She gave them each a hug. When Caitlin pulled her close, she said, I know how tough decisions like this are. I'm here for you, whatever you decide. Don't forget that. Thank you. Lyla choked with authentic emotion. It meant a lot to her for them to welcome her as they did, but her heart felt pulled in too many directions. After everything in the last couple of weeks, her entire identity seemed tenuous. Maybe what she needed was a break, some distance between the people and place that were causing her to question who she was and what she wanted. Maybe she'd find her answers in the city, helping Sophia with the event. Though a small part of her feared going there might make her never want to come back. 7. Every time Bennet saw Lyla, his heart ripped into more pieces, and he wondered how much more he could take. He tried ignoring her as she hummed and flitted around the store, double-checking the stock and ensuring everything would run smoothly while she was gone. The reminder had him gripping the spray can a little too tightly as he placed it on the shelf, and he knocked a few others over, causing them to crash to the floor he had just mopped that morning. "You okay over there?" Lyla's light-hearted tone made his heart sink all the more. "Yeah," he murmured as he checked the cans for damage before putting them back on the shelf. "You nervous about my not being here for so long?" She poked her head into the aisle he was working in. "You got this. I bet you could run this place by now." Not quite. There was a lot of the back-end part of running the store she hadn't taught him yet, and he said yet because he now knew that's why she asked him to work for her, to train him to manage the place. So she could go back to living in the city. He swallowed past the lump in his throat. It was his fault. He shouldn't have let himself hope. Hope was dangerous. "Well, I think you'll be fine for the 10 days I'll be gone." She patted his shoulder, her touch lingering but slipping off when he remained stock still. He couldn't let himself react. That part of him had to die, otherwise he'd just embarrass himself. "I'll be fine. You just have fun. I helped Sophia with this event last year too. It really is a blast. You get to meet a lot of cool people, and so many vendors. You wouldn't believe what some people create and make money from." He hated how her eyes glowed while talking about it, hated how eager she was to leave the store, the town, him. "Oh yeah?" Keeping his tone neutral while staying busy with replacing the paint brushes on the next shelf took all of his concentration. "Yeah, there's even a lady who makes things out of feathers." "Feathers?" "Masks mostly, and they're quite incredible." She rested her elbows on the counter, lost in her world. Whoever thought making a successful business with feather art? It's inspiring. It hit him then, wondering if there was more to Lyla wanting to be in the city than just the dancing and exciting life. He stopped and stared at her. "What is it you really want?" The question coming out of his mouth caught him off guard, as much as it did her. He cleared his throat, watching a myriad of emotions cross her freckled face, so cute, so innocent. "I mean, you got your degree in business, right? But you never wanted to come back to Hope Lake to run this store, not really at least, so what would you have done if your grandpa was still running the store?" Lyla continued to stare at him. "I didn't know you were so deep, Bennet." She pushed off the counter and moved around behind it, fiddling with this and that. He gave her time. It was a heavy question, and he wondered what had made him ask it. If she was set on leaving, the less connected with her the better, so why ask deep questions? His head was just as messed up as hers. "I'm not ignoring you." Her soft tone had him blinking past the blur in his eyes. It was out of line. He picked up the broom and headed toward the back of the building. She followed him. "You know, I don't think anyone's really ever asked me that before. Sure, I've daydreamed, but I haven't let myself think about it seriously." "It's okay," he said, storing the broom and looking for something else to do. "I love the energy of starting a business. We had several mock-ups we had to do while in classes. I love events like this one Sophia's in charge of. It's exciting and energizing." She sighed. "And Hope Lake isn't." He finished for her. "Well, no, it's the same old routine, day in and day out, boring, monotonous, predictable." "Stable?" The word left Bennet's mouth almost like a prophecy. That was it. That's why Hope Lake felt like home. It was stable. "It is stable," Lyla said, her brow furrowing. "Stability isn't a bad thing." He picked up the dust rag and went out to clean the shelves. He'd just done it yesterday, but standing here wasn't an option. No, it isn't." She absently stepped aside as he passed, a look of pure confusion making her nose scrunch in a most endearing way. He turned away from her, hating how her every move yanked on his heart. She was leaving and he was not only hurt but jealous. "Aren't you going to be late?" A flurry of movement came behind him, as she came through the back door with her belongings in hand. "The paint order should come in tomorrow. Don't forget to make the tool order on Thursday. You can leave the new inventory in back until I return, so I can log it into the system. And don't let Mickey put anything else on his tab until he pays it." "Yes, boss," he said, hating the fact that she could still make him want to smile. "Call me if you need anything or text is probably better. It gets so loud." She stopped as she got to the door. "You sure about this?" "Sure about what? Handling the store, or handling her leaving him?" "Yeah, I got this. Put the store out of your mind, and me?" "Well, that won't happen, but Bennet?" She waited until he looked at her. "Thank you. I don't think you understand how much this means to me." "No problem." He wanted to pull his eyes away, but the earnestness in hers kept him captive. "I'm hoping my head will be in a better place when I get back. Maybe we could, talk more about things." She fiddled with her purse, something she didn't carry while in Hope Lake. "Sure. Whatever you want." He lifted a hand. "Now go before you're late, and drive crazy because of it." "Thanks," she said, her gaze lingering until the door closed between them. It wasn't until she left the view of the window that he allowed himself to sit on the stool behind the counter and drop his head into his hands. It was hopeless, he was hopeless. The bell over the door sang. Bennet lifted his head and ran a quick hand down his face as boots clopped on the floor. "Sitting down on the job, huh? What would your boss say?" Jordan teased as he came to sit across the counter from him. "Speaking of boss, I just saw her leaving with the packed car." "Yeah, she has an event in the city." Bennet stood to continue wiping off the counter, as he had been doing before Lyla left. "Must be a long one." Jordan stared at him and then out the window. 10 days. Bennet shrugged. 10 days wasn't that long in the scheme of things. It wasn't a big deal. And she left her protégé to run everything. "Party at the hardware store?" Jordan laughed. "Nah, man. I'm not much for parties." Bennet lifted a corner of his mouth, unable to ignore Jordan's zeal. "You did just fine at the barbecue." Jordan spun around on the stool. "Different?" "Glad to hear it, 'cause we're having another. This Sunday. Guess it'll just be you, with your chickadee out of the nest." "She's not mine and we don't have a nest." Bennet squeezed the rag in his hand. "Ah, trouble in the roost. Got it." Jordan slapped his arm. "No worries, brother. Sometimes it takes these gals some processing before they realize we're the best thing for them. She'll come around." Bennet stared at Jordan as if he had grown 2 legs out of his head, but he had waited a long time for his wife to return, or so the story goes. Would he have that much patience? Would it matter? The bell rang over the door again. "Hello, Mr. Whitlock. I've got your order in back. Give me a sec." Bennet gave Jordan a small nod and went to retrieve the order. The two were chit-chatting about the new gas station Hope Lake was getting when he returned. "Well, I don't think we need another station. What we need is for that ice cream store to open back up." "I agree," Jordan said. "I miss that place. It was great for the town. The kids loved it, and the tourists kept it running all year. It's a shame no one wanted to take it over after Frank retired." Mr. Whitaker shook his head, then took the bag that Bennet offered him. "Thank you, son. We good?" "Yes, sir. Your bill is all paid. You're good to go. Thanks for using us." Bennet shook the older man's hand. "Well, we've got to keep the mom and pops going, you know. Those big chains don't do us any good. Keep them in the big cities." He shook his head as he headed toward the door. "Yes, sir. Have a great day." Bennet waved one last time before he turned back to Jordan, who stared at him incredulously. "What?" You're good at this, you know? Bennet shrugged. I like the people. It shows? Jordan continued to stare at him. I've missed you on the job, but I see now, you belong here. Bennet snapped his head up. What do you mean? I mean you belong here in Hope Lake, yes, but here running this store. He leaned over the counter. Whatever that crazy redhead decides, man, this is your home. Bennet swallowed past the lump in his throat. He had never heard those words before, and it was like it unlocked a floodgate of pent-up dreams deep within him. He cleared his throat. So, what can I get you? As he put together Jordan's order, he processed the internal war and struggle going on inside of him. On the one hand, his heart felt shattered that Lyla would choose the city over him, and on the other, she handed him a different dream, one where he felt like he belonged, just as Jordan said. Maybe he was hoping for too much. Should he just be grateful that, though he didn't hit his high mark, he found a place he belonged? There was one important question he wondered about. Could he continue to work here, regardless of how much he enjoyed it, if the chance with Lyla was gone? The city was loud, wonderful, and devastating, and completely not as fulfilling as it once had been. She pushed past the empty feeling and forced the eagerness she'd been feeling to surface again. She looked forward to this event, helping Sophia create a place for budding marketers to show their wares. She got to put her business skills to work and hang out with her bestie at the same time. The monstrous parking garage was full of people who didn't know how to drive. In just the short time between entering and finding a parking spot on the 4th level, she avoided 5 near accidents. Her heart rate sped up, and irritation flooded her. The irritation faded as a wash of guilt hit her. She hadn't let her mom know she was coming into town. She sent off a quick text telling her mom she'd be in town for the next 10 days and hoped they could get together. Ever since her mom had remarried, Lyla didn't worry as much about her, but being in the city meant she could check on her whenever she wanted. It had been harder from Hope Lake to keep tabs. As she pulled out her purse and rolling briefcase, she tidied her business suit and took a deep breath. She was just out of practice. After a few days back in the city, little nuances like that wouldn't get to her. Her phone rang as she made it to the elevator. Hey Soph. I'm here. Woohoo. Just in time too. Davis is getting all over my case about the organization of the booths, and I can't figure out how to fit 2 more in. She lowered her voice. And I won't let that stubborn mule's bum think he's better than me. Never. Lyla laughed. Be right up? Thank goodness. You're the best, you know that? Sophia didn't give her time to respond before she ended the call. Just like that, Lyla's frustration was gone. For the next few days, Lyla was so immersed in the project, she barely had time to think about Hope Lake. By the time she and Sophia got back to her place at night, they barely had the energy to eat a quick dinner and fall asleep. This business fair was special, as it was a teaching convention where Sophia's company taught each exhibitor how to set up their booth, how to design their brand and market their products. Entrepreneurs and business startups from all over the country eagerly sought attendance to the convention. Lyla loved helping because she got to use all the knowledge she had learned in college. Plus, seeing the different types of businesses, creators, inventors, and people starting from nothing was inspiring to her. Lyla was great at the background work, coming up with branding ideas and individual business plans that Sophia's team would go over with each attendee. But as the work slowed and the exhibitors started showing up for the business fair, Lyla's part was almost over, except meeting people and showing them where to set up in the parking lot they were taking over for the event. That took little energy. Sophia, on the other hand, was still flitting from one fire to another, leaving Lyla on her own. She wandered through the booths as the people set up and chit-chatted here and there. Many people were what she called annuals. They attended the event each year and knew each other. Watching as they greeted each other like old friends and caught up with the current happenings, she thought about how much like a small town this event was. And just like that, she was back in Hope Lake, and her heart realized the emptiness she'd been feeling but kept pushing away. She picked up her phone, but still no messages from Bennet. Maybe he was ready to take it on full time. It had been 3 days, and he hadn't needed anything. Acknowledging that emptiness made it grow until her stomach felt hollow. It should make her happy that Bennet could function without her. It meant that she could come back to the city. That's what she wanted, right? She wandered aimlessly, realizing that she wasn't even looking at the booths. Instead, wandering through the exhibit like a zombie, she found a quiet nook and sat down in the shade. There was no peace though, no silent refuge with the sound of water lapping a sandy shore, or birds flitting from branch to branch, or mountain landscape to pull her away from her troubles. Instead, she was surrounded by the sound of traffic, honking, engines rumbling, and tires squealing. She realized what she was searching for wasn't here, in the city. Her phone rang, startling her. Immediately her thoughts went to Bennet, but it wasn't his number nor the shop's but her mom's. She drew a deep breath to steady herself, then answered. "Hey Mom." "Hi sweetie. I thought you were in town?" Her mom sounded busy. The sound of plates stacking and movement filled the silence. "I am. Sorry I haven't stopped by. It's been busy, but things are slowing down. Want to have dinner tonight?" A wash of guilt flooded her. She should have stopped there on her way into town. Wasn't being close to her mom one of the biggest reasons she wanted to stay in the city? "I would like that." Her mom paused, the silence hanging heavy. "I have big news to share." Lila's heart raced, pounding in her chest like a caged animal. The last time she said those words, her mom told her they were moving to the city. "Mom, you can't tell me that and expect me to wait until dinner with it hanging over my head." Her mom sighed several times before finally saying, "Jerry and I are moving." "Moving?" Lyla sat forward. "What? Why? Where?" "His company made him a partner. We've got to move to the East Coast, Manhattan." All sound stopped on the other end. She could picture her mom standing there, biting her lip, waiting for the world to crash down. Lyla wanted to tell her not to go. She wanted to tell her that the only reason she had come to the city in the first place was her, and now she stood at the crazy crossroads, not knowing what she really wanted. "Lyla? You there, sweetie?" "Yeah." She said the word in a sigh, not knowing how to respond. When are you leaving?" All at once, Lyla knew what the strange sounds were. Her mom was packing. "In a week. Things move fast in the corporate world." "I see." Lyla realized she used one of Bennet's terms, and her heart crashed all over again. "I was going to wait until I could tell you face to face, sweetie. I'm sorry. Jerry says the employees' penthouse has room, if you wanted to move out with us." The hope in her mom's voice both made her feel guilty and angry all at once. Mom. How could she ask such a thing of her? Upending her life again. I know. I'm sorry. You have a life here, and responsibilities in Hope Lake. You're always welcome. We'll talk more about how we can arrange consistent visits at dinner, okay? Sure, Mom. Of course. It's not like we won't get to see each other. Yet her heart ached at the thought of her mom all the way across the country. Of course. Besides, Jerry wants to retire out here eventually. We'll be back. The thought of Jerry retiring made little sense. The guy was a workaholic. He lived for his business, not that he wasn't an attentive husband. He was. Her mom was happy, and that's what was important. We'll figure it out. See you tonight? I'll make your favorite. I love you, sweetie. Love you too, Mom. Lyla sat there staring at her phone, trying to drown out the honks of traffic, the sirens, and the sounds of the throng of people surrounding the event center. There you are. Sophia came around the corner. I've been looking for you everywhere. My lunch meeting was canceled, so. Wait, what happened? Sophia sat next to her, her brows furrowed in concern. My mom is moving to Manhattan. Lyla poured out her mother's news and confessed that she didn't know where she belonged, and that Hope Lake kept pulling at her, but she worried it would swallow her whole and Bennet. "Oh, honey." Sophia brought her into a hug, and then pulled her to her feet. "Come on. I know just what you need." "You do?" Lyla asked, following her friend like a lost puppy. "Yeah, your favorite Indian restaurant and ice cream afterward." "Ice cream sounds good, I've missed ice cream." Lyla didn't know what any of that had to do with her life crisis, but it sounded like a pleasant distraction for now. Sophia looped her arm in Lyla's, chatting about what had transpired that day, what Davis thought about the organization, what the numbers looked like, and how this was going to make her have to do the event every year. "But I can't do it without you." Sophia gave her another hug when they reached her car. "But you know, Hope Lake isn't that far away. We still talk almost every day, and see each other every other weekend." "You have definitely made it tolerable," Lyla said as she climbed into the passenger seat. "Tolerable isn't the word I would use to describe how you've been talking about Hope Lake recently. Peaceful. Adventurous. Calming. Those are the words I've been hearing." Sophia gave her a look before pulling out of the parking garage and weaving expertly through traffic to Lyla's favorite restaurant. "But Hope Lake doesn't have Indian food," Lyla lamented. "You could learn to cook it." Sophia glanced at her, before slowing to move behind an erratic driver. "But they don't have nightclubs." Lyla searched for all the things she loved about the city. "You could come visit to dance once a month. It's not like we've had much time to do that lately anyway." Sophia shrugged. "But they don't have even an ice cream store." She really was searching. "I saw one. It's been shut down since I hit high school." Closing her eyes, she could almost taste the mint chip ice cream melting down her cone as Mr. Henderson handed it to her. Going out for ice cream had been her mom's special treat for them to do together. "Well, the city doesn't have a lake, kayaking, mountain landscapes, BBQs on the beach, or Bennet. But it has you." Lyla blinked through the tears blurring her vision. Sophia parked in front of the little restaurant and turned toward her. "And I'll visit you. I'm not going anywhere." "So you're saying I should stay in Hope Lake?" "I'm saying you should consider what your heart is really saying. Your mom is leaving. What else does that leave that you really need? Besides me, of course, but we've been over that." "Opportunities?" She lifted one shoulder, missing the excitement of new adventures. "You have your own business, and a successful one at that. Who else that graduated with you has a successful business that's all theirs?" Sophia leveled her with a hard stare. "I'll get bored." "You'll get bored no matter where you are, unless you are doing something new. Hope Lake has new things to do too. Besides, I knew the moment I saw that cowboy look at you, it was over." "What do you mean, over?" Lyla forgot her search for reasons to avoid Hope Lake and searched her friend's features instead. "I mean, I knew as soon as you realized how he felt and realized you felt it too, because you'd be a goner. You can stop lying to yourself now. You're hooked." "But..." She laid a hand on Sophia's. "I'll be fine. Besides, I enjoy spending time in Hope Lake. If you're there, I have a vacation spot to visit any time I want." "That's for sure. So follow your heart, sista. I'll be right by your side, whatever you decide." She reached over the seat to give her another hug. "Now let's go. I'm starving, and time is flying by. I've got to be back in less than an hour." "Thank you, Sophia." Lyla didn't know if she was any closer to deciding, but Sophia had set her heart at peace about several things. Lyla spent the next several days, her energy renewed, as she processed everything her friend told her, while helping people set up their booths and marketing programs. The first 2 days of the fair went beautifully, and soon she realized she was no longer needed, but something else felt very needed. When Sophia said she could handle the rest on her own and to go find her dream, Lyla hopped into her car 3 days earlier than planned and headed home to Hope Lake. All she had to do now was convince the guy with the damaged past to give her a second chance. Would it be too much to ask? 8. Just when Bennet finally felt at ease in the store and was settling into his new role, Lyla, all smiles and charm, showed up 3 days earlier than expected. He had just been setting things up for the day when the bell over the door jangled. It had taken him off guard. The store didn't technically open for another 15 minutes. Standing behind the aisle stacked with paint cans, he couldn't see the door. He gripped the handle of the broom in a way that he could use it as a weapon. He pulled with as much force as he could to deepen his voice further. "We're not quite open," he said, positioning himself so he could see through the cans on the top shelf to the entrance. "It's good to see you follow my hours, even when I'm not here to watch your back." Lyla's sweet voice had at once put him at ease and increased his anxiety. He didn't know who was more dangerous, the creepy guy he kept seeing snaking through town or Lyla. Seeing her face to face, all smiles and charm, he decided Lyla was infinitely more dangerous. After the initial shock of staring straight at the gal who had broken his heart even before he had the chance to kiss her, he averted his gaze, unable to meet her penetrating eyes again. "Bad surprise?" She sounded hesitant, and a little like a deflated balloon. What could he say? How could she be so happy knowing he was miserable with her, leaving him and Hope Lake behind? "Everything okay?" He went with the safer route, avoiding questions by asking his own. Besides, the moment he asked it, he realized how odd it was for her to be there, and concern built in his chest. Was this why he had been on edge all morning? Something had felt off since he woke up, an anxiety that left his nerves shaking. "Yeah, they're great, in fact." She moved closer to him, leaning against the counter and giving him no escape unless he went all the way around the end of the aisle or slid right by her. So he parked himself at the shelves and pretended to straighten the cans, which he had already obsessed over moments before. "Did the event end earlier than expected?" "You are early, right?" "It's still going, and yeah, I was planning on staying to help her finish things up, but..." She shrugged. The slight movement caught his eye, but he glanced away again. "Thought I might be more needed here." "Oh." He left the word hanging. Did she no longer trust him because he had tried to make a move on her? She stood there casually, staring at him. He could feel her eyes boring into him, as if trying to suck out all of his secrets. "Bennet." She didn't ask, she stated his name like a command, and one he could not avoid. He sighed and looked up to meet her eyes, briefly. Just long enough to see her biting her lip, and hope to fill her eyes. "Did I ruin everything?" Her question pierced the heaviness in his chest, but instead of dispelling it, it only stirred up doubts and fear. I. He clamped his mouth shut and turned away. "This isn't easy for me." His quiet words somehow filled the store and hung there as if an accusation. What wasn't easy for him? Being open about his feelings? Trusting? Moving past being hurt? Being close to anyone, period? Thinking about being close to someone, Micah popped into his mind with a power that clutched at his chest. He hadn't been able to see him all week because he had full care of the store. Opening and closing took longer than expected. "Since you're here." He turned but kept his eyes covered by his hat. "Think I could take the day off to see Micah?" "Oh, she didn't mask or even downplay her surprise nor the hurt. What did she expect him to do? Run into her arms and say, "I don't care how much you hurt me, just spend today with me"? She moved and straightened. "Of course. You gave me a chance to do something I thought I wasn't going to be able to. I appreciate that. Go. Give him a hug for me." Bennet swallowed. He shouldn't have been surprised that she'd become attached to Micah like she had, but everything she was doing made little sense to him. Coming home early, all smiles with him, acting like she was hurt because what? Because he hadn't been more excited to see her. His head swam as he slid by her, her warmth confusing him all the more, and put the broom away. "You're sure?" He didn't mean to ask, didn't want to give her an out, but nothing felt right at the moment. There were 2 things he knew for sure. One was he needed to see Micah. 2, he couldn't spend the entire day alone with her, not with his head swimming the way it did just breathing in her scent. Yes, I'm sorry I seemed shocked. You need to see Micah. You promised, and it's important to keep promises. That made him look up at her, and he even chanced trying to read her eyes. They held promise and hope, and was that a touch of regret? Maybe after, or later, or tomorrow we could go kayaking or something? I have a lot I want to talk to you about. She bit her lip again, an expression that made her seem childlike and vulnerable, which made him feel protective. He ran a hand down his face, as the warring emotions left him unsettled. Please just hear me out, okay? She took a step toward him, but stopped before being in touching distance. Yeah, sure. He tipped his hat and fled through the door. His eyes instantly darted to the corner where he'd seen the man before, but it was empty. So was the rest of town, except for a few early shoppers going into mom and pop's. He climbed into his truck, his heart hammering and his mind feeling like it was stuffed with cotton. What was wrong with him? He rubbed his face and started his truck. Josie let him arrive without calling, and it was so early, he'd probably catch Micah at breakfast and not interrupt anything anyway. On the short drive he drew in several deep breaths, but the inner uneasiness never died down. The moment he rounded the corner into the camp, he knew why. Not only was Derek's patrol car there, but Hayes and one other were too. He threw the truck into park, and flew from his seat almost before the engine stopped roaring. It was Micah. His heart sank in knowing as he ran toward Josie, who had seen him drive up and ran toward him. Bennet. She grabbed his arm. Please tell me you've seen Micah. Bennet squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head. He murmured under his breath and clenched his fists, ready to punch anything. I should have checked it out. Why didn't we listen to him? His breath came in quick gasps, and the grip on his arm tightened. You did, and so have we. We listened to him, but maybe you might know more than you think. She pulled him toward Derek, who was talking to a teenage boy who looked as white as a sheet. I'm telling you, Sheriff. I don't get it. He was there and then he wasn't. I didn't hear or see anything. His eyes grew even larger. Was it a mountain lion? There haven't been sightings. Derek closed his notebook and shook the kid's hand. If you remember anything else, or hear the kids talking about anything, tell Josie to call me, okay? Yes, sir. Of course. He's a good kid. I hope he's okay. Thank you for your help, Leo. Josie's grip let go of Bennet, as she turned toward the gangly guy and led him toward the meeting hall. Let's get you some breakfast, okay? Any leads? Anything? Bennet turned to Derek, his mind reeling and fear engulfing him. Derek glanced over at Bennet, and led him to sit down on a hay bale. We'll find him, man. Just sit there and breathe for a few minutes. You look like you'll either explode or pass out. Both maybe, Hayes said as he approached them, his tone completely serious. Bennet didn't want to sit. His foot bounced and his hands clenched and unclenched. He tried to breathe, but he focused more on the officer's hushed words. Nothing, maybe a couple of heels dug in, but then nothing. There's too much duff on the ground out there to track anything. Hayes pulled at his shirt. Who would take a kid from a camp? Bennet thought about that side of the forest, picturing the thick layer of pine needles and decaying leaves carpeting the forest floor. It would be hard to track, at least to an inexperienced tracker. We have to find out more about his past. Some of these kids come from terrible situations. Ask Cody or Josie to tell you about their son's story one of these days. Derek pulled out his book, seeming to go over notes. Wiley? Hayes asked but turned startled as boots scraped on gravel. You wanted to see me? Wiley himself stood there, his brows scrunched and eyes full of inner demons. Thanks for coming, Derek said, shaking his hand. Wiley looked from him to Hayes, then to Bennet. Hey, Bennet. Hey, buddy. Bennet stood and took his hand. The kid was taller than he was now, and far different from the little wildling that Bennet knew before Josie and Cody adopted him. You holding up? All this just brings back old garbage, you know? He lifted a shoulder that had widened almost to the width of a man's. Yeah, I do. Bennet gave a single nod, and they spoke the unspoken language of those who had survived. "We're gonna find him." Wiley's conviction hit Bennet in the gut. "You better believe it." Bennet gripped his hand as if in promise. "I've got questions for both of you while Hayes calls in search and rescue." Derek waved Hayes off to do as he directed. Then he turned and asked Wiley several questions that led nowhere. "I've got to get the horses ready, sir. If you're done, I plan on heading out afterwards, searching the old cave, just in case." Wiley nodded. "Is there a reason you think he'd go there?" Derek asked with a touch of hope in his voice. "No, sir. I haven't told any of the kids about it. It's just a good hiding place, "All right, thanks, Wiley. If you think of anything else, let me know." "Will do." Wiley gave a nod to Bennet, and then disappeared into the barn. "That kid is proof that we can find Micah." Derek landed a heavy hand on Bennet's shoulder. "Come with me." Bennet followed Derek to the area that Micah kept glancing at during their visits. The sun was just cresting the mountains, but that particular spot was still in the shade. For some reason, it was darker than the surrounding area, with more places for someone to hide. As they neared the location, he noticed the trees grew closer together, and the bushes were taller than in the other areas. "I'll be talking to Cody about taking out all the brush from the areas close to camp. It will make it safer." Derek glanced at him, then to the ground, kicking aside loose leaves and pine needles. "Here." He squatted, using a pen to clear 2 small impressions, about the size of a little boy's boots. Bennet gasped. This place." Micah was scared of it. "He said he saw someone out here." Derek nodded. "Josie told me. I have Hayes looking into new people in town and vacationers. We'll find him." Bennet had learned a few tracking skills from Leroy to help locate lost calves. He duck-walked carefully through the duff, looking for anything else. "Here." He pointed to some moss that hung loose from the side of a pine, as if someone had gripped the tree only to be torn away. "Good eye, Bennet." Derek stood and motioned for Hayes, who came trotting over. "Where are we with search and rescue? Particularly Tom Wilson." Hayes lifted an eye. "Tom actually answered the line and said he'd be here in 10. He's the best tracker in the county." Derek looked back at the tree. Bennet started moving further into the forest, but Derek put a restraining hand on him. "Best not mess with any of the crime scenes. Tom will need it just as the guy who took Micah left it." Derek urged Bennet back to the trail. Bennet glanced back, looking for any sign of further altercation or evidence Micah had been taken that way. "Where does that land lead?" "Down into Johnson Land," Derek said offhandedly as he scrolled through the contact list in his phone. "Do they have trails out that way? How close is it to the main road?" Bennet ran a map of what he knew of Hope Lake through his mind. "Huh?" Derek glanced up. "Hey Bennet. I know you're trying to help, but right now our best trackers are on their way. I'm going to put an APB out for Micah. Why don't you go home, where we can contact you if anything comes up?" "Hayes." Hayes came up to Bennet at Derek's nod. Everything in Bennet fought the dismissal that Derek just gave him. He thought he knew the guy better than that. "Don't take it personally, man." Hayes slapped his back as they moved toward Bennett's truck. "Derek's serious about his job. He hasn't lost a person yet." "I get it," he said, though he didn't. "He should be out there looking for Micah. Hey, if you see that guy, the odd one standing around town you talked to me about, let me know." Hayes gripped his shoulder and Bennet tried to play it cool, but the moment Hayes mentioned the guy that gave him the creeps, everything froze within him. "Yeah, of course." Bennet felt as if he moved with frozen sludge in his veins. "I'm gonna go talk to Lyla, maybe help her out to keep busy. You'll call me on my cell if anything comes up?" "You bet." Hayes closed the door and backed away. "Keeping busy is the best bet." Bennet nodded, trying to act calm. The sludge turned into fire the more the pieces fell into place. He knew he should share his thoughts with Hayes and Derek, but they'd just tell him to stay out of it. He needed to ask Lyla if she'd seen the guy, and then he'd conduct his own search and rescue. His chest clenched at the thought of the little boy he had come to care deeply for being taken against his will, and determination to find him overpowered the fear of being hurt by Lyla. Lyla sat behind the counter, her head drooping in her hands. The late night she had talking with Sophia, and the early morning start she made to get here before opening, had sapped her energy. For the last hour she'd been trying to figure out how to repair the damage done, if it was worth it, and if she had done anything wrong in the first place. She felt like a pendulum, going first one way and back the other, completely bypassing the middle where balance lay. Right now, she was on the angry side of the pendulum. What right did he have to be mad at her for being honest? She hadn't led him on, hadn't pulled the wool over his eyes. Hadn't she even told him from the get-go she didn't want to be swallowed up by this small town? At this moment she was so angry she thought about selling the store and never stepping foot in Hope Lake again. Though as she slid off the stool, ready to take her frustrations out with a mop on the floor, her eyes landed on one of the many pictures of her grandpa shaking hands with prominent people in the town. Just like that, the anger evaporated, the pendulum swung, and she felt like crying. She went into the back in case the tears actually came, and saw the new shipments stacked neatly against the back wall, still in their packaging, just like she'd asked. Bennet really was a good listener, maybe too good. She might as well enter the inventory, anything to keep her mind off the whirlwind of Bennet Caldwell. 4 of the bigger packages were the new kayaks she had ordered. When that strange guy had asked if anyone sold them in town, she recognized a potential source of income that her grandfather had never utilized. She traced a finger down the smooth plastic, thinking of the time she and Bennet went kayaking in the sunset. It had been so romantic, and yet he never once crossed the line. Yet at the same time, he made her feel more wooed than ever before. Not that college guys knew how to woo very well. She found out early enough that college was not the place to husband hunt, as one of her friends said. She hadn't been hunting, but she also didn't like being the prey. Bennet was just a surprise, a wonderful surprise that she ruined by not knowing her own mind. Did she know it now? She knew herself enough to know she was still too emotional to decide that. She needed time, and obviously Bennet did as well. The doorbell jangled almost angrily. For a moment, a wash of fear stabbed her as she thought of that weird guy who led her to buy these kayaks. "Lyla," Bennet called, not in his normal easygoing deep voice, but in a frantic bellow. Almost like that time when he found that guy standing outside the store. "Here," she called, doing her best to hide the emotions that shot through her like wayward fireworks. He met her at the entrance to the storage area. After he quickly scanned her as if to ensure she was safe, he grabbed her arms gently but firmly. "When you came into town, did you see that guy, the creepy one?" Lyla shook her head, even while she poured through her memories. It seemed so long ago when she had come into town, even though it must have been not much more than an hour. No, that early in the morning no one was around. But he has been. Bennet slid past her, roving through the back and checking closets and even the bathroom before locking the deadbolt on the back door. "The guy's been there more often than not, nearly every morning. About the time you came in." "He wasn't. I actually slowed down to look past the building and out onto the lake. It looked so glassy." "Did you see anyone on it?" He turned to face her again. "The lake?" She shook her head, her heart hammering at the wild look in his eyes. "What's going on, Bennet?" "He's gone." He swiped a hand down his face, but not quickly enough that she didn't see the sorrow in his eyes. "Who, the creepy dude?" "No, Micah." He met her eyes then, and the full force of his sorrow, fear, and what looked like guilt hit her. No, how does a 6-year-old boy, what do you mean gone?" She gulped, trying to process everything, and knowing she didn't succeed. "I know you think I'm crazy, but I swear it's that creepy guy." He took Micah. He shook out his hands as he paced in front of her. "You think that creepy dude is the guy Micah kept seeing in the woods? Think about it." Bennet stepped away from her, and started pulling items off a shelf and piling them on the counter. He showed up about the same time as Micah started talking about seeing someone in the forest. And he said something about taking a nephew out on the lake. The lake? Lyla covered her mouth, and it all registered: the flashlight, the emergency blankets, and even the snacks Bennet piled on the counter. You're going to search for him. You gonna ring me up, or do I need to do it? Bennet reached for the scanner. She placed a hand on his. I'm going with you. Grabbing one of the canvas tote bags with their logo on it, she stuffed the items Bennet had gathered into it, adding a few more, including some binoculars. I don't think. Bennet stood there watching, frozen. Don't think. Let's go. She shouldered the bag and headed for the front door. I have to borrow the kayaks, and... Bennet's voice sounded far away, and the sound of it terrified her. No, you don't. We're using the new ones. Come on. Get them down. She marched toward the front door, but Bennet grabbed her arm. Where are you going? If we tell the sheriff or deputies, they won't let us go. Bennet didn't hold her tightly, but firmly. I was just going to turn off the open sign and lock the door. She scrunched her brow. Shouldn't we at least tell Derek? Bennet shook his head, but he let go of her arm. No, they're searching the woods right now. He doesn't want me in the way. He'd tell me not to go, and I don't want to go against his orders. Best if he just doesn't know. Lyla nodded, walking numbly to turn off the sign and lock the door. Someone should know where they were going though, right? If Derek was looking in the forest, then that's probably where he thought Micah was. Bennet was going out on the lake regardless if she went or not, and in the state he was in, he shouldn't be alone. She shook out her hands, trying to dispel the adrenaline that coursed through her, trying to convince herself that Bennet was wrong. Yet something deep in her gut told her he wasn't. The creepy dude had shown up about the time Bennet said Micah started acting scared. He said something about a young nephew, and asked questions about the lake. They had seen him on the lake several times, with another man, not a little boy. Were they planning Micah's kidnapping? Then she remembered the items the guy had bought: duct tape, zip ties, and fire starters. Normal everyday hardware store buys, but also normal kidnapping supplies. She adjusted the bag on her shoulder, and grabbed the other side of the kayak that Bennet was pulling out the back door. Let's go. You sure? I'm sure. I'm not letting you do this alone. Besides, I'd do anything for Micah too. She hefted the boat sideways to get it out of the door. How long ago did he go missing? Bennet waited until they set down the first kayak, and he pulled out his phone. 2 hours. It'd take the guy some time to hike through the forest back to a vehicle, especially with a struggling kid. Plus, a little more time to reach that canoe they've been paddling around. They aren't the best paddlers, as we've seen. She scanned the lake, which was far from empty as it was prime fishing time, looking for a canoe. No, Bennet said as he passed her to go back in and get the other boat. But we are. They didn't waste time and moved quickly, carrying the boats and paddles to the beach behind the store. She wasn't dressed for the lake. Neither was he. In fact, seeing him with his cowboy boots sticking up on his boat almost made her laugh. If adrenaline hadn't been coursing through her as strongly as it was, she would not have been able to swallow the laugh. She paddled up alongside him, noticing that her sneakers didn't look any less out of place on the kayak, nor did their jeans. She pulled down the big sun hat she'd taken as she ran out the door the last time, grateful for it as the sun reflected off the water and rose higher in the sky. Any ideas? She asked, both nervous and hopeful that he had some sort of plan. Let me see those binoculars. He set his paddle down and reached toward her. She pulled them from the bag she had stuffed between her legs and bit her lip as he searched the lake. The lake was far from empty. Several little fishing boats were trolling here and there, but the normal beachgoers, kayakers, and paddleboarders hadn't come out yet. So far, only fishing boats, a couple of canoes, all with a single man and a pole. Bennet hung the binoculars around his neck and picked up his paddle. You know this area better than I do. Where would the quickest access be from near Camp Hope? I thought you said you used to go paddling at camp. Of course, Bennet exclaimed, and started paddling like a madman. It took all of her strength and grace to keep up with him, as he powered through the smooth water toward the inlet that the camp kids usually came to when they visited the lake. It wasn't too far from the hideout, as Caitlin called their favorite spot on the lake. Hope Lake was full of small islands and deep inlets. Lyla realized that each time they came up to a new inlet, she held her breath, waiting to see if they would find that canoe with the two awkward men and a little boy. Bennet scanned the lake as he paddled, but never let up until they reached that inlet. He paddled right up to the beach, but didn't disembark. Instead, he pointed. Look, that indentation is from a canoe being dragged out, right? His voice was breathless, but she didn't think it was because of effort. Sure enough, the slide marks heading down into the water had a deeper gouge in the middle, just like the canoe those men had been using. Has the camp been out here recently? Bennet shook his head. She didn't know if she should take that as they hadn't or that he didn't know, but from the look on his face, she felt like she shouldn't ask. He drew the binoculars to his eyes again, scanning. 2, no 3 canoes different than the others. Isn't there an island with a camping spot out there? Every island pretty much has camping spots. It's one of Hope Lake's attractions. Lyla sighed. How could they check each one? I explored quite a few of them when I was here in the summers. Bennet dropped the binoculars and picked up his paddle. It feels like forever ago, but I remember a few really well. She kept pace with him, as he wasn't going nearly as fast as he had been, more as if he were contemplating his next move. I want to get close enough to check them out, but not close enough that they can recognize us. What if we take a wide angle that goes toward all 3 of them, but almost perpendicular to them? Good idea, he said, and angled his kayak to do exactly that. The first canoe had just a single fisherman. The next one had 2 people, but on closer inspection it was a couple, a man and a woman, who leaned forward and kissed just as Bennet handed her the binoculars to have a look. The third one was further away, but the closer they came, careful to look like they were going a different direction, the more she could see the awkward tilt of the canoe. She held her breath as she stopped paddling long enough to look through the binoculars. 2 men. No fishing poles. The angle was wrong to see the middle of the boat, but just then, the guy in the front took an extra hard paddle, and the canoe shifted sideways. She saw a small, hunched figure in the middle. Bennet. She barely breathed his name as she handed him the binoculars. Is it him? Her heart pounded loudly in her ears as she waited for what felt like forever, while he focused the binoculars and stared at the canoe. She reached out and grabbed the edge of his kayak so they wouldn't drift apart. He has a big hat on, pulled down over his face, but I swear I would recognize those hunched over shoulders anywhere. He dropped the binoculars and rubbed his eyes. What are we going to do? If that was Micah, they had to do something. Shore was too far away to get help without losing them. Where were they headed, and why did they have the boy that Bennet had started calling his? 9. The more Bennet thought about the little boy in the distance, the more his spine tingled in knowing it was Micah. He licked his lips as he brought the binoculars up again. The little boy sat hunched between the men, hiding in his life jacket. At least they put that on him. Do you think they would put a life jacket on him if they meant to hurt him? The words escaped out loud, and he kept the binoculars up to hide his face. I don't know. Wouldn't it draw attention if they had a kid without a life jacket? Lyla sounded hesitant, but he had a feeling it had more to do with not wanting to think the worst rather than not knowing the facts. He dropped the binoculars, focusing on the yank they gave his neck rather than the fear that consumed him. As he picked up his paddle, he was grateful he had something to squeeze, a way to release the anger without losing control of his temper. Let's continue past, hang wide but continue watching. He dipped his paddle, waiting until he heard Lyla's paddle dip as well, then pushed on. Controlling his paddle to keep them going at an easy pace had him almost ready to explode inside. He could feel Lila's fear and concern, so he reined it in as much as possible. "Should we call Derek now?" She came up beside him, her brows scrunched with worry. Bennet shook his head. "We don't know for sure. And Derek would tell them to go home and let him and his deputies handle it. Plus, if it wasn't Micah, they would be calling off men from searching for him in the forest." Bennet knew why, and didn't really blame him. Derek was just trying to keep everyone safe, and maybe he was right. Maybe Bennet had no business following two supposed kidnappers, without training or even a weapon. Why hadn't he asked Lyla to bring that stashed gun? Lyla fell back a ways. He could tell she wanted to have the support of the people she grew up with, to rescue the boy, and he didn't want her to get hurt either. But she was there with him, now she was his to protect, her and Micah. There had been no one to protect him when he was little. He would not let that happen to Micah. Lyla remained quiet, as they kept the other canoe in their peripheral vision. It felt wrong to be moving away from Micah, or the boy he believed to be him. He had to play this right. A fight on the water could end really badly for either Micah or Lyla, and he couldn't have that. If the guys were armed, it wouldn't matter how fast he and Lyla could paddle. They couldn't outrace a bullet. The kidnappers had to have a destination. There was nothing on the opposite side of the lake but forestry land. What were they going to do with Micah? Why did they want the boy in the first place? He wished he had pressed Micah for more information, or dug it out from Megan or Josie. If he had known there were people after him, he would have taken his fear more seriously. He had assumed that Micah was like him, always scared someone was coming after him again. No one had ever come after him, but that hadn't stopped Bennet from watching, even now. Obviously, Micah's fears had been real, and Bennet hadn't been there to protect him. "I think I know where they're headed," Lyla said, closing in on him. He shook his head, and brought himself back to the present. "Where's that?" "See that long island with the big rocky point in the middle?" Lyla pointed, but kept her arm low so the other canoe couldn't see, a move that impressed him. "Yes, I see it. It looks like they're headed there, and I know of several secluded campsites on it." She turned back to him. "Do you think that's what they were doing out on the lake all those times we saw them? Scouting out hidden places?" "You could be right." Bennet took his gaze off the island and looked at her. If it were any other moment, she would have taken his breath away. Her cute freckles, graceful movements, and innocence, all with incredible intelligence, it all did something to him. "Thank you for being here." Her lips parted, and she slowly drew them into a sort of sad smile. "I wouldn't have dreamed of leaving you alone during this. Besides, someone has to watch your back." His lips twitched. He doubted he made it into a smile, but he hoped she knew how much that meant to him. Another time. Another place. He'd tell her everything. "What's the backside of that island look like?" "It's rockier. There's no beach, but there are places to tie the kayaks, some trees down along the shore." She bit her lip, and stared at the island as if she were drawing upon her memory. "That will do. Come on." He led her in a wide arc, keeping at a far distance, until the canoe with Micah was a speck in the distance. They could still see it though, and see it well enough to know that they were closing in on the island. The winds kicked up, just as they did every early afternoon, making paddling more difficult. The gusts pulled and rocked him, as if they too were angry and uneasy. Lyla caught up with him, and asked for the binoculars. When she lowered them, she turned to meet his eyes. "Just as I thought. They're beaching it in the cove that leads toward the campsite in the forest. It provides suitable cover." "Good. Then we shouldn't have any trouble sneaking up on them. I need to know for sure that the little boy is Micah." With a destination at hand, Bennet funneled his emotion into paddling, keeping watch to make sure Lyla kept up. Bennet kept his eyes on the canoe until they passed the island, a good football field away, and lost sight of it. The moment he could no longer see the little boy, his fear kicked into high gear. "Can you keep up?" he called over his shoulder. Just go, she hollered back, audibly out of breath. He glanced back to see her determined expression, and her arms pushing through the waters that had become rough as the wind kicked up another notch. She jerked her chin, urging him on. As much as he wanted to speed ahead, he couldn't leave her behind, especially not as a gust of wind came at them, rippling the water. He adjusted to the side to monitor Lyla, and matched his pace to hers. Rather than slowing down, she pushed all the harder. Admiration filled him as she showed her strength and determination. They made it to the shore, and she stopped paddling long enough to point to a rocky area about midway on the island. He nodded and headed toward it. Nearing the shore, he hopped out quickly, water splashing up to his knees, and grabbed for a tree as another wave came crashing toward him. His boots slipped on the smooth boulders, and he fell to his chest, quickly grabbing the kayak before it could drift away. He hooked the handle of the boat to a broken-off branch, just as Lyla paddled up. He grabbed her kayak and pulled it to the rocky shore, holding it steady as she climbed out with the bag. From it she pulled out a short section of rope, which he threaded through the handles of the kayaks and tied to the tree. "You okay?" she asked, offering him a hand as he climbed the slippery boulders out of the water. "Fine. Just wet." He smoothed his hands over his clothes to squeeze some of the water out, and his hand hit something hard, thin, and completely not waterproof. "Oh no." Lyla swung back to him, her green eyes wide. "What?" He pushed his hands into his wet jeans and struggled to pull forth his dripping phone. Frantically, but with no actual hope, he tried to get it to turn on. "It's dead?" His heart thundered. Without his phone, he couldn't contact Derek to let him know if the kid was Micah. They'd be on their own. Lyla pulled her phone out of the bag. "Mine's dry." But the excitement on her face paled into horror. "I forgot to charge it last night." "How much do you have left?" He allowed a small spurt of hope to lighten the weight. 3%. The defeat in her voice broke his heart almost as much as the news. "Should I try to get something out now? At least to let people know where we are, in case." "Yeah." He didn't think about it much, just long enough for the moment she said "in case" to hit home. She started typing furiously. "Oh no, oh no." She frantically hit the send button, just as her phone went dark. "What did you get out?" "Only that we were on the Long Island. Caitlin might know which one, maybe?" She dropped her head into her hands. "I won't let you get hurt," he said, stepping awkwardly to her, the boulders making his steps treacherous, and his wet jeans clinging to his legs making movement almost impossible. I'm not worried about me," she said, her head lifting. "How are we supposed to get him back, if it is Micah? I should have brought my grandpa's gun." She made a good point, but that was the next step. "Right now, we just need to make sure it is him." He helped her back to her feet, and he scanned the boulders and broken granite. "Do you know this place well enough? You can get us over this?" "I do." She shook out her hands, the look of determination back in her eyes. "Let's go then." He motioned her forward, tugging and yanking on his pants to move enough to climb up the first small boulders. "You're never going to make it in wet jeans." Lyla stood above him, a few boulders up, then squatted. "Hope you wear skivvies." "Skivvies?" He swallowed. "Unless you want me to go alone?" Her smirk lit a fire in him that raced up the back of his neck. "Fine. If you're comfortable with it, then?" "Then what?" "It's not like you have a choice. Man up, Benny boy." She stood back up and thankfully turned her back. Getting off his sopping wet jeans was no easy feat, but finally he succeeded, and hung them in the tree he had tied the kayaks to. Maybe they'd dry in this wind by the time they made it back to their kayaks, whenever that would be. "Oh good. Glad to see you're a boxer briefs guy." Lyla crossed her arms. "Let's go." Bennet hesitated long enough to make sure he wasn't wearing the one purple pair that always came in the pack, but luckily, these were the dark blue ones, and his shirt was long enough to give him some modesty. He didn't have time to think about it, anyway. They needed to get to that boy. If it was Micah, once these men were ashore, they would be hidden, and who knows what they would do to him with no one watching. Lyla was nimble, climbing the broken granite and large boulders like a pro. She had grown up here, but he doubted many of the local girls could climb like her. "There's a handhold here somewhere," she grunted with effort as she slipped her hand into a crack. A sigh escaped her perfect lips as they curled into a smile. "Got it." Climbing wasn't easy in his cowboy boots, but he wasn't about to go barefoot. If they had to run, that would put him at a serious disadvantage. They made it to the top with only a couple of slips, and he stood there catching his breath, scanning the jumble of rocks and forest below him. "Where's the camp?" While she searched, he glanced at the sky, uneasiness creeping up his spine as he noticed the sun dropping lower in the sky. Would they have time to get Micah and make it back to the mainland before the sun went down? Lyla set down the bag she had pulled the binoculars from, and immediately he felt guilty that he hadn't noticed her carrying it. He slipped it over his head and shoulder, so it wouldn't happen again. "There." She pointed to a tiny fragment of blue and handed him the binoculars. It took time to find the blue spot and focus on the camp. There were so many trees and brush that he couldn't see much beyond that scrap of blue in movement. "We have to get closer." He slipped the binoculars into the bag and scanned their descent, ignoring her sharp look at the bag he now carried. "I know you don't want to, but we should take the time to eat something, at least drink some water." She reached into the bag, pulling him closer so she could dig in it. "We need to go," he said, but he didn't fight her. His mouth was dry and his stomach rumbled. "See?" She handed him a water bottle and a protein bar. "We can eat while we go. We have to traverse the top here until it breaks." They moved quickly, despite shoving food in their mouths as they traveled. They came to a spot on the descent where they had to jump, scattering a few stones as they did. They froze, waiting to see if the sound would catch the men's attention, but nothing seemed amiss. "It's so windy today," Lyla said, pulling her hair back, braiding it and wrapping it with her hair tie. "I think that wind saved us right now, but it will make escape on the lake more difficult." He looked back the way they had come. If the boy was Micah, and they could get him away from camp, how would they get him up these cliffs? And at night? The more he thought about it, the only slip of a plan he could think of was stealing Micah away while the kidnappers slept. He pushed the fear out of his mind. "First things first." "How much further?" he asked as he landed on the dirt beside her, finally at the bottom. "Through this forest about a football field length." She kept her voice quiet and shoved her shaking hands into the pockets of her jeans. "Want to stay here?" He touched her arm, wanting to hug her and rub her back, but stayed stock still. She shook her head. Then, after blowing out a deep breath, she led him into the forest. The camp was hasty, he could tell even from yards away. What he had thought was a blue tent was only a hastily set up tarp, used as a windbreak. "You almost done with that fire yet, Jed?" "I'm starving." The creepy guy stood over the other, who squatted in front of a campfire ring, blowing on shreds of paper and store-bought wood. These guys had no business out here, and no business with the kid, that's for sure. He scanned the camp, finding the kid on the other side of a log. His oversized hat was all that poked out, and it trembled. Bennet clenched and tightened every muscle in his body. He was so close, he just wanted to grab the kid and run, regardless of whether it was Micah or not. But right then, the creepy guy turned, and the low sun glinted off something in his pants. A gun. "Get that boy to talk, Victor. That's why we're in this miserable place. I'll get this if you'd leave me alone." Jed stuck his head into the fire ring and blew so hard that the flaming paper shot out the other side of the stack of wood. "Just use the fire starters I got." The creepy guy, who now had a name, Victor, tossed a package of fire starters at Jed and stomped away, muttering. Bennet glanced at Lyla, who shook her head. She couldn't see the boy well from her vantage point either. They'd have to maneuver around the camp to see the kid's face. He motioned for Lyla to stay put and stay hidden. Then he eased himself, as silently as possible, around the perimeter of the camp. He stopped at a large boulder, hoping it was far enough around that he could see the other side of the log. It was, but the boy wasn't facing him. He stared toward the lake, which he could barely see through the forest, with his little knees drawn up and hands clenched tight. He still wore his life jacket, and rested his head on it. "Come on, turn this way," Bennet prodded under his breath. Jed jumped up with a yowl and kicked at the wood in the fire pit, yelling some choice words and sucking his finger. The scene startled Bennet, catching his attention, but he turned back just before the boy, who also turned to see the altercation, turned away again. All Bennet got was a glimpse, but that second was enough. It was Micah. It took every ounce of willpower not to charge in and take Micah from his kidnappers at that moment, but their gleaming guns held him back. She thought things like this only happened in the city, but then she remembered the stories Caitlin and the others had shared. Their experiences were terrifying, but because of their men and the locals pulling together, they all survived. Right now, all she wanted was that help. If Derek and Hayes were here, they would know what to do. Too bad both her phone and Bennett's were worthless right when they needed them most. She held her breath as Bennet snuck back towards her. When one kidnapper had howled because he had burned himself, she had almost screamed. Luckily, she had swallowed the response before uttering a sound. When Bennet made it back to her, he watched the scene for a few more minutes, then motioned her back. They could still see the top of the boy's hat, now glowing orange in the fading light. "It's him." Bennet collapsed to his bum and lowered his head to his hands. "If we leave right now, we might make it back before it's too dark. Get Derek. He has the sheriff's boat." Lyla started planning the easiest way back to their kayaks. Her arms ached already, but she could do it. She would push through whatever pain she had to so Micah would be safe. But Bennet shook his head. "I can't leave him. What if they turn on him when we leave?" Lyla bit her lip, knowing that neither one of them would ever forgive themselves if they left to get help and came back too late. "I could go for help. You could stay here to watch." Bennet snapped his head up and glared at her. "No way. Too chancy." "Then I'll stay and you can go." Panic flooded her. Someone had to get help. They couldn't face off two armed men. She saw the guns, and she knew Bennet did too. "We need help, Bennet." The look that filtered into his eyes gave her pause. She wasn't sure how to read it. "If there were any safe way to get help right now, I'd jump on it. But I can't lose either of you." He shook his head, a haunting expression pulling down his face. "I'm a good paddler." "With these whitecaps? In the dark? Alone?" He shook his head again. "Then what are we going to do?" She sat across from him, clasping her hands tightly as she tried to figure out a way out of this situation. "I need to think," he said, dropping his head into his hands again. She stared at him, watching the orange turn into red, then purple. It would be dark soon, too dark to see anything without moonlight. There was no moon at the moment. When was it rising? Would it be full, or only a sliver? Exhaustion hit her, and she realized how long a day it had been. The little bit of sleep she had was interrupted by the excitement of realizing she wanted to make it work with Bennet. The lack of sleep was catching up with her, and she covered her yawn. Movement at the camp caught her attention. The creepy dude, Victor, stood over the boy shouting something. She nudged Bennet, but he was already watching, his eyes narrowed and breath coming in quick gasps. He signaled for her to stay, but she crept behind him at a distance. What if he needed her help? As she neared the site, the man's angry words became intelligible. "Tell me where it is, boy." Micah's hat quivered, but he didn't utter a peep. "Maybe he doesn't talk," the other guy said, finally succeeding in lighting a meager fire that looked as if it would go out any minute. "Oh, he talks. Don't you, nephew?" The man practically spat the word. "My brother should have left you behind after your worthless mother disappeared. But no, he had to keep you around. Well, I guess it worked out for me. You're gonna tell me where he hid the money." Micah pulled his head further into his life jacket, his teeth chattering so much that Lyla could hear them from where she hid behind the thick brush. Bennet looked back at her, annoyance clear even in the dimming light. The man picked Micah up by the life jacket, until his little legs hung limp off the ground. "Tell me." Bennet stiffened as if ready to pounce, but froze before leaving the safety of the bush. Micah whimpered and shook his head. I don't can now." The man dropped him. Micah sucked in a sharp cry as he hit the ground. Maybe a chilly night in the spooky woods will jog his memory. Jed made a scary face and pretended to get him before collapsing in a raspy fit of laughter. "Eat those beans. All this sneaking and paddling made me hungry." Victor lowered himself onto a stump near the fire, staring at Micah. "You won't be eating until you tell me." Micah didn't respond, just drew his legs up tighter and hid his face in his life jacket. Lila's heart broke. If there was any way they could take him that moment and survive, she'd do it in a heartbeat. She sucked back a sob as tears blurred her vision. After several more minutes with the guys still ignoring Micah, Bennet crawled to her, and they made their way back to the point they watched from before. "Poor Micah," she said, her voice choking on a sob. "We'll wait till they fall asleep. Then we'll grab him and make a run for it." Bennet sounded oddly distant, unemotional. It left her unnerved. "Won't one of them keep watch?" That's how it always happens in the movies. She felt stupid for comparing this situation to a silly movie, but that was the extent of her knowledge about kidnapping. "They might try, but I bet that one won't stay awake." He nodded his head toward the guy named Jed. "You really think that creepy dude is Micah's uncle?" She bit her lip, trying to imagine someone in her family treating her like that. "Sounds like it. But I mean, how can he treat his own nephew like that?" Anger swept through Lyla in a way she had never experienced. Bennet turned to her, his dark eyes even darker as all evidence of the sun slowly disappeared. "You should know." "Know what?" "It's not the time to talk about us, but if you're serious," he looked away, only looking back after he drew in several breaths. "If you're serious about wanting me, wanting us to be together, then you need to know." "Know what?" she repeated with more emphasis, then snapped her head toward the camp in fear that she had been too loud. Nothing seemed amiss in the camp. The small fire reflected eerily off the men's faces, and Micah continued to sit huddled into himself against the log. "I've told you that Micah reminds me a lot of myself, right?" Bennet settled back, his eyes no longer on her, but on the child who must be scared out of his mind, and there was nothing they could do about it at that moment. "We're coming, Micah." She pushed the thought out there, hoping a part of him might hear it. "Yes, you said something along those lines." She gave her attention back to Bennet, who also held his knees, looking more like a lost boy than the man she knew. "Well, we have a lot in common, not only in personality but in what we went through." He glanced at her briefly, then settled back on Micah. "You mean you were kidnapped?" "Well, no. Can't call it kidnapping when they were my guardians, but similar situation. And I'm not sure what they would have done to me if the state hadn't gotten to me before I told them what they wanted to know, and I guess they gave up on me. Though I always feared they wouldn't. I still find myself watching for them coming for me." His voice had taken on a faraway sound, as if he realized this even as he spoke. "Oh, Bennet," she said, covering her mouth as tears filled her eyes once more. Now she knew what the look was that sometimes came into his eyes. He shook himself, but didn't look at her. "So, you see what you're getting into? You need to be sure you can handle that. I know it's a little too late now, but I mean, well." He cleared his throat, keeping his face straight, but she saw the tightness in his lips. She searched for the right thing to say, knowing there were no right words. So instead, she scooted closer to him until their shoulders touched and laid a hand on his bare leg, which was cool to the touch. He stiffened at first, but then wrapped his arm around her. As she settled into him, a soft warmth filled her, more than just body heat but a feeling of safety she hadn't felt since her dad had been alive. "You understand now why I had to come after him? Why I couldn't leave him?" His voice rumbled in his chest. "I do. I'm sorry I dragged you into this." His hand lightly squeezed her closer. "You didn't. I would have come even if you had told me not to." His body shook slightly with his silent laughter. You know, I somehow bet you would have. I didn't want you to be alone. She laid her head on his shoulder. As much as I'm sorry I brought you into this, I'm glad you're here. He squeezed her tighter, holding her as if that made everything right in the world. But everything wasn't right. Only 200 feet away, a little kidnapped boy trembled in fear, and they just had to watch, to bide their time, and hope the opportunity for escape presented itself. If we can't get him out tonight, will you let me go in the morning for help? The wind will be calmer. It will be safe. She lifted her head to look at him. Let's just see how it plays out tonight. His stomach rumbled again, and goosebumps raised on the skin under her hand. I'm sorry you don't have pants. His body shook with silent laughter again. I'd be colder if I still had on those wet things. True? She rested into him again. We're going to save him, right? I won't let anything happen to him, or to you. He kissed her temple. I meant what I said. I can't lose either of you. Does that mean you forgive me? It was a low play, one she shouldn't have made, but the question flew out of her mouth. I'm sorry. This isn't the time. Good a time as any. He drew slightly away to look at her, even though full dark hid their expressions. There was nothing to forgive. You have to follow your heart, it's hard for me to. Trust? She added for him, everything sliding into place now, his elusive comments, his wary glances, the protectiveness, and the sudden pulling away. He had every right to fear abandonment. Yeah. He settled again, his following words barely a whisper. I can't promise it will be easy. Easy is boring, she said, then shook with silent laughter herself, as she realized being challenged was a key part of herself, and the one reason she probably fled Hope Lake in the first place. I'll try to bore you, he said with a half-hearted chuckle. Well, so far you're far from that. She settled against him, watching the flicker of the far fire and sending what comfort she could to the small, trembling boy. If we make it out of this, Bennet said, his voice all seriousness again. I mean to make this up to you. If we make it out of this, you will have. Even amid the terror, knowing that Bennet didn't want to lose her gave her hope. Would that hope be enough for them to save Micah too? 10. Bennet watched Micah pull his knees closer, as if he were trying to disappear under the log he lay against, and had to push back the flashbacks that wanted to upend him. It had been almost 2 decades since he had pulled into himself, wanting to disappear like that, and yet in this moment it was as if he was that little boy once again. Except there had been no one out there to save him. Micah had someone on his side. He shook his head, nearly knocking temples with Lyla. You okay? She whispered, curving into his body even more. The chill of the night had come upon them, which he felt all the more without jeans. He chided himself for the stupid, impulsive move. If he had just taken another moment to find the rock, he could have saved himself from getting soaked. If he had, he'd not only have pants on, but have a phone to call Derek. He desperately wanted the support of his friends, right at this moment. Friends. Hayes, Jordan, Derek, and the other guys. They were his friends. He hadn't had many of those in his life, and not ones that he could count on when stuck in a bind, and boy was he in a bind. Bennet? Lyla squeezed his arm, her eyes dark in the night, but he could feel them pulling at him. Yeah, sorry. Lost in my head. She rubbed his back. You said that the state got you just in time, right? Yeah. His voice choked, but he nodded with the word. And we're going to get Micah in time, okay? She leaned back against him. I should be the one assuring you, he said, but he laughed. Her independent and fiery spirit was one of the many things that drew him to her. Oh, you have, and you continue to, but I think you need someone to reassure your heart. She planted a kiss on his chest. With a sharp intake of breath, he pulled her tighter to him. There weren't words he could say, even if he could get them past the lump in his throat. How did she have that way of speaking right to the very depth of him? If this was any other situation, he would have kissed her, but not now, not here. Not only was it not the time to get distracted, but he didn't want their first kiss to be marred by this horrific situation. She was right though, he would get to Micah in time. Whatever it took. Just as he had assumed, the men passed a bottle back and forth. They had tried several times to get Micah to talk, but the boy only whimpered and hid his face. So far they hadn't raised a hand to him, or a foot. Only dropped him back onto the pine duff floor of the forest, before walking off in disgust. "How we gonna get this pipsqueak to talk?" Jed asked, his words slurred and sloppy. "He'll get hungry soon enough." Victor took a long swig. "I hadn't wanted it this way, boy. Your dad will come back from his grave to kill me if I have to hurt you." Micah burrowed into the shadow of the log, as if he could dig his way out of the nightmare he was in. Bennet understood, and knowing what the kid was going through took all of his resolve not to grab him now. "I have to wait." Bennet's whispered words weren't meant for Lyla, but she answered anyway. "I know. It's too dangerous while they're awake. Especially now." Jed clumsily came to a stand, wavered on his feet for a moment, then wildly yanked the gun from the waist of his pants. "I know how to make him talk." "Sit your drunk butt down," Victor growled, but the other man didn't listen. Jed stumbled toward Micah, weaving one way and then the next, with the gun pointed in the general direction of Micah. "Talk, boy, so I know which one is you." "What you talking about, fool? Get back here before you kill the kid. He's no good to us dead." "Not yet anyway." He tried to steady the gun. Boom. "That's what's coming, kid. You're nothing but trouble." Victor pushed to a stand, only slightly steadier than his buddy. He unsteadily maneuvered between Jed and Micah. "Sit down." Jed only stared at him in confusion. Victor gave him a push. Jed stepped back, stumbling and trying to get his feet back under him. He tripped over a rock, landed solidly on his rump, and sat there dazed for a moment before falling backward into the duff, no longer moving. Victor called him some choice names under his breath, murmuring and swearing as he messed with a bag, coming out with a package of zip ties that had Bennett's stomach churning. "Those came from their store. Not that I think you'll run off into the woods. You know this is bear and mountain lion country, don't you?" He stalked toward Micah. "Just in case you got some of your mom's stupidity in you, I'm tying you up for your safety." Micah squealed as Victor pulled the zip ties around his wrists. Although the sound was barely audible from where Bennet sat, every muscle in his body went rigid with the need to act. "Patience," Lyla whispered in his ear while soothing his back. "There," Victor slurred. "You ain't going nowhere, and if you want to eat in the morning, you'll tell me what I want to know." He dropped Micah back to the earth, stumbled toward his buddy, and tried to step over him, but ended up stepping on him and tumbling into the dirt. The unconscious guy only groaned, but Victor spat the dirt from his mouth and swore. "Good for nothing." He kicked his buddy again, who hardly made a sound, then picked the bottle back up and took another swig. "I always gotta do all the work." He sat against the log on the other side of the fire from Micah, crossed his arms and stared at the boy. "He's going to watch him all night, isn't he?" Lyla's voice trembled. He rubbed her arms, which were covered in goosebumps, and pulled her closer. A fire sounded really nice right now, but that was of course out of the question. Even the emergency blankets wouldn't work. Too loud. Too bright. "I think he'll try. He's smarter than he looks. His plan is to stay awake, but he tied Micah up just in case he falls asleep." "Great, just what we need, a smart creepy dude," Lyla muttered. "Well, drinking does dumb just about anyone down. I bet he passes out within the next hour." He rubbed a hand down his face, hoping to wake himself up a bit. Instead of falling asleep, Victor started singing, horribly off-key and slurring the words so awfully Bennet couldn't recognize the song or the words. Lyla pressed her head against his chest and covered the other ear. "This is torture. At least we're way back here. Poor Micah is only feet away from him." He watched the kid squirm, knowing he did feel tortured, and there was nothing Bennet could do about it at this moment. "Poor Micah." "Yeah, poor kid. He'll need therapy after this." They'll have a lot to work through. Bennet chewed the inside of his cheek as he mulled that over. The kid was already doing therapy with Megan, but she said he wouldn't talk much. He understood. He had hated therapy as a kid, even at Camp Hope. Though it hadn't been Megan when he was at camp. Maybe she could get Micah to come out of his shell eventually. Megan is great, I hear, but you know what? She lowered the hand off her ear and looked up at him. I think you might be the best thing for him. Someone who understands, and you are already close to him. I'll do whatever I can, of course, but I'm no shrink. And maybe that's what he needs. Would Bennet have opened up if a guy he trusted was in his life? He hadn't shared anything with Leroy. The guy was kind and consistent and taught him things, but they didn't talk. Bennet pushed up his hat and tugged on his hair a little as he ran his hand through it. He wasn't in fear of falling asleep, it was too cold for that, but his mind kept traveling back to the past. He needed to stay alert and take advantage of any moment given to free Micah from the kidnapper's grasp. Should I maybe get the boats, bring them closer? Lyla asked, rubbing her arms. She probably wanted to keep moving, but the idea of her out there, all alone in the dark with these two creeps armed and now drunk, shot fear into his heart like electrical shocks. I'd rather go together, all of us. Is there a way around these rocks? Bennet looked up at the dark monolith that loomed over them. He'd been thinking about the problem off and on, wondering how he was going to get Micah up that treacherous climb, especially when the night was so dark and they couldn't use flashlights without alerting the kidnappers of their location. Lyla cocked her head. It will take a little longer, but we can skirt the edge of the outcropping, though there are some boulders around our boats that we'd have to go over. Bennet nodded. I think that'd be safer. I could just go get them. Her teeth chattered until she clenched them. He shook his head. Too risky. What if our chance to grab him comes when you're gone, and we miss each other? She settled back into the duff and pulled her knees up. I see your point. Is this guy ever going to fall asleep? The creepy guy started to nod off, only to jerk back up and slap his face. Eventually, though, he would not wake up. Bennet knew how it worked, and he knew the other guy would be out for a long time. Bennet's vision blurred, and he shook his head to refocus, watching the guy intently. Finally, Victor's head fell and didn't jerk back up. He grabbed Lyla's hand and held his breath as she sucked in hers. He gave her a gentle squeeze and slowly got to his feet. They would need every moment they had to get Micah safely away before the kidnappers woke up. Stay here. If the worst happens, there's no choice but for you to go for help. Wait until morning and make a wide swing of the island so they can't see you. She shook her head, her eyes wide and dark in the night. No. He pulled her into his arms. Nothing will happen. I just need to know that there's a plan just in case. It will be fine. She shivered in his arms, but assented with a soft murmur. Be safe. Please. He let her go, gave one quick nod and stepped toward the camp, keeping low behind the brush. Each step seemed like an eternity, heel rolling up to toe and next step. His heel hit a twig, and it snapped with what sounded like a gunshot. He heard a sharp intake of breath from Micah and wanted to whisper comfort, but the creepy guy twitched and groaned. The cold left Bennet as the warm rush of adrenaline poised his muscles to flee, but Victor merely adjusted his position and returned to snoring. Bennet's rapid heartbeat made it impossible to draw in a deep breath, but he did his best and pushed forward until he was only a few feet from Micah. The kid had rolled into a ball and was shaking like a leaf. Bennet shifted his weight, edging closer cautiously because now the waning fire shone on him. He feared calling the boy's name but crept closer inch by inch. Finally, he was close enough that he thought his whisper would go undetected by the passed-out men. He wanted to give Micah a warning before just touching him. As strung tight as the kid was, he knew a startle like that left no room but for a scream. Micah, he whispered, barely a breath of sound issuing from his lips. A glance showed the men hadn't budged, but neither had Micah. Micah, he tried again, slightly louder. This time, the shivering stopped, but the boy didn't lift his head. The men only twitched, so Bennet closed the last bit of gap between him and Micah. "Micah, it's me." Micah jumped, flinging himself back into the log, his face now showing, eyes wide. Bennet placed a finger at his lips, but the boy opened his mouth and drew in breath. Bennet was sure the kid was going to scream and wake up his abductors. Lyla sucked in a breath, fearing Micah's scream would wake the men and leave Bennet exposed, an easy shot. She sprung into a crouch, ready to run to help with Micah and get them out of there and into the forest. The chill of the night no longer touched her, as fear jump-started her adrenaline. Micah didn't scream, but he started crying silently. She couldn't see his eyes this far away, nor would she be able to in the dark, but she imagined they would be full of relief. Bennet scooped him up in his arms, as effortlessly as if Micah were a sack of potatoes. He paused as the creepy dude groaned and shifted in his sleep. Then he leapt over the log and disappeared into the shadows, no longer in the campfire's light. Lyla drew in a breath, feeling her muscles relax enough that she could run too. The relief of seeing them coming toward her allowed her to find humor in Bennet running in his drawers and cowboy boots. She quickly pushed that from her mind as Bennet lowered Micah to the ground and went to shove his hand into his pants that weren't there. "My knife?" He looked up at her in complete shame. "I've got a multi-tool in here." She scrounged through the bag, her fingers searching for the hard metallic handle. Grasping the tool, she pulled it forth, depositing it into Bennet's eager hands. It took longer than she thought for him to saw through the zip ties holding Micah's wrists and ankles together. She looked past him, watching the men and praying for them to remain asleep. Everything in her screamed they needed to run now. As the plastic strips came loose, she stuffed them in the bag. No need to leave the men any extra clues as to what happened to their prisoner. Micah didn't make a sound. He just stared at Bennet with full trust and hope. While Bennet sawed at the ties around his ankles, Lyla pulled forth a water bottle. "Here you go, sweetie." Micah eagerly sucked down a quarter of the bottle, and she had a protein bar ready for him when he did. "Only a bite or two, and then we have to move fast, okay?" She cupped his cheek for a second. He nodded as he took a big bite of the bar, eyes blinking back the tears that glistened in the sliver of a moon that just now rose over the horizon. "Good to go." Bennet tossed the tool and ties into the bag and slung it on his shoulder. "Let me carry that so you're free for Micah." Lyla reached for the bag, but Bennet ignored her attempt, grabbed Micah's hand and started off. "Which way?" His head moved as he scanned the path ahead. Lyla pushed back the frustration and leapt ahead of him, maneuvering through the dark forest, high-stepping to avoid tripping over downed branches and other obstacles hiding in the shadows. She glanced behind her, slowing or pushing her pace, depending on how close Bennet and Micah were to her, and listening. So far there had been no sounds from the camp. She prayed it stayed that way. When she came to a rock shelf surrounded by brush, she saw no way to push through the thick branches that would scratch their skin. "We have to climb over the rock," she whispered over her shoulder. It only took a short climbing move to get on top of the shelf, where she went down to her knees and leaned over, reaching for Micah. Bennet didn't need her to say anything. He handed Micah up, pushing from underneath, until Lyla pulled him onto the rock with her. She held the trembling boy in her arms while they waited for Bennet to climb up, his boots slipping on the smooth granite. "How much further?" he asked as he reached the shelf, wiping a hand down his face. "About halfway." She stood, gripping Micah's hand. "You're doing great, sweetie. Just a little farther, okay?" Micah remained silent, and she assumed the child was in shock. They needed to hurry. Bennet went ahead. The sliver of a moon lit the pathway clearly now as the forest opened. It made traveling faster, but it also exposed them. When they made it to the next impasse, Bennet climbed up first and reached down for Micah. Then, once he had him settled, he reached a hand down for Lyla. She could have made the climb without help, but that solid feeling of her hand in his, firmly gripped as if he would never let go, was just what she needed. They worked well together, each seeming to know what the other needed without too much conversation. Micah whimpered and held himself, as she had seen kids do when they needed to go to the bathroom. She nudged Bennet and nodded to Micah. Bennet looked confused, the moonlight distorting his expression, then he gestured to a nearby tree. "Hey buddy, I think this tree right here needs some watering, want to help it?" Bennet took the little boy to a pine, pushing through a crack in the granite. Lyla went ahead to give them privacy, looking for the best path. This was the spot she worried about. There wasn't any shoreline here, just rocks and the lake lapping against them. If it was too sheer, they would have to climb up and hope that the ledges would provide a way without too much difficulty. That's why they avoided the straight up and over route in the first place. The granite hid in shadows as a pinnacle stood tall and large, blocking the pale moonlight. That split was their only hope. It would also make an excellent home for a mountain lion. She hadn't thought the lions would be on islands, but there had been an attack while she was in high school. A kid had disturbed a den. It wasn't on this island, it was on one of the bigger ones, but it still unnerved her. She stomped on the granite and approached the shadowed enclave slowly, whistling quietly and yet loud enough that if anything was in there it would hear her. The skin on her arms stood on end, and she prayed as she approached one step at a time, but nothing moved in the shadows. As she neared the entrance, her eyes adjusted somewhat, and she saw nothing, just rock and shadow and a tiny plant clinging in the crack. She let out a breath, glanced back as the boys joined her, and then entered the dark recess. There were no handholds, and the rock was too high to palm. The narrow gap provided an option, and she shoved her back into one side and put a foot on the other. It took longer than she wanted, but she inched herself higher, pushing against both rocks and moving one part at a time. Scrambling over the edge, she gasped for breath. She could see the red of the kayaks in the distance. They were almost there. "Lyla?" Bennet called, and she made her way back to the recess. Micah was on top of Bennet's shoulders, his hands reaching just far enough that she could grab them. As she pulled, Bennet held Micah's feet and pushed up. Together, they got him onto the next ledge. Bennet attempted the chimney move first with a foot on each side, but his boots kept slipping. Even trying it the way she had, his boots wouldn't grip. "Toss your boots up here," she called down. After a couple of grunts, first one boot and then the next, launched out of the dark and onto the rock at her feet. She pulled them out of the way, holding her breath until she saw the top of his head as he came out of the shadow. Bennet rolled onto the ledge with her and Micah, panting and pushing forth a smile as he looked at the boy. "This is quite the adventure, isn't it?" Micah nodded, but the pursing of his little lips showed how much he wasn't really enjoying the ordeal. Not that she thought Bennet was either, but he was putting on a good show of not being scared. Something she wasn't sure she was succeeding at. "The kayaks are right over there." She pointed, and Bennet came to stand beside her. "Not too far now, buddy." His head moved in a way that indicated he was judging their best route. In the day, with just the two of them, it wouldn't have been a big deal, but at night with a scared, shivering child, it was a feat. They found their rhythm, climbing down rocks, handing off Micah, climbing up another set of rocks and handing Micah up. The rhythm helped the time pass quickly. When they reached the kayaks, Bennet settled Micah safely on a boulder against the cliff and eagerly reached for his pants. From the sound of the struggle to pull them on, they were still damp, but he seemed more settled now, fully dressed again. "It will be easy to get lost out here in the dark. I don't want to take you guys across the large section of lake exposed like that," Bennet said as he unhooked the kayaks and got them into the water, careful not to fall in again himself. "I know of an island with a cave that we can paddle into." She glanced at the moon and its reflection in the water. "I think I can find it." Bennet gave a nod. "At least it will give us a sheltered place to figure something out." Lyla squatted near Micah. "We're going for a kayak ride, okay? It's going to be dark, but we'll all be together. Let's get you in your kayak first, then I'll take Micah with me." Bennet reached for her hand, clutching it as he supported her in getting in the kayak as the water lapped and bounced it off the rock. "I'll steady your boat while Micah gets in." She paddled further away from the rock so she wouldn't keep running into it, then grasped onto the other kayak, holding it steady as Bennet lowered Micah into it. The boy didn't move beyond shivering, and it worried Lyla, afraid that he was in complete shock now. Bennet slowly lowered himself in behind Micah, then pulled the boy against his chest. "You're okay, buddy? I've got you." His tone took on a calming resonance, as if he were soothing a horse, but it seemed to work. Micah rested back into Bennet, his eyes open and dark in the moonlight. Bennet motioned for her to lead on, so she did, keeping them close behind. If they hadn't been running for their lives, she might have really enjoyed the paddle on a moonlit night. Though she would have liked to be closer to shore, like within swimming distance. The mainland was so far away, she couldn't even see the lights from houses. The long island where they were was one of the farthest from town. It was 4 islands away from what she called Cave Island. She squinted to make out the looming shadows in the distance. Would she recognize it coming from this direction? She bit her lip, slowing her paddling as she worried. "What's wrong?" Bennet nudged his boat against hers. "I've only approached it from the front." "Then we have no choice. Lead on, but paddle without loud splashing if you can." They came to the edge of the island they were escaping, the men only 400 yards from them, and sound carried so easily on a lake. She kept as far out as she dared, trying to keep the island in line as a reference point. Closing her eyes, she pictured the layout, granted it was from the opposite direction. Reversing the image wasn't easy for her, but she concentrated as she quietly dipped her paddle into the water. Opening her eyes, she realized the moon gave enough light she could make out the rocks on the approaching island. 1, 3 more to go. She had to stay on the front side of them, the side closest to town. No matter how much she squinted, she couldn't see any flickering lights in the dark. Were they too low on the horizon point? Were islands standing in their way? Drawing in a big breath, she asked for guidance and pushed on. She could find it. She had to. The shouts that came from behind them startled her back into the terror of what they were doing. The voices were angry and male, and no doubt were from 2 drunk men upset to find their prisoner had disappeared. "Go," Bennet urged, his whisper harsh and urgent. She reached her paddle as far forward as she could, pulling herself quickly through the water, gliding on the black depths that seemed so endless in the night. So focused on fleeing, she almost missed the second island. The shouting increased in fervor. She cringed and paddled faster, sure that the waning moonlight spotlighted her back as an easy target. 11. No one had ever relied on him before, and he found that responsibility gave him more courage than might be safe. He had to rein in his desire to push them through the night and get them as far away from those men as possible. The way Micah shivered against his chest, he knew he had to get him somewhere safe and fast. The shouting of the men didn't bother him as much as gunshots would. To him, it sounded as if they were yelling at each other rather than seeing and yelling at them. If they didn't get out of the moonlight soon, though, that could come. Pistols didn't shoot nearly as far as rifles, but he didn't want to take any chances. Lyla muttered to herself, looking up at the nearest island and seeming to scan the breadth of it, the looming darkness that would soon block out the moonlight. "It's somewhere around." Bennet glanced back at the island they fled, just in time to see movement on the shore and a long yell. A splash and twang of a metal canoe echoed across the quiet waters, striking fear in his chest. The kidnappers had seen them. "It's not this one. Must be the next," Lyla said, refusing to look back, and he was glad she kept focused. A few more strokes, and they'd be out of sight of the men. They were far enough away now that it would take the kidnappers a long time to catch up, and mixed in the looming islands, they would be almost impossible to find in the dark. He hoped. They fled the island's shadows and returned to the moonlight. The reflection in the water was magical, but his pounding heart distracted him. Every time the men shouted, Micah would flinch and burrow against him, making it harder to paddle and remain upright. The poor kid would have a lot to recover from, but the important part was he would have that chance. The next island darkened the skyline as they approached, then they disappeared into its shadow. Lyla paddled close to the edge of the monolith, of volcanic rock. This island's surface was rough and angular, jutting out gloomily in the darkness. "Maybe you shouldn't get so close," he said, cringing as her boat scraped against the rock. It could easily flip her if she weren't careful, and with the chilly night, she would become hypothermic the moment they stopped moving. "It's so dark. I have to feel," her word cut off as she almost toppled from her boat. "Found it." He followed her into a black abyss, pushing back a primal dislike for the closed-in, musty and dismal cave. "I can't see you." He couldn't see anything, and it unnerved him tremendously. "I'm here, edge in slowly until your boat hits mine." Her voice was so calm that he thought she was just as terrified as he was. His boat slid against hers, a smooth caress rather than the rough scratch of rock. "Hey," she said, then he felt her hand groping for his. She squeezed it with a firm but shaky grip. "There's a ledge in the back, up out of the water. We can go there. I'll hold on to your boat so we don't get separated." Bennet gripped the slippery plastic almost as tightly as Micah gripped his legs, his little fingers digging into his damp pants. "Almost there, I can feel it." The sound of her boat scraping the edge had his heart kicking up a notch. "I'll steady your boat." He held her boat level as she reached over the edge, and he hoped there was nothing in here that would reach out and get her. "Luckily, nothing lives in here," she said as if she read his thoughts. "I've explored here a lot. I think it's too damp for bats, and there's nothing else that would want anything to do with this place." The boats knocked into each other, and her boat grated on the rock, but eventually he felt her climb out, leaving her boat buoyant. "I'm going to tie our boats together, then slip mine past so you can hand Micah up to me." Bennet knew she was scared, heck he was too, but she remained calm, her voice steady, and he wondered if having Micah there kept her strong. Would she react differently if she didn't have Micah relying on her? He knew if it were himself, he probably wouldn't have the steel to come into a place like this. Moments later his boat slid against the rough rock. He reached out to grasp the cold, wet solidness. Lila's hand groped for his, squeezing it when she found his. "Okay, hand me Micah." He lifted Micah until she caught his weight. The boat rocked with the movement, leaving him gripping the sides to prevent toppling over. "I've got you, sweetie." "Hang tight," Lyla encouraged Micah, her voice sweet and strong. "You have the boats?" he asked, reaching for the rock once more. "Yes. Micah and I are moving back against the wall. Keep coming this way." He crouched on the shelf, unsure of the ceiling height but unwilling to crawl across the sharp, angular surface. He ran into Lila's outstretched arm, following it back until he sat nestled against them. Micah clung to him, whimpering and crawling into his lap. "Hey buddy, you're safe now, okay? They can't find us here." Bennet held him close, pulling Lyla into the embrace. "You both are so brave." He could feel Lyla hesitating, but she didn't say anything. Micah seemed scared, and he respected that Lyla didn't speak her fears out loud. Micah yawned and curled in again, pushing his face against Bennet's shirt as if he could burrow into its warmth. Maybe Micah would like a song? Lila's hand followed Bennett's arm until he felt it rest on Micah's head and begin stroking, the repetitive swooping motion of smoothing his hair back becoming relaxing. Her voice lifted in a sweet melody, clear and quiet in the cave. It nearly put him to sleep as well. It was as if peace exuded from her song into him. Micah slowly stopped shivering and became heavy in his arms. As much as he would have liked to stay here until rescue came, or at least until daybreak, that was a chance he knew he couldn't take. Rescue wouldn't come. Even if they received Lila's text, knew which island they spoke of, and understood that they were in trouble, all big ifs, they weren't on that island anymore. The kidnappers had sounded as if they were getting in the canoe right before he and Lyla paddled out of sight behind that last island. If so, they could be here any moment. No, he shook his head. They couldn't find this place, at least not until the sun was up, and even then they still might not see the cave. Micah gave one more shiver before he fell back into dead weight again. If the men found them or caught them as they tried to escape once the sun was up, Bennet had nothing to fight them with. They had guns. Lyla let the song fade away, until the only sounds were the echo of the water lapping against the rock and the soft puffs of breath from Micah. "You're magic," Bennet said hesitantly, not wanting to ruin the peace of the moment. "My mom used to sing me that song when I was little. Worked like a charm every time." Lyla's hand stopped, slipping off of Micah's head and resting on Bennet's arm. "What are we going to do?" There really was only one choice, and he hated even to say it out loud. Once he did, he would have to follow through. He swallowed and debated, trying to look for any alternative, but finally gave in. "I have to go for help." His words seemed to echo not only in the cave, but in his own mind. "I can go, that way you could fight them off if they came for Micah." She gripped his arm tighter. He shook his head. "I'd go insane with worry for you out there in the dead of the night on a black lake. Besides, no offense, but I can get there faster." But what if they come while you're gone? Maybe we can all go together?" "I thought about that, but we'll be sitting ducks. I can't paddle as fast with Micah in my boat, and they have guns. I can't risk either of you being shot." He swallowed and shifted Micah in his arms enough that he could hold her hand. "If, and that's a big if, because it took you forever to find this cave and you knew where it was, they came. They need Micah alive. I don't think they'd hurt you if it's just you." "I don't want to find that out." Her hand shook in his. "I don't either. That's why I need to leave now, so I can bring Derek and Hayes back here before the sun is high enough for the kidnappers to find this cave." He had an uncanny desire to kiss the top of Micah's head, and he followed it, reveling in the feeling of the small child in his arms, made even more poignant as he knew he was about to hand him off. "You take care of him for me." His voice was deep, slightly gruff as he held back emotion as much as he could. "You know I will if you're sure you have to go." Her voice trembled. "I am, and I trust you. I know you'll take care of him, and I have to trust that you'll be okay." He shifted Micah and, with the least jarring motion possible, transferred him into Lyla's arms. No easy feat in a darkness so heavy, he couldn't even see a hand in front of his face. Once his arms were free, he groped until he held Lyla's face in his hands. His thumb sought her lips, caressing them and guiding his own to meet hers. He didn't need any light to feel the connection that filled him with that touch. Her hands were full, but she leaned into the kiss as if she couldn't get enough either. It wasn't his first kiss, but it was the first that threatened to capture his heart and pull him entirely out of life and into the magical moment forever. His fingers threaded through her hair, cupping the back of her neck and pulling her closer. He couldn't get enough, but the splash of a wave hitting the rock yanked him back into reality. Breaking away took every ounce of his willpower, but he did it and rested his forehead against hers while they caught their breath. "I'll be back with help," he said, feeling the words in the depth of his being, and pulled away from her before he couldn't summon the strength to do so. "Head straight out of the cave, keep it straight, and you should see the lights of Hope Lake after a while. Please be safe, Bennet." He sensed her wanting to reach out, and knowing she couldn't for the weight of responsibility in her arms. "I'm sorry I brought you into this. Thank you for trusting me to get you out of it." Bennet untied one boat, and wrapped the end of the rope loosely around her ankle so her kayak wouldn't float away. "Keep quiet." "I will," she said, her voice trembling, but he could picture her chin jutting out like it did when determined. A small smile twitched on his lips. He sure hoped that he'd have the chance to make her his, and find out even more about her telling moments. There was no backward glance. He wouldn't have seen anything even if he had. The light of the waning moon had him squinting, and the irony of that shocked him slightly. "Straight. Hold her straight." He glanced at the moon and the dark shadows of the surrounding islands. If he kept the moon on his left shoulder, he should head straight to town. His thoughts started piling on, but soon the rhythmic pull of muscles and strain for the long haul had him lost in a semi-meditative state. It wasn't until the moon sank that he realized there was a slight glow ahead. He blinked and squinted, trying to make out the lights, and pointed towards the area with the most. That must be the town and the sheriff's station. Would Derek or Hayes be on duty? Were they still searching the forest for Micah? Had anyone noticed he and Lyla were gone? Urgency fueled his muscles, and he picked up the pace, pushing until he thought his arms would fall off. His mouth was dry. Everything hurt and ached from the cold and physical strain. He refused to feel any of it. As he closed in on town, he saw the sheriff's boat docked but silent and dark. Somewhere nearby, a rooster crowed, and the western sky brightened, slightly illuminating the trees and silhouetting them. The shore was so close now. He gave one more push, until the boat skidded along the sand. His arms struggled to move as his kayak hit the shore. His frozen muscles refused to push out of the boat, so he tipped it over. He hardly felt the frigid water as he struggled for dry land just as the sun lit the horizon. Would he be too late? Lyla had never felt protective of anyone until this moment. Bennet had entrusted Micah to her care. The boy continued to sleep, occasionally shivering or whimpering, but then settling against her once again. She worried about when he woke up. When he realized Bennet was gone, would he cry or become even more scared? That fear kept her awake, rocking him gently and humming the song if he twitched or acted like he would wake up. His breathing remained steady most of the time, though occasionally it would speed up and he'd whimper. A few rocks and humming would settle him back into his rhythmic puffs once again. She thought about the kiss Bennet had given her before he left. Her lips still tingled from the touch and her heart soared. It had been everything she had dreamed of, and more. The kind of kiss that made her feel invincible. A sureness filled her, a knowing, one that she had already pondered, but now she knew Bennet was the one. Could they find a way to work it out? Micah whimpered again. "Shush, it's okay, sweetie. You're safe." She rocked him and held him close, breathing in his dirty boy scent and realizing that it spoke to her heart. They would make it out of this. Bennet would get help. They'd get rescued, and those men would go to prison. Everything would be okay. And poor Micah? What would happen to him? She bit her lip to hold back the sob that built up within. Her heart had ached when Bennet told her about his upbringing, alone in dealing with so much fear throughout his entire childhood. No wonder he reacted so strongly to her leaving. That fear of abandonment was so embedded in him that it was a wonder that he could trust her with Micah during this entire ordeal. The kid meant so much to Bennet, so much that he knowingly risked his life for him. She wished she could see Micah's sleeping face right now, but she pictured it, and she bent her head to kiss him on his forehead. It felt right, like somehow he belonged in her arms. Micah would need someone to help him through this. He would have so much trauma, so much fear to overcome. She had encouraged Bennet, but now she realized she wanted to offer him that protection, that trust as well. Micah stirred in her arms, then jolted awake, and stiffened with a silent, harsh intake of breath. "Shush, it's okay, sweetie. I'm here. It's just dark, but it will get light soon. You're safe." She kept her voice as soothing as she could, pushing the thought away that she didn't really know if they were safe. They would be, though, and that would have to be enough. Micah's head swiveled against her arms. I can't see. We're in a cave, remember? There's no light. Not yet. When morning comes, we'll see a light at the entrance." He stopped moving his head so frantically, but remained stiff, and his breathing came in rapidly. "Try closing your eyes, sweetie. Then you expect it to be dark." She rocked him gently. "I'm not going anywhere." "Bennet?" His tiny voice whimpered. "He's getting help, but he'll be back soon to take us home." She choked on the word, realizing that the word was a mistake. Poor Micah didn't have a home, not a real one. "He left me," Micah cried, though almost silently. "Shush, no, sweetie. He didn't leave you. Bennet would never leave you. He asked me to watch over you so he could get help to rescue us." She tried to think about what she could say that would help the boy understand. "He'll be back. I promise." Will you leave too?" He sniffled and clung tightly to her. "Never. I won't leave you. That's something you can bet on." She pulled him against her tighter, realizing as she said those words she never wanted to let him go. Not ever. Everyone leaves. No one keeps their promise. He buried his head against her. You had a rough go of it, sweetie. No one should have had such a hard life, especially not someone as special as you. She bent down and kissed his head again. You think I'm special? His tenuous voice broke her heart. I know you are. Bennet does too. That's why we came to rescue you. You think he'd do that for just anyone? Lyla paused and realized that Bennet just might risk his life to save someone else's, but she knew how much Micah meant to him. This was the most Micah had ever talked with her, and she wanted to keep it going, keep him focused on other things. What's something special that you like doing with Bennet? I bet if we talk about him, he'll feel it, and it will make him hurry back as fast as he can. Horses, he said, sniffling. You like spending time with the horses with Bennet? I'm guessing you've met his horse then, haven't you? His head slid on her arm as he nodded. Eli. That's right. His horse is special to him, isn't he? Have you ridden him? Yeah. His voice started having a little more pep. He's bouncy. Has Bennet let any other kids ride his horse? Micah was quiet for a moment. I don't know. I don't think so. You see? You're special, and you're even more special to Bennet, and to me. To you? Yes, to me. Do you remember the flower you gave me? I kept it. It's drying in my book right now, and when it's ready, I'm going to laminate it and turn it into my most special bookmark. You are? I am. She tightened her grip on him. Why? His voice quivered. Because you're special to me, Micah. You and Bennet. He snuggled further into her arms. Will you sing to me again and pet my head like you did? Anytime, she said, swallowing back the emotion that swelled her throat. As soon as she could, she began to sing. Flashbacks of her own childhood flitted through her mind, like beacons of hope lighting the dark. Her mom, holding her and singing to her as she wept about how much she missed her dad. At first, her mom always spoke of hope, sharing thoughts of what they would do during her dad's next visit home. She would fall asleep, dreaming of the fun she'd have kayaking or hiking with her dad. He always brought the fun. After he died, when they knew he would never return, her mom didn't have many words of comfort, but she always sang her song. Losing her dad changed her mom. She hadn't thought too much about it before, but looking at it now with the child in her arms, she saw it. She remembered how the light had faded from her eyes, how hope had been sucked from her. No wonder she wanted to flee Hope Lake. Who could live in a place focused on hope, when their own hope had died? Nowadays there was a spark in her mom's eyes again, albeit smaller. During dinner with her mom, when she was saying goodbye before moving across the country, she saw a small glimmer of hope mixed in with the sadness of leaving her. Maybe her mom would find something to cling to in this new place, or at least in the adventure of it. With her mom leaving, the only real thing holding her to the city was Sophia, and her best friend had told her repeatedly that distance wouldn't make a difference in their friendship. She loved visiting Hope Lake, and would always welcome Lyla anytime she missed the city or her too much. Why was she so scared of staying in Hope Lake? Had she taken her mom's fears as her own? She didn't feel swallowed up, well, except maybe in this moment in the pitch black, listening intently for any sign of the men pursuing Micah. Besides the current situation, what did she have to fear in Hope Lake? She had a successful business handed to her, her grandparents who needed her, friends, and Bennet and this boy in her arms. Was that a bad life? For the first time, she felt her maternal clock kick into gear, and she understood what her college friends meant about the biological clock ticking. She was young, still had time, but wouldn't it be better to spend that time with the people she loved? Her mind pulled her away from her song, and she startled, realizing she had stopped singing, but a quick listen told her that Micah had fallen asleep again. Heavy and safe in her arms. Listening to his rhythmic breathing eased her racing mind, as she relished the feeling of a child in her arms, and not just any child but this one. He had stolen her heart at their first meeting, and captured it forever with the small flower now in her book. He was special. She wasn't fibbing about that when she told him. She thought about what Caitlin and the others had said about Bennet, about him and Micah, and a ready-made family. She thought about their own children, some natural and some chosen. Was she ready for that type of responsibility? She kissed Micah's forehead, realizing she didn't really have a choice. Her heart was his, just as it was Bennet's. Ready or not, Hope Lake had swallowed her whole, and she realized it wasn't nearly as bad as she had feared. That thought settled on her, and she hugged Micah into her, letting his warmth soothe her body as well as her mind. This was where she belonged. She breathed in his scent, and settled back against the rough cavern wall. Something woke her up, jolting her awake yet freezing her in place. She blinked, letting her eyes adjust, and realized she could see the outline of Micah in her arms and see the dark expanse of his open eyes, eyes full of fear. There it came again. A splash. It could be a fish jumping in the dawn. They often did that, but another splash came and another. Too rhythmic to be a random fish. It was a paddle. She held a finger to her lips, staring down at Micah and smoothed his hair, trying to reassure him. The splashes were closing in. Was it light enough for them to see the cave entrance? Could it be Bennet returning? But if it was Bennet, wouldn't he be in the sheriff's boat, not a kayak? Unless something had happened. This time, a gruff, inquisitive voice followed the slap of a paddle. The words were not decipherable, but the meaning was clear. They had found the cave. 12. It no longer mattered to Bennet how much it hurt if Lyla left. All he wanted was to know that she and Micah were safe, and they knew he loved them. He loved them. He let that thought and feeling resonate within him, knowing it as truth. He loved them. He prayed she would stay, but the important thing to him was to have the chance to tell her how he felt. Holding on to that hope was the only thing that kept him from crawling out of his skin while Derek piloted the boat with 2 of his deputies, including Hayes, out to the island. "We have to catch the kidnappers first," Derek called over the roar of the motor. Bennet didn't like that scenario. They could waste precious time searching the island they had camped. They had already left. What if they found the cave? The sky lightened on the horizon, casting a glow across the lake. Was it enough light for the men to see the entrance to the cave? Bennet shook his head, pointing toward the cave island, at least where he assumed it to be. Everything looked different in the early dawn light. There were so many islands out here. It was so easy to get lost. "They won't get far in their canoe," Bennet shouted. "It's not like they can outrun us?" Hayes nodded and Derek sighed. "We'll swing by at least." Bennet turned back to watch the islands pass by. Derek said he knew which island he was talking about, and as a local, he probably did. He hoped he did. As they came into the area with tightly packed islands, Derek slowed the boat to maneuver through the channels. He recognized the steep rocky ridge of the cave island, but as they rounded the last island to give them a clear view, his heart dropped. "That's them." He pointed at the canoe that was about to enter the cave. He ran to the edge of the boat, ready to jump at the kidnappers, who stared at them in complete shock. Derek shouted something, and the next thing Bennet knew, Hayes had a hold of his shoulder. "You gotta sit this one out, buddy. But I got your back." Hayes pushed him to a seat, then drew his Glock, pointing it at the men as Derek stopped the boat inches from them. "Hands in the air. One twitch and you leave me no choice but to shoot." The men lifted their hands just as the swell of the sheriff's boat hit them. Without the balance of the paddles and their hands in the air, the canoe rocked and tipped over, dumping the men into the lake. Derek shouted to another deputy to grab the rescue pole. "You keep trained on them, Hayes. Don't take your sights off them." Derek shoved the boat into idle and stood next to Hayes, pulling his own weapon. He gave a glance at Bennet and winked. He winked. Bennet shook his head as he pulled himself to the side to watch what would happen. The kidnappers came up splashing and sputtering. The creepy guy pulled his gun, holding it out of the water. Bennet sucked in a breath, readying himself to jump, but Derek stepped in front of him. "Pistol's no good now, man. Drop it and we'll pull you aboard." Derek spoke calmly and with a commanding voice that made people want to do what he said, but not this time. The guy didn't drop the gun. "Drop it," Hayes shouted, aiming his weapon. "It's my dad's. It'll be lost forever," Victor screeched. "So will you," Derek said in what Bennet felt was a perfect Clint Eastwood drawl. Victor tossed his gun into the canoe as the second deputy turned it back over. Jed kept sinking, sputtering and yelling as he came up. "Grab that one first before he drowns," Derek directed the deputy, who slipped a noose under the guy's arms and pulled him to the boat. Hayes grabbed his gun as he hung halfway into the boat, slipping it into his own pants, then quickly cuffed him even before he stopped gagging and coughing, reading his rights regardless. Victor came aboard much easier, though he glared at all of them, asking as Hayes cuffed him, shouting above the rights Hayes repeated for his benefit. "What's all this about?" "Why don't you tell me?" Derek asked, holstering his sidearm and leaning against the stern to stare at him. "We got permits for those guns," Victor whined as Hayes dumped him into a seat. "So what? You hunting then?" Hayes laughed. "Not much to hunt on the lake." Derek folded his arms. "For protection, man." Victor eyed his buddy, who still hacked and coughed. "From?" Derek lifted his brows. "You never know what crazies you'll find in a place like this." Victor straightened his spine, in a way Bennet assumed was supposed to help him look dignified. "That's for sure," Hayes said, glaring at him. "You want to tell them, or should I?" "Nah," Derek shook his head. "Let's let them stew on it while we take them back to the station." "What about?" Bennet panicked, ready to jump ship. No way would he leave Lyla and Micah alone any longer. "Want to commandeer that canoe?" Derek touched Bennet on the shoulder, gaining his attention. "We'll come back for you once we get these two settled in their new accommodations." "My gun!" Victor hollered. Hayes held the boat steady, while Bennet slid into the canoe and reached over to pick up one of the floating paddles. "Hand that gun up here, will ya? Though I don't know what his deal is. He won't be able to own another gun for the remainder of his life." Victor's face fell, shock and then understanding taking over his expression. "See you soon?" Hayes threw a few towels and jackets into the canoe and shoved him toward the cave before turning back to the boat. "Let's get these guys to their new home, Sheriff." Bennet waited while the boat sped away. He didn't want the men to see where he went. They were out of danger, though he felt like it was better to play it safe. As soon as they went out of sight behind an island, he paddled toward the cave, calling out, "Lyla, Micah, you guys okay?" "Bennet." Lila's voice was full of relief. "Bennet." Micah screeched with such emotion that it made Bennet paddle all the faster, even though his eyes hadn't adjusted to the dark of the cave. He hit the shelf hard, jarring him and making him bite his tongue. As much as he wanted to fling himself to them, he took enough time to tie the canoe to the kayak. Then he scrambled over the sharp rocks to them. Lila's lips looked blue, but she smiled when she saw him, holding Micah up as he reached for him. He took them both in his arms, ignoring the pain in his knees as he knelt on the sharp-edged rock. "You're safe. Derek and Hayes have the kidnappers, and he'll lock them up." He let go enough to take Micah's face in his hands. "You hear that, buddy? You're safe. No more bad guys?" Micah asked, his lip trembling. "That's right. No more bad guys. They won't be coming around anymore." Bennet pulled him into his arms, squeezing his eyes tight against the emotion. "I'm sorry I let this happen. I should have." Lyla rested a hand on his shoulder. "There was nothing you could have done that you didn't do." "Yeah," Micah said. "You made the bad guys go away." "You did well," Lyla said. The light in the cave was bright enough now that he could see her eyes filling with tears. He pulled them both into his arms again. The intense emotion died down when he felt them shivering and noticed how cold their skin was against his. "You guys are freezing." He let go of them long enough to get the towels and jackets from the canoe. The jackets were way too big for them, hanging down almost to Micah's feet, but it protected him perfectly. "Thank you," Lyla said, shivering. "Let's get you guys out in the sun, huh?" Bennet helped them into the canoe, but Micah resisted. Bad guy's canoe. It was, but not anymore. The sheriff took them to jail. "It's safe now." Bennet tried to set him in the boat again, and this time he went, though his eyes widened and searched as if one of them would come popping out from under the boat. "It's okay, sweetie. You're safe now." Lyla opened her arms and Micah slid into them, closing his eyes. "Sing to me," Micah whispered in a voice that just about broke Bennet's heart. Lyla's eyes filled again as she wrapped the boy in an embrace and sang in her high, sweet voice. Bennet's throat swelled and his stomach churned. He didn't want to leave their sides ever again. After tying the kayak to the canoe, he took up the paddle and slowly drew them out of the protection of the cave. The light held an unearthly quality. Pinks and oranges filled the sky, reflecting off the serene lake. Lyla sucked in a breath, stopping her song. "It's so beautiful." Her voice held reverence. He would have thought that the sudden taste of freedom and safety had made the experience even more potent, but the sunrise really was breathtaking. There was a certain quality to it that made him feel as if it was made special, just for them. "It's a promise," the words came from his mouth without intention. "A promise?" Micah asked, keeping his eyes trained on the sunrise. "Yeah, that each new day will hold hope, that if we take a chance on doing the right thing and following our heart, we just might end up with the life we've always wanted." Bennet stared at the beautiful colors shifting, not knowing where the poetic message came from within him, but aligning with it at once. He tore his eyes away from the sunrise to Lyla, who was staring at him, wonder in her eyes. She carefully shifted closer to him. "That was beautiful," she said. Her lips quirked up into a teasing smile. "Who knew that you were so poetic?" "Well, don't get used to it, that might have been a one-time occurrence." He smiled and reached out to hold her hand, and placed the other on Micah's shoulder. "Oh?" Lyla asked, her eyes flitting away, and she looked down at their hands. "So that chance it wasn't you weren't saying." Bennet shifted to sit beside her, taking her face in his hands. "I was talking about us. It's time I followed my heart, regardless of the fear." "Fear?" she asked with her eyes wide and innocent, yet a glint of understanding lived there. "When I left you two last night, the only thing I could think about was the need to get back and see you safe. I realized that if anyone or anything were to take either of you away from me, I couldn't handle it. So even if there's a chance you leave, I need you to know that you are my home." Bennet searched her eyes, wondering if his words sank in. He had conquered the fear and told her how he felt, and now he hoped he could conquer the heartache that might soon follow. Seeing the hope spark once again in Bennet's eyes, she realized it didn't matter where she was. Her home was with him and the little boy still in her arms. She laid the hand that wasn't holding Micah over Bennet's, which still cupped her cheek. Her heart swelled and emotion choked her. She swallowed, losing herself in his eyes. "My home is with you," she said. The words lifted her spirits and made the last 24 hours seem like they never happened. Bennet opened his mouth, eyes widening with shock, then the corners of his lips lifted and he pulled himself closer to her. His lips were warm and tasted of coffee and comfort. The kiss solidified everything she had been feeling. He was her home. This was where she belonged. Micah stiffened in her arms, and she pulled back from Bennet to meet the boy's wide eyes as he stared from her to Bennet and back again. The yearning within her grew to encompass the man and child. She met Bennet's eyes again, feeling the pleading coming through her. Bennet raised an eyebrow, glanced at Micah, then motioned between the three of them. "You sure?" She bit her lip, her eyes filling and blurring her vision again as she nodded, one hand pulling Micah closer to her and squeezing Bennet's hand with the other. "How could we not? Want to think about it first? I mean, keeping our word is a huge thing, and you might change your mind." The sound of the sheriff's boat returning had her heart pounding. This wasn't a conversation she wanted interrupted. I'm a woman of my word. I told you my home is with you and... Love poured from her as she stared longingly down at Micah. The boy gave her a soft smile in return, and she flicked her gaze back to Bennet. Did he understand? There was no going back. This was what she wanted, and she would fight for it. Whatever it took. Hey Micah, Bennet said, and Lila's heart was in her throat as Micah turned to him. How would you feel about staying in Hope Lake? At camp? Micah asked, swallowing audibly. For now, because there are rules, but... Bennet glanced at the approaching boat, and rushed the following words. But later to be with us, with Lyla and me. Micah sat up so abruptly, that the canoe rocked dangerously. You mean like a family? That would be the goal, yeah. Bennet flicked a glance at Lyla, but like him, her attention was on Micah. Really? I really? Micah's eyes filled and his lips quivered. Really? Lyla said, bringing him back into her arms. Don't you think we belong together? Micah nodded his head frantically and started sobbing uncontrollably. She clung to him, though Bennet fidgeted. Most men wouldn't be comfortable with that show of emotion, but she saw the love for the boy and her in his eyes. You guys made it, Hayes called out as he threw a line to Bennet. Thanks for coming back, Bennet said in a voice that held exhaustion, and Lyla realized how tired he was. The realization caused exhaustion to wash over her. She let Hayes take Micah from her arms, lift him and then her into the boat, where the seats were soft, blissful cushions enveloping her bruised backside. The three of them sat together at the back of the boat, cuddling with blankets wrapped around them. It felt like they were already a family. Bennet was right. This was home. No matter where they were, it was the people, not the place, that made home. The rest of the day was a blur. Answering questions as her mind struggled to stay awake and keep shock at bay was difficult. They had been taken to Hope Town to be checked out at the hospital, and then finally they were on their way home. Will you be okay here? Alone? Bennet asked, glancing back at the booster seat where Micah was asleep. Josie had met them at the sheriff's station and had followed them to the hospital, but Micah threw a fit when she tried to put him in her car. He wouldn't leave Bennet's side. He pulled up the driveway to her house, but it wasn't empty. Caitlin stood there, leaning against her car. Guess I won't be alone, she said, smirking. I'll be okay. What about you? And Micah? Her heart thundered at the thought of Micah having to be without them. They had been through so much together, making the kid sleep alone. She shivered. I won't leave him alone. Bennett's voice caught and he cleared it. I'll ask Josie if I can use one of the cabins and stay with Micah there. If not, I'll sleep on the floor by his bed. Her heart warmed for her wounded man, a man who knew what it felt like to be a scared little boy and wouldn't let Micah ever feel that alone again. I could join you? Really? He put his truck into park next to Caitlin, who didn't move toward them but waited for her to say her goodbyes. He really likes when I sing to him. She bit her lip. Would that be weird? Me staying with you guys, overnight? I don't know the rules, but it could be like a sleepover. I'll ask Josie and text you. Make sure to charge your phone, okay? What about your phone? It's ruined, isn't it? Probably. He shrugged. Details. I'll grab a replacement or use Josie's or something. So you'll text me soon? She scooted towards the door, though she didn't want to leave them. You better believe it. He leaned over, his hand cupping her cheek again. We have a promise to work on, don't we? The kiss was soft and short but full of promise. We do. Good. Rest up. It might be a long night. He looked back at Micah again. She knelt on the seat, reaching to kiss Micah's forehead. I'll see you soon, sweetie. Micah murmured in his sleep, but didn't wake up. Bennet was right. The kid had slept most of the day, which meant that tonight he would not be tired and it would be dark. They were in for a long night. She wouldn't have it any other way. The first night was rough, and the second and the third. Josie bent the rules slightly, to allow them to share a cabin with Micah. Under the circumstances, she said it would be detrimental to Micah to do it any other way. They pulled mattresses together on the floor, slept in sleeping bags, and put Micah in the middle. She and Bennet took turns staying awake, to be there for Micah should he wake up. He wasn't a screamer. He would wake up and freeze, stiff as a board, and pant, breathing sharply and shallowly. They spent a good portion of their day with Megan, each sharing in the talking, hoping it would encourage Micah to talk about what happened, to work through his trauma. In the end, it wasn't Megan's coaching or middle-of-the-night talks. It was a horseback ride where Micah finally opened up. They were all together. She had shut down the store for the week to be there fully for Micah. They were on the trail going out of camp, Micah riding in front of Bennet on Eli as she rode another horse. A squirrel jumped out from behind a tree, running down the branch and scolding them with sharp chatters. Micah had gasped and started breathing rapidly until he started laughing. "It's just a squirrel." His laughter continued, almost frantic, until Lyla realized he was no longer laughing but sobbing uncontrollably. He kept muttering, "No bad men. Only a squirrel. Only a squirrel." Bennet held onto him and slid off the horse, Lyla doing the same and joining them. They held him while he cried and muttered. Bits and pieces of his story poured out in a garbled mess that didn't really make sense. It didn't matter. What mattered was that he was releasing it. In the end, Micah took several shuddering breaths, his muttering turning into more intelligible words. "I am safe. I am safe. That's right, buddy. You are safe. And you're not alone." Lyla smoothed his hair and glanced up at Bennet. "Neither of you is alone. Not anymore." She was sure there would be rough roads ahead. Marriage wasn't easy, and parenting definitely wasn't either. There might be times she wished she had chosen differently, but they would be brief moments. In her heart, she knew this was where she belonged, and together they could get through anything. He took a chance, a gamble with his heart. The stakes were high, the highest he'd ever let himself bet with. But so far it all had worked out. After helping Micah with the worst of his trauma, with him and Lyla staying with him in the cabin, Josie came to them and said a decision had to be made. Camp was ending for the summer, and Micah would have to return to his foster home. They had already decided. Lyla had barely glanced at him when she told Josie. Then she had asked if Micah could stay with a lady named Mama T until they completed the paperwork. Bennet had never met her, but once he did, he knew Micah would be well taken care of while he and Lyla went through the process of becoming foster parents. Josie told them that would be quicker than going straight to adoption, and he could live with them while they went through the much longer process of adoption. That thought made Bennett's heart race, knowing what had to happen before he and Lyla could live together. It was a lot of work, and they still had several weeks until the foster care work was finalized. Lyla had said she would take the lead in the fostering, as she had less paperwork than Bennet did. With his past, the paperwork became more difficult. The worker assured him everything would go through just fine, he just had more background work to do. So Lyla stepped up. She had the bigger place anyway, her parents' house that was left to her after her father passed away. They had talked objectively about how they would go about living arrangements. Neither one really delved into what that would mean for their relationship. Bennet rented a house from Tyler and Megan, so it was easy to let go, even if it was right on the lake. Lyla's house had 3 bedrooms and even room for stables, and a corral for Eli. Everything seemed settled, except for one vital piece. Now, as he watched her kayak alongside him, graceful and smooth, as if she were born from the lake, he knew he would have bet even more, and would do so today. He laid a hand on the hard box in his pocket, safe and ready for the most significant chance of his life. Was it too soon? Maybe, but then again, maybe not. They say near-death experiences tie 2 souls together. He had no reason to doubt that. He believed it had tied the 3 of them together. He had waited as long as he could, and he could wait no longer. Every part of him said it would implode without completing this tie, this bond. Plus, time was ticking, and he didn't want Lyla to have to take on the care of Micah alone. She shored her kayak on the island, the one she had started calling theirs. It was on the opposite side of the lake from the one where they rescued Micah, but quite similar, with a rocky outcropping centered and surrounded by forest. The cool water lapped his ankles as he hopped from the boat, rushing to grab hers and drag them both high on the sand. Now? Or at the top? She shouldered the bag that carried their lunch, gave him a catch-me-if-you-can-smile, and took off. The top it was then. At the peak he would take the last chance, the chance of his life. Epilogue. Huxley Hayes enjoyed parties, but not because he liked to cut loose, but because he liked to watch people, dissecting their actions and figuring them out. It sounded creepy, but he didn't mean for it to be. His high school girlfriend had teased him about it, told him to stop people watching and join the fun. He just wasn't someone to cut loose. Besides, this wasn't really a party. It was a wedding, and the wedding of someone who was becoming as close to a best friend as he'd had since school days. Huxley stood at the front near the altar with Bennet and Jordan, Derek and Tyler. For a guy who didn't have family, he sure had enough friends to make up for it. Josie and Cody sat up front on the groom's side. They were too young to stand in as his parents, but Josie had a big sister kind of way of interacting with Bennet. Made sense that she sat in a place designated for family. If Jordan, Derek, and Tyler weren't up there as groomsmen, they'd be sitting there too. Along with their wives, but their wives were waiting for them to be escorted down the aisle. He'd been paired up with Lila's friend from the city. A cute little thing with a ready smile and a teasing personality. There was something about her though. The music started, signaling the guys to escort the gals down the aisle and stand in their places as witnesses to the bonding of two lives. He thought Bennet was moving a bit fast, but who was he to stand in the way of love? Those two had been through a test of faith and stood strong. They were still standing strong, becoming parents to the little boy they rescued. The kid peeked around the corner as he came into Jordan's house. Jordan had offered his house and yard for the wedding. A worthy gift for the kid he'd taken under his wing like a little brother. Jordan whistled as the women came toward them. "Aren't we a lucky bunch of ducks? You pretty things ready?" "You are lucky," Caitlin said, leaning up to kiss Jordan. "So am I." "You look beautiful." "You got this," Sophia said, bringing Huxley's attention to her. She held Lila's hands, squeezing them tightly and looking into her best friend's eyes. "I knew he was gonna steal you away the moment I saw the way he looked at you." "You couldn't have known." Lyla laughed, wiping under her eyes. "I did, and you know it. Now you just enjoy today. You've earned it, and you have a man who loves you waiting to commit his life to yours out there." "Yeah, and he's jittery as an unbroke colt," Jordan laughed. "So let's stop making him wait before he loses his composure and comes running to see what's taking us so long." Caitlin playfully smacked him. Let the girl give her friend a pep talk. All brides need one. "Oh, really? You needed one?" Jordan clutched his heart. "Of course," Angelica said. Someone had to convince her she wasn't making the biggest mistake of her life. The room went dead quiet. Angelica was the quiet one of the bunch. She rarely talked and she never teased, but right now her eyes were sparkling with mischief. Jordan broke the silence with his booming laughter. "Well, I'm glad she had you then." He motioned to Lyla and Sophia to continue. I'm good. Lyla shook out her hands. "Go on. I don't want to scare Bennet." "Do I go out now, Mommy?" Micah tugged on Lila's dress. It was the first time Huxley had heard the kid call her Mommy, and something in him softened. "You go with me," Isabel said. Jordan's little girl held a basket of flowers, ready to skip down the aisle. "That's right, you go with Isabel all the way down the aisle to Bennet." "You mean Daddy?" Micah stood taller, and rolled his shoulders back like a little man. Huxley for sure had something melting inside of him. "Yes, Daddy. You walk all the way to Daddy and stand beside him just like we practiced." Lyla bent down to kiss Micah on his forehead, then stood to wipe at her eyes again. "Let's go. Otherwise, I'll ruin my makeup before my groom even sees me." "He'll think you're beautiful even if you do," Huxley said, giving Lyla a nod. Then he offered his arm to Sophia. "Shall we?" Sophia gave her friend a quick hug, then took his arm. The moment they walked out of the house into the crowd, Sophia's smooth gait faltered. He glanced down, but she still had the smile pasted on her lipstick lips. Her eyes shifted this way and that, as if she expected someone to jump out of the crowd. He covered her hand with his, giving it a reassuring squeeze as they prepared to part to their separate sides. She cocked her head, glancing at him, her eyes reading him, but her smile staying exactly the same. "Is she nervous?" Bennet edged over to whisper in his ear, tugging on his tux, his eyes fully trained on where Lyla would soon be walking out of the house. "I'd say so." Huxley glanced at Sophia, then focused on Bennet as he stiffened, realizing he meant his bride, not the bridesmaid. "Maybe eager is more the right word?" "Oh, phew!" Bennet wiped a hand across his brow and resituated his black felt cowboy hat as the music shifted to the wedding march. What was it about watching a bride come down the aisle, all frilly and made up, that made everyone hold their breath and smile? Even him. His heart pounded quickly at seeing Lyla, elegant and walking with her grandpa in his unsteady gait. He forgot the wary bridesmaid during the ceremony, lost in the looks of love shared between Bennet and Lyla, the adorableness of little Micah, soft-spoken and sweet. It wasn't until the music floated across the ranch yard and laughing couples spun beneath the strings of lights that he thought of Sophia again. Huxley leaned against the fence, enjoying a night of people watching, his deputy's badge left at home for the night, but his instincts were never really off duty. That's when he noticed her. Sophia sat with the bridesmaids, her smile bright enough to fool most folks, but not him. Every so often, her eyes flicked toward the shadows beyond the lanterns, like she was waiting for something or someone to step out. Odd. Weddings weren't the kind of place people kept their backs so straight, their laughs so careful. He told himself he was simply watching people, a habit from his bronc riding days, reading body language before the bronc bucked. Still, he couldn't shake the thought that Sophia was hiding something. When she caught him looking, she turned away too quickly, fiddling with the ribbon on the bouquet she had caught after Lyla threw it. Huxley tipped his hat lower, his curiosity sparked. He didn't know her story, but he aimed to. And if his gut was right, Sophia wasn't just another pretty bridesmaid in Hope County. He didn't know what her story was, but he had a feeling Sophia was carrying a whole lot more than she let on. If there was one thing he'd learned, when something didn't sit right, it usually meant trouble. Thank you for listening to Hoping on Chance. Stay tuned for the next book in the Hope Lake series, Hoping on Faith. Have you read all the Hope Lake books? Want more clean cowboy romance with a touch of suspense? Listen to Her Unexpected Cowboy, Book 1 of Danae Little's Unforgettable Cowboys on YouTube.